Emperor's Domination, Chapter 199. Bloody Battle, 1. There's nothing difficult about destroying the 9 Saint Demon Gates Heavenly Grotto. On the battlefield, another young prodigy laughed ruthlessly and unleashed all of his unstoppable emperor techniques. This young man was Jikong Jian, a disciple of the Space Trample Mountain. After the feud with Li Qiye on the ancient street that day, Jikong Jian began to support Dao Child Shangtian and didn't even mind using his emperor's possession to fight Li Qiye. But before he could do anything, he was given a good beating by the old man with the paper hat. As a disciple of an immortal emperor lineage, Jikong Jian felt superior to others. After he left the mountain, he had always carried a proud air with him, yet he was beaten down hard in front of everyone. Even though he could not afford to become enemies with that old man, he could antagonize the 9 Saint Demon Gate, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, and even Li Qiye himself. Therefore, he put all of the blame on Li Qiye instead. So when the Heavenly God Sect maneuvered against the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Jikong Jian joined the Heavenly God Sect's camp to support Dao Child Shangtian without any hesitation. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the experts from both sides fought from the ground all the way to the sky with godly swords swerving in the air, cutting through the earth. If ancient Sky City had not been protected by generations of invincible characters, it would have been destroyed much earlier. Old Man Qi, you are now old and won't do any more. On the side of the Heavenly God Sect, Wan Shangjian, with an unstoppable momentum, fought against the 9 Saint Demon Gates Qi Yun. Even though Qi Yun was one of the 4 Supreme Elders and also an experienced ancient saint, he couldn't garner a glimmer of advantage against Wan Shangjian and was repeatedly pushed back. Open! Elder Yun of the 9 Saint Demon Gate roared fiercely, wanting to break through with his most elite disciples, but he was deterred by the Heavenly God Sect elders. This time, the Heavenly God Sect came prepared. Besides a peak ancient saint like Wan Shangjian, the Heavenly God Sect also had 2 other elders who joined the fray. They blocked Elder Yun's path, rendering him incapable of breaking through the entrapment. Zhang, on the other side, the sounds of swords continuously rang as dragon roars reached the heavens as well. The outbreak of Tu Buyu's enlightened being strength with his flying dragon sword had a battle intent capable of punishing the heavens itself. Each of his sword moves were completely fatal. Seeing how fierce Tu Buyu was, not only the experts from the Heavenly God Sect, but many sect masters and royal lords along with demon monarchs standing to the side were astonished. Is that the war god formula of the legends? Seeing Tu Buyu taking action, a royal lord from the previous generation murmured, "An insect losing its 100 legs still lives on. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect is indeed worthy of its immortal emperor lineage. After declining for so long, it still carries some emperor's power." Even though Tu Buyu was nothing short of extraordinary, he still couldn't change the grand scheme of things. He had to protect the group of Chu Daily as well as help the 9 Saint Demon Gates disciples repel the enemy. His strength alone was insufficient to protect everyone. He led Chu Daily, along with the young 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples, to break through the barricades several times without any success. Boom! A decisively loud explosion resounded and the heavenly grotto of the 9 Saint Demon Gate couldn't hold on any longer, ending in its demise. The screaming enemies broke through the entrance and charged into the heavenly grotto. Open the formation. Set down the formation stone. Qi Yun roaringly commanded. With his instructions, the heavenly grotto once again thrusted a bright ray forward as the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples activated the formation stone once more. They added a huge amount of refined jades to repair the heavenly grotto's damage. However, even this was not enough to make up for the losing situation as the 9 Saint Demon Gate continuously retreated. The 9 Saint Demon Gate has lost its morale. Unless there are reinforcements, they won't be able to hold on to this resting area. Seeing the breached heavenly grotto, a sect master lamented with a soft sigh. Isn't the 9 Saint Demon Gates goddess Li also at ancient Sky City? What about that extremely arrogant Li Qiye? Didn't he appear recently as well? Seeing the 9 Saint Demon Gate losing their momentum, a cultivator asked in puzzlement. Once Li Qiye was brought up, many people glanced at each other. This kid was so arrogant and he even hectored Dao Child Shangtian before. Even someone of Dao Child Shangtian's level had no choice but to kneel in public as he was forced to confess. How come this chaotically arrogant kid hasn't appeared yet even at this point? The 9 Saint Demon Gate is only a minor sect, yet you still dare to be presumptuous. At a time when everyone was silent, a bronze chariot appeared on top of the 9 Saint Demon Gate's heavenly grotto. An old man stood on top of the bronze chariot while exuding his extremely thick azure aura that hovered around his body like a dragon. The bronze chariot below the old man was not pulled by flying beasts, but by 4 bronze stallions instead. The 4 bronze stallions were extremely vibrant. It was as if they were alive. Moreover, this bronze chariot was extremely ancient beyond antiquity. This bronze chariot was designed for battle. Its body was covered with innumerable arrow holes and blade marks. Just a glance and one would immediately know that this chariot had been through countless battlefields. A coiling dragon was carved to its right and a god king was carved to the left. In the front was a qilin and the back had a white tiger. All of these beings had lost their colors and was bereft of the colors of life. They were nothing more than decorations at this point. The old man surrounded by the azure energy who was standing on top of the mysterious bronze chariot was extremely mighty. Up high above while encompassing everyone, his imposing aura caught everything going on without missing a single thing. Qing Xian Yuanhe. The turtle monarch from the flying dragon lake recognized this old man, and his expression greatly diminished as he uttered, Qing Xian Yuanhe, the younger brother of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom's mortal king. Hearing this name, a demon monarch sect master of the last generation took in a deep breath and muttered, "This is a heaven restoration saint ah. Once he reaches heavenly sovereign, he would absolutely massacre any opponent of the same level." Another demon monarch who knew Qing Xian Yuanhe's background struggled to let out these words. The ancient saint realm was divided into the following from lowest to highest: Little Saint, Young Saint, and Grand Saint. The highest peak was an ancient saint and once broken through, would mark the start of the heavenly sovereign realm. However, cultivators at the ancient saint realm who had 5 fate palaces would be called heaven restoration saints. This existence was much more frightening than a grand saint. For a heaven restoration saint, even when their actual cultivation was only of the little saint level, they were still able to slay a grand saint. At this point, many people secretly glanced at each other. A heaven restoration saint like Qing Xian Yuanhe personally presiding over this place was simply to help the heavenly god sect in this battle. Everyone then understood that the heavenly god sect dared to accept the animosity of the world and attacked the 9 Saint Demon Gate's heavenly grotto because they were full of confidence. The heavenly god sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate were both first-ranked great sects at the Grand Middle Territory. Both sides were very familiar in strength, and the heavenly god sect would not recklessly attack the 9 Saint Demon Gate for they were not certain of victory. However, once it had the support of both the Space Trample Mountain along with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, this was no longer the case. The Space Trample Mountain was the newest immortal emperor lineage, and its emperor's power was still flourishing. Needless to say, the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom was a one-sect, two-emperors existence. Unless the War God Temple appeared, very few great sects and countries dared to oppose this ancient kingdom in the Grand Middle Territory. I'm afraid it is over for the 9 Saint Demon Gate in this era. They might be the second great sect after the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect to fall. Seeing Qing Xian Yuanhe standing together with the Heavenly God sect, a sect master's heart sank and couldn't help but to feel sympathy. With 2 immortal emperor lineages helping them, especially one as monstrous as the Ancient Kingdom, the Heavenly God sect's fiery aura pierced the high heavens. As a new rising sect, it will surely develop continuously. Even if the 9 Saint Demon Gate opposed it, it would be as if they were seeking their own demise. Daring to oppose the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Isn't this just courting death? Seeing Qing Xian Yuanhe, the great sects and countries who had great relationships with the 9 Saint Demon Gate could only wait and see. With Qing Xian Yuanhe here, it meant that the Ancient Kingdom fully supported the Heavenly God sect. Before, when the 9 Saint Demon Gate was in trouble, there were a few allies who wanted to help. But after seeing Qing Xian Yuanhe, these sect masters and royal lords quickly dispelled this notion from their minds. Although allies were very dear, becoming enemies with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom was simply courting death and could even bring about a sect-destroying calamity. At such a key moment, it didn't matter that they were allies. No one was willing to provoke a monstrous existence like the Ancient Kingdom just to assist the 9 Saint Demon Gate. I heard that year at the evil-infested ridge, Li Qi'er opposed Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. Since the 9 Saint Demon Gate foolishly supports the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, how can the Ancient Kingdom spare them? At this point, some people with hidden intentions purposely let out such a message in order to incite more uneasiness and chaos. Hearing such gossip, a sect master changed his expression to say, "That Li boy is as bodacious as the heavens. He even dares to become enemies with the Ancient Kingdom. Isn't that just seeking his own death? This cleansing incense ancient gate, sigh, they're not doing a good job of controlling its disciples. Such a black sheep should be expelled. Otherwise, it will bring about a sect-destroying disaster. What is so special about that Li brat? He only relies on immortal Emperor Min Ren, leaving behind Emperor's possessions to stroll arrogantly about. Humph, the moment when there is a real fight, a junior like him only borrowing a tiger's power is nothing more than a turtle with its head in its shell, not daring to come out. When Li Qie was brought up, countless young cultivators were annoyed, especially those who believed that they were the best. He was only a piece of trash yet was favored by Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. This truly didn't make any sense. As some young prodigies saw that the Heavenly God sect had the backing of the Space Trample Mountain along with the Ancient Kingdom, the thought that the Heavenly God sect will surely flourish in the future surged. As such, they used this opportunity to say nice words about the Heavenly God sect in order to please Dao Child Shang Tian. Yeah, that brat is only living waste relying on Emperor's possessions to bluster. Without the Emperor's weapon, he is nothing. How can a piece of trash like him have the qualifications to oppose Dao Child Shang Tian? Pa, he is not even worthy of carrying Dao Child Shang Tian's shoes. Younger cultivators wanted to suck up, so they spoke really loudly as if they were afraid that Dao Child Shang Tian couldn't hear them. Chapter 200, Bloody Battle, 2. Yes, now the 9 Saint Demon Gate will perish. That brat wouldn't dare to fart loudly at this moment regardless of where he is hiding. Humph, if he dares to come here, Big Brother Shang Tian will surely kill him with one move. The amount of flatterers was not few. Of course, many royal nobles and sect masters looked down on these flatterers. However, they couldn't deny that with the backing of the two great powers, the Heavenly God sect will surely thrive like the sun at high noon. Boom! At this time, Qi Yun finally lost to Wan Shengjian and was knocked away by one strike as he crazily spewed out blood. Wan Shengjian then coldly sneered and Void stepped to chase right behind him. Kill! At this time, the Heavenly God sect disciples' morale was high and had an unstoppable momentum while the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples kept on retreating with many injured and dead. This situation had deteriorated and it would be extremely difficult to reverse the trend. Haha, it is almost over for the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Opposing the Heavenly God sect and the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom surely will not end well. Seeing the remaining disciples of the 9 Saint Demon Gate with nowhere to go, some cultivators were happily smiling. These flatterers began to speak cold and sarcastic comments. Some even mockingly jeered. In fact, not everyone wanted to see the Heavenly God sect's ascension. However, this was already a foregone conclusion. The Heavenly God sect's ancestor was a general under immortal Emperor Ta Kong, so they surely had support from the Space Trample Mountain. Now, by climbing up the Ancient Kingdom, this fortified their inevitable rise. Maybe in this generation, the Heavenly God sect will actually become a true kingdom. Haha, where is that haughty and arrogantly brat hiding it now? The 9 Saint Demon Gate won't last for long, and the brats of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect over there will soon be finished as well. Little Lee is probably scared out of his wits and is hiding below his mother's skirt, not daring to come out. A young prodigy was very pleased and loudly burst out in laughter. Bang! But after this young prodigy's words came out, a shadow with unparalleled speed struck forward, causing him to fly up in the air as blood spurted out like a majestic spring. The crisp sounds of broken bones were clearly heard by everyone nearby. When this prodigy fell to the ground, he was no longer breathing since he became dead on the spot. What was that about the Azure Mysterious Ancient Sect? Do you think such a small sect like this could scare your grandfather? At this time, an unhurried voice rang as Li Qie stepped forward with a cold, high-spirited demeanor while looking at the crowd. Li Qie! It's that brat from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Seeing Li Qie's sudden appearance, everyone couldn't help but become alarmed. Li Qie's cultivation didn't matter. The Emperor's possession in his hands alone was enough to make people dread him. Li Qie, after seeing his appearance, Dao Child Shang Tian cried out with a roar filled with anger and animosity. Following his roar was a virtuous paragon's aura that shot up to the sky. Suddenly, all of his blood energy channeled up high in the sky. Dao Child Shang Tian wished that he could drink Li Qie's blood and taste his flesh while flaying his skin. He would never be able to erase the humiliation in blood unless he killed Li Qie. So right when Li Qie showed up, he immediately shouted and took out his virtuous paragon life treasure to directly aim for Li Qie. He wanted to kill Li Qie before he had the chance to take out the emperor's possession. A declining cleansing incense ancient sect. An emperor's possession isn't shit. As Dao Child Shangtian was rushing forward, Jikong Jian also shouted and took out his inkstone with its immediate rolling emperor's power. Dao Child Shangtian and Jikong Jian had the same thought and both attacked at the same time, wanting to give Li Qie a mortal blow without giving him a chance to take out his emperor's possession. Scram! Before Dao Child's virtuous paragon life treasure could strike down, the separated yin and yang along with the six Dao culminating into a sword traversing the heavens came down with a clank. With just one blow, it repelled the virtuous paragon life treasure. The cry of one sword pulling down the sky like a flooding waterfall from above came straight down, creating the six Dao sword formation and, in a flash, trapped Dao Child Shangtian inside. Opposing my heavenly god sect. Your 9-saint demon gate will surely meet its demise. Dao Child Shangtian caught his life treasure and yelled out. At this moment, his life treasure was hanging above his head and its energy reached the Dipper and Ox constellations above. Li Shuangyan naturally wouldn't give Dao Child Shangtian and Jikong Jian a chance to attack Li Qie together, so her six Dao sword immediately slashed straight towards Dao Child. You're only a loser who previously lost to me. You can't reach the apex. Li Shuangyan coldly exclaimed like the cold, domineering apricots in the middle of the snow. Kill! Being disdained like this by Li Shuangyan caused Dao Child to explode with anger. He shouted and released his life treasure onward. Li Shuangyan also roared as her six Dao sword traversed the sky to form a sword formation, trapping the heaven and earth along with yin and yang. As the clanking sounds of the sword appeared, the reincarnation cycle of the six Dao cut through everything. Li Shuangyan, who wielded the six Dao sword, had a heavenly oppressive aura. With her sword formation sweeping through the sky, Dao Child Shangtian was still at a disadvantage even with his virtuous paragon life treasure. One had to know that the six Dao sword was much stronger than a virtuous paragon life treasure. Boom! Within the blink of an eye, the inkstone in Jikong Jian's hand surged with a deluge of emperor's power and turned into the word subjugate. People immediately felt as if an immortal emperor was striking forward with his spear. An immortal emperor's subjugation shook the heaven and earth, causing the sky and clouds to lose their colors as all beings prostrated in worship. The celestials up above immediately lost their glimmer. Zhang! The sound of the zither appeared as Li Qie began to pluck his ancient instrument. The emperor's power intensified, turning into a heavenly sword that hung above the 9 heavens. One swing to destroy all 6 Dao, and one swing to collapse yin and yang. Boom! Another loud explosion occurred, causing all of ancient Sky City to tremble. One sword versus one spear, blow for blow, over millions of miles created fiery sparks that were more blinding than even the sun in the sky. It was as if stars after stars were exploding from the collisions. As the Emperor's powers raged above ancient Sky City, countless people's legs became weak as they sat straight down on their behinds. Under the Emperor's power, even enlightened beings were shaking in fear. Again! After an unsuccessful strike, the arrogant Jikong Jian angrily roared and propelled the inkstone, causing all the ink inside to immediately turn into the word subjugate. All of the remaining Emperor's power amalgamated under this one attack. Zhang! Li Qie played the zither one more time without holding anything back. As the underserved melodies reached the sky, all of its Emperor's power surged forward, creating a huge heavenly sword once again. Boom! The battle spear battled against the heavenly sword up in the 9 layers of heaven. Blow after blow, the spear and the sword battled in the sky before the spear finally shattered along with the broken heavenly sword. Under this collision, stars after stars in the 9 heavens crumbled. When the remaining Emperor's power descended down to ancient Sky City, numerous cultivators were no longer able to stand still. This contest was outside of the horizon, but the falling remnants of Emperor's power was still extremely horrifying. Crank! The sound of the inkstone cracking resonated. Zhang! And Li Qie's ancient zither also lost 3 of its strings. After both sides utilized all of their Emperor's power, nothing remained as the once invincible Emperor's possessions turned into mortal items. They no longer carried the Emperor's aura. Both sides were so fierce and immediately used Emperor's possessions right at the start of the battle. They simply didn't treasure these priceless Emperor's items. This stunned all of the watching spectators. These were truly immortal Emperor heritages. There was not an ounce of hesitation when using Emperor's possessions. It was as if they were worthless. Such boldness and luxurious actions could only be taken by disciples of immortal Emperor heritages. Kill! At this juncture, the group of Chen Baojiao, Shi Gondang, and Niu Fun had also joined the battlefield. Chen Baojiao rushed straight towards the cleansing incense ancient sect's disciples, wanting to save these juniors. Shi Gondang, on the other hand, roared with majestic grandeur and went straight towards an elder of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Niu Fun immediately saved Qi Yun from his precarious position, and then immediately used his tentacles to catch more than a dozen Heavenly Gods sect disciples and swallowed them. Such ferocity left many Heavenly Gods sect disciples in fear with their legs shivering. They didn't dare to come close to Niu Fun. Little demon, accept your death. The prideful Jikong Jian couldn't accept the fact that even by expending an emperor's possession, it still wasn't enough to kill Li Qia. Wearing his armor and changing his hand into an imperial palm that was capable of repressing dragons, he aimed straight towards Li Qia. So suicidal. Li Qia smiled. Attacking with bare hands meant that Jikong Jian simply did not see through his hell-suppressing godly physique. Li Qia, without any moves or transformations, flashed his body. As rumbles came out, his body directly slammed forward. It was the most powerful of weapons, just like a tyrannical dragon. Bang! Even an emperor's law was not enough to counter the hell-suppressing godly physique. Li Qia's shoulder heavily slammed into Jikong Jian's body. Crank-crack sounds of shattering appeared as Jikong Jian's armor was annihilated on the spot, followed by the sounds of broken bones as his entire body flew backward, crazily spurting out blood. Li Qia did not show any mercy as he jumped up into the sky and intimidatingly smashed down like 1,000 mountains right onto the flying Jikong Jian. Treasure open! With death before his eyes, Jikong Jian shouted, and suddenly, a long box appeared before him. Immediately after it opened, a flying saber slashed forwards. The flying saber's speed was unparalleled. This blade was like the crescent moon in the night sky. Pretty and flirtatious yet coldly severe. Boom! Li Qia's attack was met by the slashing saber, resulting in a loud blast. Blood was spilled as Li Qia was cut by the flying saber. Even his fortified body was chopped, leaving behind a deep cut while revealing bare bones. This flying saber had a remarkable origin, but the hell-suppressing godly physique was not just for show. A clank sound bellowed. It did not matter that his body was cut. In the end, the thing knocked flying away was still the flying saber. This flying saber with a frightening origin was still suppressed by Li Qia's physique and became dull without any brilliance. Chapter 201, Tetrawar Bronze Chariot, 1. The shocked crowd took a deep breath at the sight of Li Qia using his body to block the saber. Who would dare to use their own flesh to block a treasure saber? Li Qia didn't try to escape and actually hammered the saber. Such crazy valiance despite his injury. Hand me the sword! Li Qia roared. At this time, Li Shuangyan was busy trapping Dao Child Shang Tian within her sword formation. After hearing Li Qia's words, she unhesitatingly turned the 6 Dao sword into a bright light which instantly flew into Li Qia's hand. Kill, Dao Child Shang Tian, like a ferocious tiger escaping its cage, became even more fierce. With a loud boom, his blood energy soared to the sky as his 4 fate palaces coalesced above his head, creating an endless boundary. Li Shuangyan, accept your death. After arranging his 4 fate palaces into a boundary, he further condensed it into one location. Heavenly Noble. Numerous people cried out after seeing the domain formed by the 4 fate palaces, while others took in deep breaths. Even young King Nantian and Jewel Pillar Saint Child became serious as they gazed towards Dao Child Shang Tian. From low to high, the realms for cultivators were in this order: Palace Foundation, Palace Expansion, Physique Accumulation, Provisional Palace, Inner Longevity, Heaven's Mandate, Warrior Canopy, Purified Rebirth, Heaven's Primal, Soul Creation, Mysterious Fate. Amongst these realms, Soul Creation cultivators could be bestowed the title of Named Hero, and Mysterious Fate cultivators could be bestowed the title of Royal Noble. Royal Nobles also had 4 different levels. From low to high, they are in the following order: New Noble, King Noble, Rebelling Noble, and Fate-Destroying Noble. Once Fate-Destroying Nobles reached grand accomplishment, they could step into the Enlightened Being realm. However, this Royal Noble realm was the second time when cultivators could open new Fate Palaces. At the Provisional Palace realm, cultivators would have 2 Fate Palaces. Royal Noble was the second opening period, and new nobles at Grand Accomplishment would have their 3rd Fate Palace. However, above even this level, if a cultivator possessed extraordinary wisdom or frightening talent, then this person could open a fourth fate palace. It was an incredible matter to open the fourth fate palace, and that person would escape the 4 levels of royal nobles. Once it was opened, then it wouldn't matter whether the person's cultivation was at the new noble, king noble, rebelling noble, or fate-destroying noble level. They would be called a heavenly noble regardless. Only royal nobles with 4 fate palaces could be called heavenly noble. Moreover, they were extremely terrifying since 4 fate palaces were able to form a domain. Once trapped inside the domain formed by the 4 palaces, the opponent would be suppressed by its absolute power. After being humiliated by Li Qie last time, Dao Child Shang Tian became even more courageous and emotional as he stepped forward to open the 4th fate palace. 4 fate palaces transforming into a domain to achieve the heavenly noble title at last. Even a fate-destroying noble would lose their colors after hearing about this accomplishment. At this time, Dao Child Shang Tian had escaped the formation, so he did not hold anything back. He unleashed his endless domain towards Li Shuangyan. How could people not be amazed at the sight of a 4 palaces heavenly noble? This was the genius of a generation. Dao Child Shang Tian, with his amazing saint fate aptitude, achieving heavenly noble was shockingly outside of everyone's expectations. Right when the 4 palaces domain swept towards Li Shuangyan, everyone lost their colors and assumed that Li Shuangyan's fate was sealed. Boom! But with a bang, the 4 palaces domain immediately exploded with crack after crack appearing. Suddenly, the celestials shifted as 5 fate palaces reached the heavens, shattering the 4 palaces domain. Grand Dao Noble, seeing the 5 fate palaces, everyone became overwhelmed with horror as their faces went pale. Needless to mention royal nobles and enlightened beings, even previous generation ancient saints were dumbstruck, including a heaven restoration saint like Qing Xian Yuanhe. Qing Xian Yuanhe lived during the difficult Dao era with transcending talents. However, even when he was younger, he had only obtained 4 fate palaces. It wasn't until when he became an ancient saint that he opened his 5th to become a generational heaven restoration saint. However, Li Shuangyan was still so young, yet she was able to open 5 fate palaces. Qing Xian Yuanhe, a person who could flip over rivers and boil the ocean itself, was appalled. Such a genius would absolutely massacre enlightened beings and decapitate ancient saints in the future. At this time, what else could anyone do but be in awe at Li Shuangyan's achievement? Even geniuses like Dao Child Baozhu, young King Nantian, and even Bai Zhenjin, the descendant of the sword god's sacred ground, couldn't help but be in awe. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 palaces to form a kingdom, 12 palaces to form the heavens. A greater number of fate palaces indicated greater strength with boundless majestic life energy, as the true fate controlled the Grand Dao. 5 palaces royal nobles were referred to as Grand Dao nobles, and they were even more powerful than heavenly nobles. These 2 levels exceeded the limitation of the royal noble realm, and a Grand Dao noble could even kill an enlightened being in battle. Likewise, a grand accomplishment Grand Dao noble could even challenge ancient saints. How could people not turn pale after witnessing such a terrifying existence? Boom! Dao Child Shang Tian's 4 palaces domain collapsed completely. Even though heavenly nobles were powerful, but when they met a Grand Dao noble, they could only be suppressed. A 4 palaces domain could not compete against a 5 palaces domain. After his domain fell, the absolute domain of Li Shuangyan, like a millstone, knocked Dao Child Shang Tian flying away on the spot as he spurted out fresh blood. If we were to compare talents, you are not even close. Li Shuangyan exclaimed with her cold eyes exuding an overbearing arrogance and a suppressive aura. She was just like a goddess descending from the heavens, eliciting love and awe from spectators. Everyone gasped at the sight of a Grand Dao noble. However, thinking about it more carefully, this was rather reasonable. Li Shuangyan was a saint fate, king physique, and king wheel. Even though Dao Child Shang Tian was also a saint fate, he was not comparable to Li Shuangyan. In recent years, Dao Child Shang Tian was renowned in the Grand Middle Territory only because Li Shuangyan had always kept a low profile. Especially after following Li Qie, she appeared even more seldom than before. Otherwise, his fame wouldn't necessarily be as great as hers. This monstrous domination left unconvinced people with no options but to be convinced. A 5 palaces royal noble. Grand Dao noble. This qualified her to be domineering no matter where she went. Dao Child Shang Tian's face was reddened from anger. His great achievement of heavenly noble was enough for him to be proud, but he didn't think that Li Shuangyan, who was also a saint fate, would completely dominate him by being a Grand Dao royal noble. Treasure, open. Jikong Jian once again shouted right when Li Shuangyan knocked Dao Child flying away. Since his flying saber injured Li Qie, he had the opportunity to recuperate and, with his roar, all of his blood energy went into the godly saber treasure box behind his back. OM. A bang sounded as the godly saber treasure box of Jikong Jian exuded a light as a shadow emerged from it with its one eye closed. However, in just an instant, the solitary eye opened, releasing a light like a godly saber. This one light slashed forward just like a godly saber that cut through time itself with a tyrannical velocity. A blade that frightened the heart, a blade with such extreme speed that it startled everyone. This godly saber treasure chest was absolutely an item from immemorial times. Only a solitary gaze divine saber. Nothing more. Li Qie laughed loudly, then he raised the 6 Dao sword in his hand up into the sky and unleashed a 6 Dao slash. First sword of 3, void emotion sword. This emotionless sword was unblemished in the sky. Its extreme purity symbolized righteousness. The heaven and earth possessed yin and yang was the proper path. First sword of 3, void emotion sword. There were 3 techniques Li Qie learned from the 6 Dao sword, and the 3 moves were heaven, earth, and mortal. Before the heavens could show any emotions, the seas would run dry and the stones would become soft. Cultivation was a path void of emotions and the heavens was even more heartless. With this emotionless sword slashing down with boundless majesty, it was not a second-rate murderous Dao filled with vicious cruelty, it was the pure Dao that was void of emotions. Under this sword that encompassed the sentience of the heavens with emotionless righteousness. Boom! This sword froze the sky and split the earth. Another terrifying thing happened as Li Qie's Kuan Peng rushed out of his fate palace while using its dark space transformation to allow Li Qie's sword to reach a speed that was capable of cutting time itself. This sword was void of any emotions and slashed away any concept of time. However, this was not the most frightening phenomenon. Li Qie's hell-suppressing godly physique erupted with a power that suppressed all existences. Even the gods and devils. Using the hell-suppressing godly physique to unleash one slash of the heavenly Dao was truly horrifying. The void was cut open and strange phenomena began to appear. This one sword was not only powerful since it struck out with the speed of a Kuan Peng, but it also carried the supreme immortal power of immeasurable weight. The nether collapsed and there were countless chaotic gaps in the sky as time and space was broken into nothingness. Everyone present felt dismay while witnessing this sword. It was truly tyrannical. Even the sword god's sacred ground's descendant, Bai Zhenjin, who used the sword to become invincible, also lost her colors. She had traveled very far on the path of the sword, but seeing this sword of Li Qie, she was also appalled. This sword already had the style of an emperor's sword. Bang! Even the godly light of the flying saber could not hinder this sword as it was split apart. Li Qie's sword did not deviate from its path as it kept on slashing towards the one-eyed giant. The single eye of the giant immediately emanated a blinding brilliance after it saw this sword, and the brilliance turned into a supreme sword Dao as sword hymns filled the air. In an instant, inside ancient Sky City, the swords of all the cultivators were singing hymns in resonance. Such a phenomenon surprised everyone. This treasure was truly great. This even caused a royal noble to murmur. I'm afraid this has to be a treasure of the gods. Just one ray like before, yet you still dare to be arrogant in front of your father. However, this solitary eye is almost worthy. Li Qie shouted. The 6 Dao sword still hovered above him, absorbing all yin and yang from the sun and turning it into the utmost pinnacle of all yang energy in this world. This one sword combined with the heaven and earth's yang power along with all existence's righteousness caused the heavenly sword of Li Qie to become tyrannically invincible. This sword was the most extreme of yang, and the technique was supremely righteous. These two combined into the most powerful stoic sword. The majesty of the Grand Dao and the aura of emperors would not be any more amazing than this. Bang! Even the sword Dao created by the eye could not stop this slash from the 6 Dao sword. It shattered the sword Dao and cut through the one-eyed giant. Many cracking noises ensued. Even though the godly saber treasure box of Jikong Jian had an amazing origin, it was far too lacking compared to the 6 Dao sword. Chapter 202, Tetrawar Bronze Chariot, 2. Jikong Jian's blood violently sprayed everywhere. Li Qie's sword chopped the treasure box fueled by Jikong Jian's blood energy. Thus he suffered as well while his body flew outside, carrying its broken bones. Zhang. The 6 Dao sword flew out and a loud scream resounded as Jikong Jian was pinned in the sky by the sword. His blood painted the sky itself. At the same time, Niufen also rampaged through the battlefield without hiding his strength as his tentacles swept across and devoured hundreds of heavenly god sect experts. His hand also stretched across the air and ripped apart Wan Shengjian's hand from his body. This scene shocked many people, for Wan Shengjian was a grand saint at grand accomplishment with 1 foot into the heavenly sovereign realm. One has to know that without heavenly kings, heavenly sovereigns could rule over all existences. But at this moment, he was being ripped apart by this snail. With Jikong Jian nailed to the sky by Li Qia's one sword, everyone drew a cold breath as they glanced at the person next to them. This guy had not reached the royal noble realm and was not even a royal noble, so why was he so perplexingly powerful like this? At this time, the eyes of young geniuses, such as young King Nantian, Jewel Pillar Saint Child, and even by Zhenjin, shimmered. It was not strange for Li Shuangyan to be unrivaled as a genius, but everyone knew Li Qia was a mortal fate, mortal physique, and mortal wheel. Jewel Pillar Saint Child's deep eyes hid his emotions, but his heart was shivering. He knew Li Qia's physique was amazing, and he suspected that Li Qia was cultivating an immortal physique. However, he was not so sure about it. But if this was the truth, then it would be a great threat to him. As for young King Nantian, his eyes coldly glinted while carrying a solemn expression. His cousin, Nantian Hao, died to the hands of Li Qia. His murderous intent became even stronger today after seeing Li Qia. Li Qia would surely be a great enemy to him if Li Qia didn't get nipped as a bud. As for Bai Zhenjin, the descendant of the sword god's sacred ground, her sword intent was surging all the way to the sky. When it came to the sword, the sacred ground had always been number 1. However, after seeing Li Qia's slash, she was excited to try as well. Li Qia strided forward and looked at the pinned Jikong Jian in the sky and spoke in an unruffled manner. You only had 1 emperor's possession and 1 godly saber, yet you still dared to be arrogant. Bring an emperor's weapon here if you want to play with me. Without an emperor's weapon, you are bringing about your own destruction. Kid, I am a Space Trample Mountain disciple. If you dare to even touch a hair of mine, we will surely destroy your cleansing incense ancient sect. Being nailed in the sky with his blood staining the horizon, Jikong Jian's life was hanging on a thread. However, he still sternly shouted, Space Trample Mountain? Li Qia smiled and stomped down, resulting in a scream along with the cracking sounds of broken bones, sending chills to all the listeners. Stop! Qing Xian Yuanhe finally couldn't idly sit by any longer and lightly shouted. The chariot's refined jades lit up and the chariot immediately flew forward. By this time, the battlefield was not looking good as cries and shrieks resounded everywhere. The 9 Saint Demon Gate had begun to reverse its losing swing, especially after the Heavenly God sect lost their main vanguards, Dao Child Shengtian and Wan Shengjian. The overarching situation became increasingly disadvantageous for the Heavenly God sect. Qing Xian Yuanhe immediately went looking for Li Qia, then he demanded, Junior, let go of nephew Ji and I will spare your life. Qing Xian Yuanhe immediately taking action rendered the spectating crowd breathless. To many people, Li Shuangyan was a genius, but she was not at the level where she could shake ancient kingdoms. Everyone would have to give Qing Xian Yuanhe some face since he represented the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom was a sect with 2 emperors. If they interfered, who dared not to give them face? Both the Heavenly God sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate were not comparable to the Ancient Kingdom. What are you? Li Qia didn't bother to glance at him. Finished speaking, the 6 Dao sword cut Jikong Jian in half with a zhong. With a pitiful Jikong Jian was slashed in half. His skull was split open, so even if his body was restored, he would not be able to live for much longer. Qing Xian Yuanhe was too late to the rescue. Li Qia's sword was too fast and even he didn't expect that this kid wouldn't give him any face. Many spectators were stunned with their eyes wide open. Such murderous determination. Not leaving any face for Qing Xian Yuanhe. This was an expert from the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, the brother of mortal King Qing Xian. Many audacious geniuses were always arrogant, but at this moment, when they stood in front of a giant monster such as the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, they had to think twice about becoming its enemy. Yet this 15 or 16-year-old boy before them was true to his words. What are you? He essentially didn't put the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom into his sight with his level of unbridled haughtiness. Kid, since you want to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qing Xian Yuanhe instantly became angry, and following his rising saint aura, he shouted. A group of fate palaces emerged with its boundless domain soaring straight towards Li Qie. They aimed to pull him inside. A Heaven Restoration Saint's 5-palace domain would even refine a Grand Saint once they're trapped inside. Many people couldn't help but gasp. This kid is dead for sure. Even Grand Saints cannot escape from a Heaven Restoration Saint's domain. A sect master murmured. Be careful. Seeing the 5-palace domain, Li Shuangyin's group immediately reminded Li Qie in astonishment. XSI. At this juncture of life and death, Li Qie suddenly whistled at a rapid pace. This sound contained many different and indiscernible musical rhythms and resounded at varying speeds. Nay. At this very moment, the cries of horses rang out. With a boom, the bronze horses charged forward. Qing Xian Yuanhe, who was standing on top of the chariot, initially wanted to trap Li Qie inside his domain, but at this time, his body was sent flying upward for more than 1,000 miles. Even an ancient saint like him could not maintain his stability. He couldn't stop the chariot from turning him over. Bang! Qing Xian Yuanhe was struggling as his body was shot up high. Even his techniques couldn't steady his body. The bronze chariot's lifting force was capable of overturning the heavens, horizon and grand earth. Bang bang bang, within just a blink of an eye, the bronze horse chariot that was originally sat on by Qing Xian Yuanhe rushed over towards Li Qie and stood right in front of him. Good little horses. Good little horses. Li Qie gently patted the heads of the 4 bronze horses. Each of his pats contained mysterious arrangements. After each pat, a strange magical rune appeared on the heads of the horses. Eventually, Li Qie stood by their side and whispered into their ears. Nay nay nay. An unbelievable matter happened. The 4 bronze horses suddenly flared out their eyes as hissing sounds resonated. At this moment, the eyes of the 4 bronze horses became vibrant and vivid just like real-life ones. What was even more incredible was that the 4 horses seemed to be alive and they used their heads to hug Li Qie affectionately. It was as if they had met a loved one. Good little horses. After lightly caressing the horses, Li Qie jumped on the bronze chariot with one hand on the armrail. Then he said, "This is a supreme treasure, yet you used refined jades for its activation. So ignorant." Under a light tap from Li Qie, cracking sounds reverberated. All of the engraved refined jades on the chariot fragmented into pieces and fell down. Boom! Finally, the 4 bronze horses leapt into the sky, pulling along the bronze chariot with a thunderous noise. At this very moment, the true dragon coiled over the empty sky and the divine phoenix soaringly followed. The white tiger was crouching down and was silently observing while the qilin was expanding on the Tao. The true appearance of the bronze chariot created a sweeping emperor's aura in the air in all of its towering tyranny. Different images began to appear as if an immortal emperor was departing on an adventure. The chariot carried Li Qie around in a circle before stopping. The 4 bronze horses trampled in the sky in high spirits with a momentum like a profound dragon soaring in the sky or a fierce tiger leaving its mountain. The feeling of a vast sea for the fishes to swim freely and a high sky for the birds to fly with liberty. Tetrawar bronze chariot. Li Qie murmured while gently stroking the bronze chariot with endless remembrance. At the same time, the bronze chariot seemed to have its own awareness and emitted pure sounds from Li Qie's touch. The Tetrawar bronze chariot carried countless memories of Li Qie as the dark crow for millions of years, for it used to be his carriage. In many eras, the moment the Tetrawar bronze chariot appeared, the gods had to retreat and even existing immortal emperors had to greet him in person. This chariot left Li Qie with too many recollections. It followed his battles throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It fought against gods and devils and even punished immortal emperors. Countless wars that eternally frightened the world were fought with him riding this bronze chariot. It wasn't until a long time later that, during the era of invincible immortal Emperor Min Ren, he as the Dark Crow was quite unstable and hibernation was quickly approaching. Coincidentally, immortal Emperor Min Ren adopted a daughter at this time. This foster daughter had quite an origin. She was the daughter of a general below immortal Emperor Min Ren. This general had followed Li Qie and Min Ren into battle after battle. Especially during the last battle for the Heaven's Will, he fought to the very bitter end and died in battle. As the Dark Crow, he promised this general to train his descendants in the future. Alas, when the general's daughter grew up, he was already near unconsciousness and was already starting his deep hibernation. Since he couldn't train her personally, Li Qie entrusted the daughter of this divine general to immortal Emperor Min Ren, and he gave his chariot, his symbol, to her in order to show her status. Immortal Emperor Min Ren then took her in as a daughter as well as a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. all the way until she passed away. This chariot that represented a supreme identity was also left behind at the sect. Unfortunately, she did not pass down the method to ride this chariot, so even though it was an unparalleled treasure, no one in the history of the sect was able to ride it to battle. Later on, as time passed by, the world gradually began to forget that this chariot was the symbol for a supreme identity, and it finally fell into the hands of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. All the people who saw this scene couldn't help but get sent into a daze. This was the chariot of Qing Xian Yuan Ha, but now the scene of Li Qie acting like the master of this chariot rendered everyone in disbelief. Chapter 203. I'm arrogant, I'm domineering. 1. The overturned Qing Xian Yuanhe was both shocked and angry after seeing such a scene, for it was completely outside of his expectations. The Tetrawar bronze chariot really was not a treasure of his Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. It was an offering from the heavenly god sect. The elders of the ancient kingdom knew that it used to be the defining treasure of the cleansing incense ancient sect, but even after a long ponder, they couldn't find out its mysteries. Qing Xian Yuanhe finally took this chariot, and the elders also agreed that if he could see through its profundity, then it would belong to him. However, Qing Xian Yuanhe thought for a long time yet still couldn't figure out the chariot's enigma. Ultimately, he was at a dead end, so he had to engrave refined jades and use them to move the bronze chariot. After owning it for so long, he had never seen such a scene before. Until now, he only thought that the 4 bronze horses were only crafted from godly or into treasures. But from today's sight, this was not the case. The 4 bronze horses truly had their own life essence, just like real horses. Kid, hand my treasure chariot over. Qing Xian Yuanhe, in his bewildered exasperation, deafeningly shouted. He trod on the sky as his saint energy turned into a bridge that inched closer. Each step exuded a magnificent saint aura. Behind him was a saint's weapon like a powerful ocean capable of drowning all things. Qing Xian Yuanhe, as a heaven restoration saint, was not just for show. Even a grand saint would be easily massacred by him. At this time, Li Qie finally caught a glimpse of him. Even when facing a heaven restoration saint from the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, he was still calm and nonchalant as he smilingly spoke. Your treasure chariot? You should be ashamed for even bringing this up. The Tetrawar bronze chariot is the defining treasure of my cleansing incense ancient sect. Today it comes back to my sect. It is simply a natural course of events. Li Qie's statement left many grand characters watching the battle to look at each other. They did not expect such an inside story. The puzzle behind how Li Qie easily stole Qing Xian Yuanhe's chariot was quickly solved. In the end, this was the cleansing incense ancient sect's defining treasure. It was clear that Qing Xian Yuanhe did not grasp the mysteries of this treasure. At this very moment, a scream resonated in the air as Wan Shengjian's blood rained down from the blue sky. Niufen shattered his skull on the spot as his body fell down from the sky. Many people were aghast witnessing such a scene. Wan Shengjian. This was a grand saint of the heavenly god sect. This was the disciple of the heavenly god sect's ancestor. But today, he was killed by someone else. This was too bold, daring to kill his disciple. This was a provocation to the heavenly god sect's ancestor. Qing Xian Yuanhe, however, was not in the mood to save Wan Shengjian at this time. He coldly stared at Li Qie with icy glints in his eyes, then chillingly spoke. Little devil, hand over the chariot, then my Azure mysterious ancient kingdom will not pursue the matters today any longer. Li Qie was too lazy to even glance at Qing Xian Yuanhe. He then replied, No longer pursue? You think too highly of yourself, along with your Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Even if your ancient kingdom wants to let this go, I still won't forgive your ancient kingdom. Li Qie's words made everyone glance at each other while thinking, this kid is too much. Daring to talk like this, isn't he afraid of biting his tongue? Little devil, accept your death. After his enraged words came out, the 5 palaces domain turned into a vast territory and immediately covered Li Qie's sky, wanting to suck him inside. Scram. Li Qie was tired of him, so he sank his tone, then tapped on the chariot. Nay. The Tetrawar bronze chariot smothered the sky as it rushed forward while stomping heavily towards the approaching territory. Boom! After a loud explosion, an incredible thing happened. The horses trampled and shattered the kingdom, resulting in another deafening bang. There was a huge crack that appeared in the middle of the 5 palaces domain as the now bloodied Qing Xian Yuanhe was kicked flying away by the 4 bronze horses. Such a display rendered everyone breathless. This was a heaven restoration saint yet he was kicked flying away by 4 horses. No one would believe such a thing even if told, but this happened in front of everyone's eyes. After being kicked, Qingxian Yuanhe violently vomited blood. As his expression greatly changed, he didn't think about anything else and turned around to flee. Where are you escaping to? Li Qie didn't feel like catching him, but Niufen wanted to be meritorious and thus, he no longer hid his strength. He shook his body and turned into an extremely giant snail in front of the world. This snail was much bigger than the snail ordinarily ridden by Li Qie. A giant snail with its head touching the stars and feet stomping the mountains and rivers. True Solution's layers began to revolve around his body. Each solution was like the waterfalls of the heavens. Each of them could single-handedly crush the sky. A loud bang shook all of ancient Sky City. The monstrous snail's 2 hands reached out as if it was swatting a mosquito and slammed together. Qingxian Yuanhe didn't escape too far before he was smashed like a mosquito as fresh blood spilled in the sky along with terrifying sounds of broken bones. When Qingxian Yuanhe was dragged back, he was already on his last leg and covered in blood with no chance of escaping even if he wanted to. While horrified by this scene, even though people knew that Li Qie had ridden a snail before, no one thought that this snail was so heaven-defying like this. A heaven restoration saint was mortally wounded with just 1 slap like a mosquito. 12th solution connecting with the god. Once Niufen turned back to an old man carrying Qingxian Yuanhe back, he couldn't help but to grin with excitement. Li Qie passing the true solutions made him truly feel how terrifying the 18 solutions of his heavenly ancestral snail's first branch was. Their race had a legend that once the 18th solution reaches grand accomplishment, then they could even massacre gods. At this point, he finally got a taste of this god-killing power. Junior, I am a royal member of the ancient kingdom. If you dare to kill me, you will not leave this ancient city alive. At this moment, Qingxian Yuanhe was at death's door, but his momentum was still pressing down on others. Truly worthy of being a royal member of an ancient kingdom's clan, always frighteningly aggressive. Qingxian Yuanhe's words managed to change some people's expressions. This truly was not just an empty threat. The ancient kingdom really possessed this power. Li Qie, standing on the Tetrawar bronze chariot, simply glared at him as he then slowly spoke. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. To tell the truth, I still haven't considered you as a threat. Haha, young noble, let me tear him to pieces. Niufen grinned and smiled. With one command from Li Qie, he would immediately tear Qingxian Yuanhe apart. You dare. Qingxian Yuanhe's face became deathly pale. At this moment, he knew he had met a little demon king. This kid in front simply was not afraid of the heavens nor the earth. There is nothing that I can't do. Li Qie smiled and simply waved his sleeve without looking at Qingxian Yuanhe one last time. At this moment, Qingxian Yuanhe realized that his death had come. After a loud scream, Niufen tore the still-alive Qingxian Yuanhe into 2 pieces. In a flash, his fate was destroyed. A generation heaven restoration saint was ripped apart alive. The visual impact of this scene was too devastating to all spectators. A heaven restoration saint was simply killed like this. This was an expert of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. This was the little brother of mortal King Qingxian, yet he was still torn apart. Executing a royal family member of the ancient kingdom like this in front of everyone. How domineering was this? This was creating an unresolvable situation against the ancient kingdom. Even a renowned heavenly king in the current generation would not dare to make such a maneuver. However, such a tyrannical move was done by a 15, 16-year-old kid. At this point, everyone started to question whether the cleansing incense ancient sect was really in decline or not. This was a great blow to the heavenly god sect's morale. Such an invincible and high above existence who was impossible to defeat without the involvement of a heavenly sovereign. Yet he was annihilated. Their confidence immediately collapsed with all morales plunged. Kill! At this point, countless experts of the 9 Saint Demon Gate began their counterattack as their bloodlust surged. The heavenly god sect soldiers were now being pushed back. Such a reversal amazed all of the spectators. At this time, Niufen stood by Li Qie's side without taking any action. And Li Qie's eyes switched to the battle between Li Shuangyan and Dao Child Shengtian, and he saw that Dao Child Shengtian was being pushed back. Even though Li Shuangyan was ferocious, the virtuous paragon life treasure hovering above Dao Child Shengtian kept on releasing magical runes to stop Li Shuangyan's attacks one after another. Heaven, Earth, Root. Facing Li Shuangyan's most aggressive attack, Tao Child Shengtian activated his strongest murderous move to stop the sharpest blow from Xuanyan. With his deafening shout, the virtuous paragon life treasure on top of his head immediately released a mantra. This mantra blurred the heaven and earth back to the early primordial time. The three words mantra acted as a resolute wall of the heaven and earth and stopped one hegemonic sword from Li Xuanyan. This is not only a virtuous paragon life treasure, it is also crafted from a 7 runes treasure metal. What's even worse is that 3 of those runes had become mantras. A 7 treasure 3 mantra virtuous paragon life treasure. Truly incredible. Seeing the 3 mantra words, a person couldn't help but exclaim. Life treasures were either crafted from heavenly beasts' Dao bones or from a grand Dao treasure metal. Grand Dao treasure metals were natural-born Dao runes from the heavens. The more runes there were, the more precious the treasure metal was. If these runes could actually form words or sentences, then the power of this life treasure would double. However, if these runes actually formed the mantra of the heaven and earth, then it was even more amazing. These life treasures would surely suppress others at the same level. Tao Child Shengtian's virtuous paragon life treasure was incredible. It was refined by a virtuous paragon ancestor of theirs from a 7 runes treasure metal. What was even more precious was that 3 of these runes had become mantras. Chapter 204. I'm arrogant, I'm domineering. 2. Heaven, Earth, Root. These were the 3 mantras born from the treasure metal. Their appearances were indeed capable of crushing all oppositions. If Li Xuanyan wasn't tough enough as a grand Dao noble, someone who was capable of absolutely suppressing Tao Child Shengtian, then Tao Child could have used these 3 mantras to change the tide. In fact, the sword in Li Xuanyan's hand was not ordinary. This was a virtuous paragon life sword especially bestowed to her by Demon King Luan Ri. But compared to Tao Child Shengtian's treasure, there was still a big gap. A3 mantras life treasure. Li Qie glanced at the battlefield and lightly said, Xuanyan, your sword won't be able to break through these heaven, earth, root mantras. Use your heavenly plate. Having heard Li Qie's advice, Li Xuanyan no longer hid her strength as a sacred light pierced the horizon. Boom! Following a loud explosion was the sky being replaced by a new Empyrean. Everything became an illusion as the heavenly sky plate appeared, reigning over the universe. The sky plate poured down stars after stars. The heavenly sky plate was an immemorial treasure with a stunning origin. During the battle of the ancient gods, it had a distinguished reputation, but it disappeared later on without a trace. At this moment, this immemorial treasure had fallen into the hands of Li Xuanyan as it exerted its unparalleled sacred power. Heaven, earth, root. Seeing the actualization of the heavenly sky plate, Tao Child Shengtian lost his colors and shouted while channeling his undulating life wheel, moving his longevity blood. All of this blood energy fueled his virtuous paragon life treasure and sacrificed for the 3 mantras. In a flash, the 3 mantras turned into the boundless world like the inception of a primal chaos. Boom! An explosion blasted the heaven and earth. Even layers of universal laws protecting ancient Sky City eroded away. Under this one attack, the sky had been shattered and directly turned into a black hole. As flesh blood tainted the blue sky, Tao Child Shengtian was knocked flying away. Even the 3 mantras of the virtuous paragon life treasure could not save him. His chest was penetrated, revealing a horrible gap that indicated tremendous damage taken. Withdraw. Tao Child Shengtian was gasping for air before shouting. At this time, nothing else mattered to him. He dragged his dying body to immediately escape far away. Even if his flesh was destroyed at this moment, he still wouldn't notice it during his scramble. Li Xuanyan wanted to pursue, but Li Qie waved his sleeve and smilingly spoke. A monk can flee but a temple cannot hide. Kill! After Wan Shangjian died in the battle and Tao Child Shengtian escaped, the 2 remaining elders couldn't handle it and died on the spot. This destroyed the heavenly god sect's disciples' will to fight as they turned around to run. However, how could the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples give up such an opportunity to attack? If they didn't kill to the end, it would be a crime against their dead brothers. Many loud roars sounded as their morale reached the peak, like the lions and tigers, as they slayed their enemies and traded blood for blood. They would absolutely not spare any disciples from the heavenly god sect. Momentarily after came the sounds of murder. In the end, not many heavenly god sect disciples escaped with their lives. Blood stained the ground as the 9 saint disciples pursed the heavenly god sect disciples from street to street. Seeing this scene, all of the observing experts were silent without words. the Heavenly Southern Kingdom, the Jiangzhou clan, the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. All of these powerful sects didn't dare to give out any opinions. The Nine Saint Demon Gate and the Heavenly God sects quarrel. This was absolutely a war between monsters. With the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom looming as well, no matter how strong one was or how great the sect was, no one dared to be sucked in this vortex of war. Sweep and annihilate the grotto of the Heavenly God sect. Just after the battle, Li Qiye swung his hand on the Tetrawar bronze chariot and commanded. As Li Qiye's command vibrated the field, not to mention the juniors like Chu Daily, even all of the disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gates were ecstatic with their blood boiling. Qi Yun, as the Supreme Elder, gave his orders. Then the Nine Saint Demon Gate disciples immediately soared forward like the wind and clouds towards the Heavenly God sect's grotto. The Heavenly God sect also had a resting area at Ancient Sky City, and it was no worse than the Nine Saint Demon Gates. Kill! With waves of roars, the Nine Saint Demon Gate disciples, like wolves and tigers, rushed forward and entered the Heavenly God sect's grotto. Run! Seeing the fierceness of the Nine Saint Demon Gate disciples, the Heavenly God sect disciples guarding the Heavenly Grotto had no desire to fight and immediately turned around to flee. In just a blink of an eye, the Nine Saint Demon Gate swept through the entire grotto while Li Qiye's group didn't need to do anything as they easily occupied the Heavenly God sect's grotto. In actuality, Li Qiye's group and the Nine Saint Demon Gate both pounced on air. Dao Child Shengtian simply did not return at all. Even some grand characters of the Heavenly God sect stationed at the grotto all escaped since they knew the Nine Saint Demon Gate would definitely retaliate. They only left behind a few trivial ordinary disciples to guard the grotto. Even though it was empty, it was still a great joy to the Nine Saint Demon Gate disciples. They were originally on the losing side, but they managed to reverse the situation and occupy the Heavenly God sect's grotto. To them, it was a fortuitous event within a disastrous day. Only Supreme Elder Qi Yun carried a solemn expression. Even though it was a grand victory, he was not happy. He clearly understood that once the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom joined in, it would be a great calamity against their Nine Saint Demon Gate. Dao Child Shengtian and the sectional leaders of the Heavenly God sect are all hiding in the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's grotto. Soon after, the group of Li Qiye received news from the Nine Saint Demon Gate disciples. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Qi Yun's expression became dark. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom definitely supported this invasion against the Nine Saint Demon Gate. He was extremely furious about this matter, but even if his fiery anger reached the sky, he could only hide it inside, for he was aware that the current Nine Saint Demon Gate could not oppose the Ancient Kingdom. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's Heavenly Grotto. Contrary to Qi Yun, Li Qiye narrowed his eyes, then chortled and said, "They should be thanking the heavens when I haven't trampled their grotto, yet they are hiding my enemies. Good, today I want to see the strength of the Ancient Kingdom. Come, we will go to the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's grotto." Qi Yun then startlingly replied, This is the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Ah. So what? Mess with me, even if it is the high heavens, I will still crush it. Li Qiye, in his calm and leisure demeanor, said with a smile. Qi Yun's body jumped with a panicked heart because of this little ancestor who did not care for the law and nature of the heavens. Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. This is a giant of the Grand Middle Territory. How many people could actually provoke it? But from the mouth of this little ancestor, it seemed that it was only a trivial tiny sect. He also clearly understood that this little ancestor did not care for anything or put any enemies in his eyes. He truly believed that, with his presence, invincibility was achieved. Such a great matter like this, why not ask for His Highness to come? Qi Yun hesitatingly answered. As a supreme elder, he could not mirror this bold and reckless behavior of the little ancestor. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled. Only a small matter, it is not enough to reach the apex. It is enough to tell Demon King Luan Ri after he arrives. But, Qi Yun's expression immediately became painful. Attacking the heavenly grotto of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, wasn't this wanting to take what is remaining of his old life? Qi Yun still wished to persuade Li Qiye, hoping to dispel this notion of attacking the Ancient Kingdom from his mind, but Li Shuangyan secretly shook her head towards him. There was no one here who knew Li Qiye better than her. Since the Ancient Kingdom provoked him, he absolutely could not let it go this easily. Qi Yun's persuasion would only displease him. Elder Yun, you don't need to take action for this matter. Since you have some reservations, I will only take my people along. Li Qie stared at Qi Yun as he said. Qi Yun then bit his teeth before he ultimately said, "I will come with young noble Li along with the elders and sectional leaders." At this point, Qi Yun made his decision. His nine-saint demon gate was a stern ally of Li Qie. When they suffered an attack, Li Qie bailed them out. Currently, since Li Qie wanted to attack the ancient kingdom's grotto, if he didn't bring experts along to assist, then it would be too unreasonable. It would greatly influence the relationship of both sides. Qi Yun was clear that provoking a monstrous existence like the ancient kingdom was a great matter, but they had to stand on the same camp as Li Qie. "Good, we shall go." Li Qie was pleasantly pleased with Qi Yun's decision, so he gently nodded his head. Qi Yun became serious. As a supreme elder, he was an experienced man. Once the choice was made, he was very decisive and took thunderous actions. He immediately mobilized the elders, protectors, and sectional leaders inside ancient Sky City, but not the ordinary disciples. Against a monster like the ancient kingdom, ordinary disciples would only go to seek their deaths. It was better to use only the elites and most powerful team to meet the enemy. This grotto from today on will belong to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. "You all watch over it for me for a bit." Before leaving, Li Qie said such a sentence. He immediately occupied the Heavenly God Sect's grotto for his own, and the group of Qi Yun was not in a position to compete for the grotto's ownership, so they also agreed. When Li Qie, along with his group, marched towards the ancient kingdom's area, many people were scared stupid. All of the grand sects and powerful countries assumed that this matter was over when the Nine-Saint Demon Gate defeated the Heavenly God Sect. It was already a great victory when the Nine-Saint Demon Gate occupied the grotto and the Heavenly God Sect had to flee. However, within just one day, Li Qie brought people to embark on another journey which caused many men to become dumbfounded. Crazy! Hearing that Li Qie wanted to attack the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's Heavenly Grotto, many sect masters and royal lords of great powers all widened their eyes. Only a fool would attack the ancient kingdom's grotto. This was a direct declaration of war. Declaring war meant that countless royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even ancient saints of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom would be involved. Maybe even the reclusive Heavenly Sovereign and Heavenly Kings would also take action. It was truly self-destruction to declare war against the ancient kingdom. Chapter 205. Attacking the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's Heavenly Grotto, 1. Assaulting the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's Grotto. Hearing this news, countless people were stunned, including sect masters and temple lords. Even the undying old men living in seclusion all rolled their eyes after hearing such news. This signified the start of a war against the ancient kingdom, and everyone in the Grand Middle Territory knew the result of such a matter: sect annihilation. At the Grand Middle Territory, there were very few heritages that were able to really compete with the ancient kingdom. One sect with two emperors in any era would be extremely frightening. Moreover, there was no sign of decline for the ancient kingdom in contemporary times. Thus they could be described as the sun during the high noon. In fact, there were ancient sects and hidden schools who suffered losses to the ancient kingdom. Some great sects and countries were destroyed by the ancient kingdom as well, but all of these factions could not do anything about it even if they wanted to take revenge. Bearing these grievances inside their stomach was the only option. Reality was cruel. Opposing the ancient kingdom could only end badly and would often result in sect destruction. No one could escape from this fate once they decided to ignite a war against the ancient kingdom. And so, upon hearing that Li Qie was leading a group to attack the ancient kingdom, many people became dumbfounded for a while. No matter the cultivation, even if one was a powerful heavenly king, they still wouldn't declare war recklessly against the ancient kingdom. However, this junior of 15 to 16 years of age was arrogant enough to challenge the ancient kingdom's prestige, leaving many grand characters in silence for a long time. As for the younger generation, they had different reactions and thoughts to this news. For young King Nantian, sitting high in his ancient chamber, his eyes coalesced after hearing such news. His royal aura was suddenly mixed with his blood energy, creating an encompassing sea of blood with vermilion birds flying straight to the sky that had the potential to incinerate all of the 9 worlds. Glinting with terrifying light in his eyes, young King Nantian slowly exclaimed, "It is a shame that I cannot personally kill this kid." Li Qie killing Nantian Hao, who was the cousin of young King Nantian. This was an unforgivable vengeance to the Nantian clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. This kid is indeed a bit devilish. In my opinion, He is surely cultivating some incredible physique law. An old man from the southern heavenly kingdom stated. However, Tinger, you are blessed with a saint wheel aptitude. Your life law is unbeatable. One strike slashes the stars and another assaults the sky itself. If this kid doesn't have an emperor's possession, you only need 3 or 5 moves to kill him. Young King Nantion was a saint wheel aptitude. In the world, many people believed that the fate palace and physique were more important than the quality of one's life wheel. However, this was not the case. If cultivated properly, a life wheel was extremely terrorizing. The better the life wheel, the more powerful one's energy will become, and they will have more powerful attacks. With his saint wheel, young King Nantion's blood energy was much more formidable than others of the same generation. He cultivated a peerless longevity law. One could say that his blood energy was endless. Other people could cultivate for 1 day to refine 1 drop of longevity blood, but he could refine 10 drops or more in just 1 day. Therefore, the saint wheel combined with a peerless longevity law meant that his offensive power was extremely disheartening. He could kill without using life treasures. A single leaf or dried grass in his hands would all be powerful weapons. The more ordinary merit laws under his utilization would have 10 times the normal amount of power, or perhaps even more. One strike slashed the stars and another assaulted the sky itself. This was not only a legend, but a fact. With a serious gaze, young King Nantion eventually coolly spoke. Humph, Emperor's possession. When necessary, we can also summon an Emperor's possession. The cleansing incense ancient sect isn't the only thing in this world that has an Emperor's possession. Inside the Jewel Pillar Sacred School's heavenly grotto, Jewel Pillar Saint Child was also emotionally moved by such news. As someone who hid his skills, he was much more low-key than the other prodigies. Plus, he already fought against Li Qie with his grand completion king physique. He was very suspicious that Li Qie was cultivating a supreme immortal physique. After hearing such news, his eyes were glimmering with an unknown light, not letting people know what he was thinking. If the cleansing incense ancient sect truly has the hell-suppressing godly physique, one of the supreme physiques, then perhaps the cleansing incense ancient sect will be our target in the future. Behind him, an old man spoke in a muffled voice. Jewel Pillar Saint Child was a natural-born sacred mountain physique, one of the 2 king physiques within the hell-suppressing godly physique. With his grand completion, the foundation of his physique was extremely solid. He kept a low profile in order to advance to the saint physique. Each of his steps were to lay a fortified foundation for his physique. Even a grand completion saint physique would not satisfy him in the future. His aim was for a grand completion immortal physique. And that would be the hell-suppressing godly physique, the most powerful and invincible physique. Simply thinking about it gave Jewel Pillar Saint Child hopes and aspiration. He was completely confident, but his heart sank when it came to the hell-suppressing godly physique. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School was indeed the sect with the highest amount of physique laws in the Grand Middle Territory, and even in the entire mortal emperor world. His school even had immortal physique laws. They have a hell-suppressing manual, which was a way to cultivate the hell-suppressing godly physique. But unfortunately, this was an incomplete manual. This was the reason why Jewel Pillar Saint Child cultivated a king physique law at the start, even though he was a natural-born king physique. If it was another disciple from a different sect with a natural-born king physique, they would cultivate a saint physique law from the start because this was the easier method to achieve a grand completion saint physique. Li Xueqi was such a case. She was a natural-born king physique, thus she cultivated a saint physique law from the beginning. Jewel Pillar Saint Child's goal was the hell-suppressing godly physique, but with only an incomplete manual, he could only start from a king physique law to, step by step, improve from a king physique to a saint physique before finally reaching an immortal physique. No one would dare to cultivate an incomplete law, and thus, he focused on creating a solid foundation, instead, while he slowly and steadily built his physique. This was the only way for him to not suffer chi deviation when cultivating an incomplete law in the future. And so, when he was thinking about how Li Qie was likely to own the supreme immortal physique law of the hell-suppressing branch, how could his heart not be moved? After their battle, he was sure that Li Qie was indeed within the family of the hell-suppressing physiques. However, he was not certain as to whether Li Qie was cultivating an immortal or saint physique law, but there was a slight inclination towards the former. The hell-suppressing godly physique, and a complete version on top of that. How could Bao Zhu not be excited? This was the thing he had always dreamt about. If he could cultivate such a law, then he definitely could reach grand completion immortal physique in the future. Grand completion immortal physique. This meant obtaining invincibility. His heart began to burn vigorously with these desires. Nevertheless, he did not lose his calmness and was not in a rush to immediately seize the immortal physique law from Xueqi. When the time was right and with the utmost confidence for success, he will strike. Outside of ancient Sky City, on top of a solitary peak, the descendant of the sword god Sacred Ground by Genjin was embracing her sword while sitting on the ground in complete silence during the night sky, completely assimilating herself into the darkness. As the sword god's descendant, she was a maniac for the sword her whole life. Bai Genjin was just like her sword, cold and emotionless with chilling murderous intent filling the sky. Even though she had a stunning appearance, no one would notice her beauty. They were instead in dread of her monstrous killing intent. After hearing about Xueqi wanting to attack the ancient kingdom's grotto, her eyes glinted with two cold sword-like lights. Eventually, the sword lights disappeared as Bai Genjin fell into silence. For someone who used the sword to prove her Tao, and killing to enter the Tao, her cultivation was more pure and emotionless than anyone else. Her supreme sword Tao was to courageously progress on without fear, just like a treasure sword. Meet gods, slay gods. Meet devils, cut devils. However, declaring war against the ancient kingdom, this matter made her question her heart. If it was her, would she be able to declare war against the ancient kingdom? Furiously washing the world with blood no matter who the enemy was, whether gods or devils, only living for the battle. I am invincible. This was the most resolute fearless heart for a cultivator. Only with such a dauntless willpower would one be able to reach the highest peak. So after hearing such news, Bai Genjin spoke to her heart in order to contemplate about this question. In fact, Bai Genjin was not the only person thinking about this question. Many young prodigies and undying beings all wondered whether they would declare war on the ancient kingdom if they were in the same position. Ultimately, many people only lightly sighed. At least, they would choose to compromise, unlike the arrogant and lawless Xueqi who directly clashed against the ancient kingdom like this. Humph, this thing doesn't know life from death. How could a junior like him shake such a monstrous existence like the ancient kingdom? There were predecessors from the last generation who coldly sneered. In their minds, Xueqi did not know his limits. Chapter 206. Attacking the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's Heavenly Grotto, 2. Right, that kid, Li, being enemies with the Ancient Kingdom would only lead to his death. Just wait and see, today, he will not leave Ancient Sky City alive. There were some young geniuses with annoyance in their heart who repeatedly sneered and spoke. Inside Ancient Sky City, many experts from the strong powers all showed themselves after hearing such news in order to see how this entertaining endeavor would end. Although, many expected for Xueqi to fall since it would not end well by being enemies with the ancient kingdom. However, there were a few who hoped for a miracle, especially the strong powers who were previously bullied by the ancient kingdom. They naturally wanted to see the ancient kingdom suffer losses, but this chance was small enough to be ignored. The heavenly grotto of the ancient kingdom in ancient Sky City was very vast and was located at the eastern side. With a glance, one could see a giant bronze door blocking the sight of countless people. Behind the bronze door, there were pavilions in the sky with ancient floating chambers as well as towering architectures. The ancient kingdom was indeed a heritage that lasted for era after era as well as a sect with two immortal emperors. Even at ancient Sky City, where land was worth as much as gold, they still had a huge resting location. When Xueqi and the others marched in front of the ancient kingdom's location, there was a distinct difference between the nonchalant group of Xueqi and the serious expressions of the 9 Saint Demon Gates crowd, including Supreme Elder Qi Yun and the elders, protectors, and sectional leaders. Declaring war against the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom would surely result in a bloodbath where one's survival was questionable. People who followed to watch all held their breath in front of the gate. In just a moment, all of ancient Sky City became tranquil as all gazes were on the heavenly grotto of the ancient kingdom. Xueqi, standing on his tetrawar bronze chariot, was at ease. He was comfortable and carefree as if he was taking a relaxing stroll. At this time, the bronze door of the ancient kingdom was shut tight like an enormous, impregnable sacred gate, majestic and solemn, leaving no room for provocation and no toleration for impudence. On top of the bronze door were the 4 words Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, in all of its grandeur. It was capable of oppressing all mortal beings with fear. 1 sect, 2 emperors. 1 giant ancient kingdom with unfathomable true power. People couldn't imagine that only this one heavenly grotto alone would be enough to not let anyone act arrogant at this place. Go knock! Standing on the Tetrawar bronze chariot, Lichia calmly looked at the bronze plaque on top of the bronze door and said with a casual expression. Affirmative. Niofan grinned from excitement. He was completely confident in Lichia, for he knew that there was nothing in the 9 worlds and 10 earths, nor the 6 Tao and 8 Desolaces, that could withstand the divine power of Lichia. Just thinking about attacking the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom left him elated. Of course, when Lichia said to knock, it was not such a courteous action. He absolutely wanted to ram down this gate till it collapsed. But right when Niofan wanted to destroy this bronze door, the heavy bronze door opened and a group of people came out from the inside. With an undulating azure energy and aura, the cultivators inside were all experts of the ancient kingdom. The old man leading the group was even more unfathomable, as he had a stout figure like a golden mountain and jade pillar. He was adorned with a 4-claws dragon robe and a treasure crown as a brilliance surrounded his entire body. Each step of his carried an endless saint aura that was capable of sweeping through all people in front of him. Qingxian Yuanshan, seeing this old man step out, one person murmured, the older cousin of Qingxian Yuanhe. He was a former guard of mortal king Qingxian. This old man, Qingxian Yuanshan, brought along a group of royal nobles and arrogantly looked down at everyone. Well done, Qi Yun, your 9 saint demon gate truly ate the tiger heart and leopard guts. Not only did you kill my cousin, but you also dare to announce attacking my ancient kingdom's mansion. Just wait for your sex annihilation. Qingxian Yuanshan stared at Qi Yun and said with a harsh disdain. Who is right and wrong? Your ancient kingdom knows clearly more than anyone. Even when facing the ancient kingdom, Supreme Elder Qi Yun still didn't want to act weak and lower his prestige. Thus he said drily. Both of Qingxian Yuanshan's eyes widened, revealing an oppressive ray as he harshly spoke. Who is right and wrong? Killing my ancient kingdom's disciples. This is a capital offense worthy of 9 familials extermination. Qi Yun, if you surrender now, perhaps it will save your 9 saint demon gate from a sect annihilation. Otherwise, I will destroy your azure mysterious ancient kingdom. At this point, Li Qie lazily interrupted Qingxian Yuanshan. He provocatively winked as he looked at the group of Qingxian Yuanshan and inattentively continued. Don't act so prestigious without being able to back it up. Only an azure mysterious ancient kingdom. So what? I'll borrow your words. Today, if you kneel down and cut off one hand, then maybe I will spare your ancient kingdom once. Otherwise, I will completely trample this place today. Li Qie's words immediately sparked many questionable gazes from the sect masters and temple lords. This was not their first time seeing Li Qie's ego, but to say that he wanted to annihilate them right outside of their gate, this was truly smugness to the point of causing chaos. Having heard Li Qie, Qingxian Yuanshan's countenance turned pale from being livid as his body was shivering. All of the royal nobles next to him were also glaring at each other. Little beast, all of you accept your deaths. Taste the anger of an ancient kingdom. Qingxian Yuanshan shouted while reaching out his hands to reveal an emperor's decree. Boom! After a loud boom, an emperor's decree appeared with the word deter. Countless experts shivered the moment the strands of emperor's power came pouring out. Bang! 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 Many various crisp sounds appear as this emperor's aura rushed outside all the way to the sky, turning into a giant palm that blocked the sun as it headed straight towards the group of Li Qie. This giant approaching hand was just like an immortal emperor's hand. Many 9 Saint Demon Gate experts could not handle such an imperial aura, and thus, they shivered in fear as their knees became soft. Open! With a loud roar, Li Qie was still calmly standing on the chariot without batting even an eyelid. No need for further commands. Niofan leapt to the forefront and turned into a snail, bigger than even a sacred mountain, to block the front. Waves and waves of true solutions, like the heavenly rivers, poured down to stop this giant hand. Bang! 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 However, as this giant hand began to clench together, the giant snail also became smaller as it was having a hard time withstanding the emperor's power. Godly solution to open the heavens. Niofan no longer hid his strength and crazily roared. He channeled all of his true solution power explosively. In just a flash, these divine true solutions intertwined together to turn into its original form. In just a blink of an eye, there was a stalwart gigantic image inside. This shadow stepped forward. It was capable of walking alongside the heavens and sitting down equally with even god kings. It could still hold the heaven and earth in contempt even in the presence of an immortal emperor. Strands of true solution surrounded this shadow. The most profound true solution was able to communicate with the heaven and earth and channel the original power. Each strand of true solution contained an absolute power no less than the strands of emperor's power. At this time, this arrogant shadow stretched out its hand, that was capable of shouldering the sky, to resist the incoming giant hand. Boom! The two hands collided, freezing the heaven and earth as the celestials began to fall down. Countless cultivators were suppressed down to the ground by the explosion of the invincible auras sweeping by. No matter if one was a royal noble or an enlightened being, all were ants under this force. Both the emperor's power and the arrogant gigantic shadow disappeared after the collision. The gigantic snail, like a huge millstone, was jarred flying away while Qing Xian Yuanshan, who was holding the emperor's decree, had to take a few thumping steps back. Such a scene robbed everyone of their colors, no matter if they were a previous generation ancient saint or sect masters and royal lords. They were in dismay at an existence capable of stopping the emperor's power. The royal nobles right behind Qing Xian Yuanshan were even more shocked. In their minds, not even gods and devils could stop their immortal emperor's decree. But today, someone managed to block it. Feels good, this is the real power of the true solutions. Niufen quickly rushed back right after. The snail shell of his true body could be said to be the hardest thing in the world. It was not so easy to break it. Niufen was excited beyond words. This was the real power of a true god. The power of a true god can stop the emperor's power. How could he not be excited as his clan possessed an invincible divine power? After Qing Xian Yuanshan regained his stability, he coldly stared at Niufen and finally spoke slowly. Heavenly Ancestral Calamity Snail. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect still has such a thing. Heavenly Ancestral Calamity Snail. There were very few people who had ever heard of such a name. In fact, even the previous generations still wouldn't know what it was. Heavenly Ancestral Calamity Snail, the turtle monarch from the Flying Dragon Lake, who was watching in the far distance, exclaimed in horror having hearing such a name. An existence in the legends. It is stated that the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's divine beast protector was a heavenly ancestral calamity snail, and the world called it the Calamity God. According to the legends, during the era of immortal Emperor Min Ren, outside of immortal Emperor Min Ren, no one could stop him. Everyone lost their colors in astonishment after hearing the old turtle monarch's words. Calamity God, a generation in this world that dared to be referred to as God. How frightening was this? Even though no one had heard of true gods in this world, but anything daring to have the title of God was absolutely monstrous. Could this be the divine beast protector of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? After hearing this, a sect master couldn't help but hastily take several steps back. Many previous generation characters had heard of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's divine beast protector. It was an invincible existence. True invincibility. Even Qi Yun was completely aghast. The Nine Saint Demon Gate used to be a subsidiary of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. How could he have not heard of the divine beast protector? Even the Nine Saint Demon Gate's progenitor was one generation below the Calamity God even when he was alive. This is impossible. When the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect lost that year, their divine beast protector did not appear. Rumors has it that it had died from old age 50,000 years ago. A royal lord who knew about the battle 30,000 years ago couldn't help not murmur. Chapter 207. True Invincibility. 1. The Calamity God is no longer in this world. At this point, Qing Xian Yuanshan stared at Niufen and spoke with a deep tone. Who are you? After knowing the origin of Niufen, even a royal member of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom like himself was shocked. If the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's divine beast protector was still alive, then the Heavenly God sect wasn't anything worth mentioning. Just the Calamity God alone was enough to destroy all of the Heavenly God sect. If the Calamity God was still alive, then even if the Heavenly God sect was 10 times braver, they still wouldn't dare to attack the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Even though the Heavenly God sect's ancestor claimed to be invincible in this generation, he was not on the same level compared to the Calamity God. A person referred to as a true god. What kind of frightening and invincible existence was this? When the Calamity God was still in this world, even the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom wouldn't dare to provoke the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Who am I? In response to Qing Xian Yuanshan's question, Niufen's eyes were hanging at the end of his tentacles as he smiled and said, I am nothing but my young noble's mount. Just a little character, not enough to reach any apex. Niu Fan's words made other people become emotional. The turtle monarch also felt that this was unbelievable as he murmured. This is impossible. That year, even immortal Emperor Min Ran did not have a heavenly ancestral snail as a mount. Legends has it that, with the blood of the true god, they are one of the most powerful existences in this world. They definitely will not become mounts for others. Having said that, the old turtle monarch was shaken as his eyes, as big as beans, widened and stared at Li Qie in disbelief. Having a heavenly ancestral snail as a mount, this was a miracle. To have one willingly become a mount, how unfathomable was this? Humph. Qingxian Yuanshan coldly snorted and said, "This is not the era of the calamity god. What could one heavenly ancestral snail do? Come and meet your death." Finished speaking, the emperor's decree in his hand once again opened. Niu Fan initially wanted to rush out, but Li Qie smilingly shook his head and stated, "You haven't reached the 18th solution, so you still can't withstand immortal emperor's intents. Stand down." Niu Fan, without saying another word, immediately retreated to the back of Li Qie. At the same time, the emperor's decree ignited into a flame and turned into ashes, leaving behind only the word deter. In a flash, the whole word deter turned into nothingness as all of its emperor's power, without any reservation, poured out like a rolling divine spring. In this very second, a shadow appeared, encompassing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A generation of invincibility since the ancient times. Immortal Emperor's intent. All of ancient Sky City shook in this instant as if there was an immortal emperor standing on top of the city, encompassing all beings in this heaven and earth. Suddenly, countless cultivators prostrated on the ground inside the city. An immortal emperor's intent was not something they were able to resist. Facing this shadow of the immortal emperor's intent, even the group of Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao sank their expressions. Supreme Elder Qi Yun's legs were trembling and becoming weak. He was almost kneeling on the ground. Boom! At this time, this shadow's hand rushed forward. It was as if the entire universe was within the palm of this hand. Enlightened beings and ancient saints were smaller than even insects. They were not enough to reach the apex. Scram! Facing the approaching gigantic hand, Li Qie slightly narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Nay." The bronze horses thunderously roared and pulled the chariot up to the sky as their hooves ruthlessly trampled on this shadow's face. This scene shocked everyone. This was an immortal emperor's intent. Even if he was no longer in this world, his intent was still irresistible. Today, there was someone actually riding the horses to trample on the face of the immortal emperor's intent. This was truly not putting this immortal emperor in his sights. Bang! The hand of the shadow blocked the kicks from the hooves of the horses and then closed, trapping Li Qie and the Tetrawar bronze chariot inside. Along with the immortal intent, the emperor's power, like the waterfall from the heavens, poured down with the intention of refining Li Qie. You don't know your own strength, you're courting your own death. Seeing Li Qie trapped in the giant hand, Qingxian Yuanshan coldly sneered. Scram! Li Qie didn't even bat an eyelid as he exclaimed, "Qingxian, you might do if you are still in this world, but just a group of intents still dare to block my chariot?" The moment his words left his mouth, growl, a loud tiger's roar resonated in the air as a white tiger suddenly leaped out. The Tetrawar bronze chariot. A coiling dragon was carved on its right and a divine phoenix was carved on the left. In the front was a qilin and the back was a white tiger. At this time, the white tiger rushed out from the chariot and its claw tore through the sky straight towards the giant hand. XSH. A tearing sound echoed throughout the heaven and earth. An unimaginable scene happened as the white tiger jumped into the sky and ripped through everything in its path. The sky and the immortal emperor's intent could not stop the tearing of the white tiger's claw. Fuff! The space-time fabric became unstable for a moment before the immortal emperor's intent disappeared along with the white tiger. Only Li Qie alone stood on top of the Tetrawar bronze chariot up high in the horizon. At this second, everyone had the illusion that the bronze chariot belonged to the Lord of the 9 Worlds. It would be greeted by the immortal emperors and avoided by the gods. At this time, the bronze chariot up in the horizon was an untouchable and supreme existence. It's only a wisp of immortal Emperor Qingshuan's intent, yet you still dare to block my chariot. Standing on top of the bronze chariot, Li Qie, being calm and collected, slowly looked at Qingxian Yuanshan and said, "Take out your ancestors' immortal emperor weapons." These words sounded arrogant and crazy, but at this time, everyone was stunned. The unstoppable immortal emperor's intent was torn apart by a white tiger today. This was simply inconceivable. Of course, the world did not know that this Tetrawar bronze chariot was an unparalleled item. It followed Li Qie across numerous battles, defeating the heavens above and punishing hell below. It fought against the gods and slayed god-kings, virtuous paragon. Even living immortal emperors still had to personally greet it whenever the Tetrawar bronze chariot appeared. Immortal Emperor Qianlong and Immortal Emperor Xueqi both personally paid their respects to the Tetrawar bronze chariot before. Even though Immortal Emperor Qingxian was invincible, but with just the Immortal Emperor's intent left behind by him, it could not stop the supreme carriage of Li Qie. The legend is true. At this point, Qingxian Yuanshan quickly took several steps back as his expression constantly changed. This bronze chariot had fallen into their hands before. That year, when they possessed this chariot, there was a legend that this chariot was comparable to an immortal emperor's life treasure. Some rumors even stated that the profoundness and mysteries of this bronze chariot were right behind an immortal emperor's true treasure. The elders of the ancient kingdom had researched this bronze chariot but failed to see through its mysteries. Ultimately, they bestowed it to Qingxian Yuanshan. At this moment, if these elders found out, they would be crazily regretting giving something equivalent to an immortal emperor's life treasure, the once supreme treasure of the cleansing incense ancient sect, to someone else. Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. What about it? At this time, Li Qie glanced at Qingxian Yuanshan and emotionlessly spoke. Kill! Qingxian Yuanshan was very decisive as he shouted. He immediately took out a divine saber and slashed straight forward towards Li Qie's head. He wanted to surprise and kill Li Qie in a flash in order to take back the Tetrawar bronze chariot. Boom! The bronze horses jumped into the sky and stomped down with their hooves. The divine saber immediately got kicked flying away and the sneak-attacking Qingxian Yuanshan couldn't dodge in time. His chest was stomped by the hooves of the horses, resulting in him flying away while spewing out blood. Seeking death. You want to sneak attack my young noble? Niufen roared and turned into a giant snail to fly past like a rainbow. Bang, bang, bang. The wounded Qingxian Yuanshan wanted to stop Niufen, but he was not able to. After waves and waves of pressure from Niufen, his blood crazily spurted out as his bones were broken. As the broken bone noises appeared, no one knew how many bones were completely crushed by this giant snail. Niufen's giant hand then caught the mortally wounded and immobilized Qingxian Yuanshan in his hand, and retreated to Li Qie's side in a split second. Everything happened so quickly that it caused everyone's eyes to be blurry. Someone as powerful as Qingxian Yuanshan suddenly became a prisoner. This was such might. It created a total muddled mess of the situation. Young noble, what to do with him? Niufen asked Li Qie after catching Qingxian Yuanshan. Kill. Li Qie didn't bother to glance at Qingxian Yuanshan. In his eyes, the guy was no different than a dead person. You dare. Many named heroes and royal nobles from the ancient kingdom were both angry and frightened. They were afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. They wanted to charge fearlessly, but they didn't dare to. Of course I dare, he's still not an immortal emperor. Kill. Li Qie smilingly said. Boom. In this very moment, there was an endless divine light that emanated from the heavenly grotto of the ancient kingdom. It illuminated the entire grotto and, in just a moment, it spread across all of ancient Sky City. Everyone's hearts jumped for they understood that a frightening existence had woken up at this very second. Inside the divine light within the ancient kingdom's grotto was a floating ancient coffin. Drowned by the divine lights, all of the ancient chambers and sacred pavilions became transparent, revealing the ancient coffin swimming in the light. Ancestor, save me! Qingxian Yuanshan was immediately ecstatic to see this ancient coffin. Seeing this ancient coffin, everyone was in horror. The group of Qi Yun was deathly pale. They knew that the ancient coffin buried a terrifying existence. I'm afraid this might be one of the 9 ancestors of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. At this time, many royal lords and sect masters inside ancient Sky City lost their minds. The legendary 9 ancestors of the ancient kingdom were indeed frightful existences. Let him go and hand over the Tetrawar bronze chariot, then commit suicide in front of the gate. Then, I might spare your cleansing incense ancient sect. An ancient and coarse voice came from the ancient coffin. Even though this voice was decrepit, it carried an irrefutable authority. Momentarily, many grand characters didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It didn't matter that the person inside the coffin was near death. He was still extremely daunting. Such an existence could destroy the heaven and earth with one hand. Only a dying old devil. Li Qie calmly looked at the ancient coffin and continued. Kill Qing Xian Yuan Shan, I also want to see if this devil will climb out from his coffin or not. Yes. Niufen excitedly constricted his fist. A miserable awe rang in the air with the sounds of broken bones heard by many people. Chapter 208. True Invincibility. 2. Little Demon, accept your death. Immediately enraged, the person inside the ancient coffin summoned a treasure. Boom! At this moment, the heaven and earth turned pale as the celestials plummeted. A myriad of Tao were screaming as the heavens will retreated. A treasure flew out, causing numerous people to kneel on the ground. Thunders cracked down in the air, but ancient Sky City's countless universal laws protected the city with the lingering fear that this invincible treasure would create a crater in this area. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. A pale person emphatically screamed. The moment this treasure appeared, endless rolling Emperor's power and immortal intent surged. Not only ancient Sky City, but countless characters in the Grand Middle Territory felt this vast torrential power. Who is using an immortal Emperor Life Treasure? At this moment, countless eyes were looking towards ancient Sky City's direction. In the blink of an eye, the power of the Grand Tao in this world was sucked out as the essence of the heaven and earth all supported this immortal Emperor's life treasure. The immortal Emperor Life Treasure was just like the arrival of an immortal emperor. It was not something that an emperor's possession or an emperor's decree could compare with. It is over. At this point, the group of Qi Yun turned so pale that they were as white as sheets of paper. They would definitely become annihilated once this life treasure struck down. Even Niu Fan's expression greatly sank as he was in a daze. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. At this moment, Li Qie, standing on top of the Tetrawar bronze chariot, narrowed his eyes. Bang! A loud explosion directly pounded on ancient Sky City. In this very second, Li Qie did not take action, and neither did Niu Fan. Suddenly, in a corner of ancient Sky City, there was a withered hand reaching out. This hand came from above, encompassing even the soaring immortal Emperor Life Treasure. Bang bang bang. Countless clear sounds resounded as all of ancient Sky City shook like it was the end of the world. Who knew how many people lost their minds from fear inside the city? As the hand slowly pushed down, both the immortal Emperor Life Treasure and the ancient coffin were both completely suppressed. Inside the heavenly grotto of the ancient kingdom, ancient chambers and jade pavilions collapsed one after another as the earth itself was sinking. Bang! Finally, after a deafening explosion, everyone witnessed a shocking scene. The ancient coffin and the immortal Emperor Life Treasure were pressed into the ground, below the mud, along with the collapsing buildings. In a flash, this large crater was completely buried. Everyone froze with their mouths wide open. They were unable to close them for a long time. Noisy! After burying the ancient coffin and the immortal Emperor Life Treasure, the hand disappeared as a voice slowly descended from the sky. After hearing this voice, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojia were stunned as their minds quaked. It was because they had heard of this voice before. The old ghost. The voice of the old ghost from the small shop. Only they knew, at this time, that the old ghost was the one who took action. With just one action, he shocked everyone. With just one hand, he easily suppressed an immortal Emperor Life Treasure underground. Even though he couldn't destroy the immortal Emperor Life Treasure, but to directly trap it underground, one could only imagine how terrifying this old ghost was. At this moment, they finally understood the old ghost's disastrous power and why their young noble wanted the old ghost to owe him a favor. They then stared at their young noble, but Li Qie was still calmly standing on top of the Tetrawar bronze chariot as if everything was within his expectations. The spectators, with their mouths open, still haven't closed them for their souls have not yet returned. This was an immortal Emperor Life Treasure yet it was pressured by a person with just his bare hand. This was too illogical. After a while, the confused crowd finally came back and rubbed their eyes. After seeing the collapsed buildings of the ancient kingdom, they knew that this was not a dream. Who? It took a long time before people began to think about the question revolving in their minds. Enlightened beings, ancient saints, and even the hidden undying old men who came into being didn't dare to make a single noise. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing the unparalleled giant sleeping in ancient Sky City. One hand dominating over an immortal Emperor Life Treasure. One had to know that this emperor's weapon was unleashed by one of the ancient kingdom's 9 ancestors. This was an extremely terrifying blow. If it was unleashed on top of the Grand Middle Territory, it would be able to sink a massive amount of land. However, this immortal emperor life treasure attack that was capable of killing the gods and decapitating the devils was subdued into the ground by one hand, and the ancestor's fate inside the coffin was unknown as well. At this moment, all great characters, sect masters, sacred lords, mortal kings, they all stopped breathing inside ancient Sky City, not daring to make any loud noises out of fear of the unparalleled giant in the city. Just this one word, noisy, was as heavy as millions of Gene. This word alone was enough to show the attitude of this sleeping giant. At this time, countless people were only glancing at each other and didn't dare to discuss. This event might just be the most tranquil moment of ancient Sky City within the last 10,000 years. One could even hear the sound of a needle dropping within this huge city. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom was extremely unlucky. Its immortal emperor life treasure woke up a sleeping unparalleled giant, so its treasure and ancestor were both pressed into the ground. An immortal emperor life treasure does not mean invincibility. Even an immortal emperor true treasure is not necessarily invincible. In the end, Li Qie, standing on top of the bronze chariot, lazily spoke. Li Qie, being the first to talk again, finally relieved everyone. They began to breathe again while remaining extremely cautious. No matter who it was, they were all afraid of waking the sleeping giant. At this time, Li Qie controlled the bronze chariot and slowly entered the ancient kingdom's mansion. The group of Qi Yun also calmed down and quickly followed Li Qie. The mansion inside the ancient kingdom's heavenly grotto was much larger than it seemed from the outside. This was a naturally formed heavenly grotto. There were not only ancient chambers and heavenly pavilions everywhere, but there were also curving mountain ranges. There were still many ancient kingdom disciples, including royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even ancient saints, presiding inside. This was the power of a sect with 2 emperors. Compared to great sects and countries, it was hard for them to have ancient saints during the difficult Tao era, but the ancient kingdom was able to send ancient saints out to protect the field. Although there were powerful enlightened beings and ancient saints in the grotto, but at this time, they could only watch Li Qie bring the others inside. Even ancient saints at the level of Grand Saint would not easily take action. The hand from earlier that suppressed their ancestor and immortal emperor life treasure had completely shattered their morale. Even the powerful ancient saints had dread and fear in their minds as they trembled and didn't dare to make any loud noises, afraid of waking up the unparalleled giant one more time. Li Qie entered this grotto as if he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard, completely relaxed and comfortable. At this juncture, the hatred of many royal nobles of the ancient kingdom towards Li Qie permeated deep in their bones, but they didn't dare to do anything. Eventually, an old man quickly welcomed Li Qie as he bowed down while clasping his fists together and busily said, "This person must be young noble Li. This matter only began with a few people of the younger generation who didn't know any better. This was why we have this kind of conflict." Younger generation not knowing any better? From arrogance to respect, seeing the sudden change in the ancient kingdom's attitude caused Li Qie to burst out in laughter as he said, "Then the old man lying in that coffin is also a junior of your Azure mysterious ancient kingdom?" Li Qie's words immediately changed this old man's expression, but he managed to settle down his anger. Today, the situation was disadvantageous for their ancient kingdom. Their ancestors' fate was still unknown after being pressed underground. At this second, even if they couldn't endure this humiliation any longer, they still had to bite their teeth and swallow this animosity. "This time my Azure mysterious ancient kingdom has offended." The old man was an experienced character and had witnessed countless waves and winds. In this key moment, he took a deep breath and bowed to say, "This time, my Azure mysterious ancient kingdom is willing to pay for all of the damages. As long as young noble Li says the word, we will absolutely agree." The old man truly was a character capable of accomplishing great tasks with his swift decisiveness. Even though this was hard to swallow, he still bit his teeth to accept that it was their fault. To them, at this time, nothing was more important than digging out their ancestor, so the old man had no other choice but to acquiesce. "Young noble, even while killing, we should still spare someone a living path." Seeing an original elder of the ancient kingdom accept their defeat, Qi Yun couldn't help but gently speak. However, only half of the sentence came out. It was not his place to say more. In this situation, Li Qie had the final say. Li Qie glanced at Qi Yun without saying anything. Li Qiye understood that the Nine-Saint Demon Gate did not want to wage war against the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. They had not yet appeased the War God Temple. Without its absolute support, the Nine-Saint Demon Gate truly did not have the courage to wage war against the Ancient Kingdom. Against my enemies, I had always behead all of them. Li Qiye then stared at the Ancient Kingdom's old man. Li Qiye's declaration shocked the old man. Their ancient kingdom had never been afraid of trouble, but under the circumstances today, they couldn't afford not to bend down unless they truly wanted to fight desperately till the end. However, it was still unknown whether their ancestor buried underground was dead or alive, and nothing was more important than taking him out. However, since the Nine-Saint Demon Gate, as the victim, is willing to let this matter go, it is not my place to say otherwise. Li Qiye subtly glanced at Qi Yun. It could be said that Li Qiye was giving Qi Yun some face, as well as the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. This was the outcome of Qi Yun and the gate truly supporting him. Qi Yun was not foolish, and he knew that Li Qiye was giving him some consideration, so he busily bowed his head. Chapter 209, Wu Clan's Descendant, 1. Young noble Li, just name a price, my Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom will not hesitate. At this moment, a second was worth many pieces of gold. The old man wished that Li Qiye would withdraw his troops, so he decisively made this ridiculous offer to quell this matter. This turmoil was a great loss to their ancient kingdom. It was to the point of spurting blood and losing teeth. However, saving their ancestor was more important. Li Qiye lightly glanced at the man and said, "Your ancient kingdom thinks too highly of yourself. If I wanted to slaughter all of you, it will be my wish, and even a mountain of gold would not be able to change my mind. Today, not slaughtering all of you is simply to give some face to the Nine-Saint Demon Gate." Yes, yes. Even though these words were offensive, the old man could only nod in agreement. Hand Dao Child Shengtian over. Finally, Li Qiye looked at him and added, "As for your compensation, talk to the Nine-Saint Demon Gate." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. Li Qiye was very excited for today's battle. He wanted to absolutely annihilate the ancient kingdom's heavenly grotto. However, since they didn't kill everyone today, it was difficult for him to be happy. Nonetheless, he still gave Qi Yun and the Nine-Saint Demon Gate some consideration. Since they did not want to wage war against the ancient kingdom, he satisfied Qi Yun's wish. Respectfully escorting Li Qiye out of the mansion was not only the ancient kingdom's old man, but also Qi Yun. The group of Li Shuangyan also left along with Li Qiye. From start to finish, Li Shuangyan did not give her opinion. She knew of her young noble's intention to massacre, but he only stopped out of consideration for the Nine-Saint Demon Gate today. Not long after they left, the one to blame for this storm, Dao Child Shengtian, was tied up by 5 immortal ropes and handed over by the ancient kingdom, leaving his fate in others' hands. Outside of Dao Child Shengtian, there were also a few escaping protectors and sectional leaders of the Heavenly God sect. All of them were tied up and brought to Li Qiye's door. Seeing Li Qiye again, Dao Child Shengtian no longer had the glory of the past. His face was deathly pale, for his fate was sealed. Take him out and behead him tomorrow. Hang their skulls on the gate so the world will know that anyone who messes with me is courting their own death. Li Qiye only spared a single glance. Then he waved his sleeve before commanding. Li Qiye, do you dare to truly fight me with your own skill or not? As he was being pushed out, Dao Child Shengtian was not willing and he coldly called out. The Li Qiye who was initially leaving stopped and stared at Dao Child Shengtian, then he smilingly replied, "Dao Child Shengtian, do you really think you are something great? A genius? How many coins are you worth? Don't show that arrogant face in front of me. You're only a loser to my maid. Do you think you are worthy of me personally killing you? Take him out and decapitate him." Finished speaking, Li Qiye turned around and left. "Surname Li, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." Dao Child Shengtian struggled to rush forward while coldly shouting, but he was stopped by the protectors of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. "With just you? Even if you become a ghost, you will still only be a cockroach beneath my feet. I would even kill true ghost immortals. A little ghost like you should wake up already." Li Qiye's voice rang from inside of the door. "No!" Dao Child Shengtian snarled with all of his grievances, but it could not change his pitiful destiny. Once the night's curtain lowered, there were many pieces of news traveling inside ancient Sky City. Countless great characters of the big powers held a secret meeting to discuss the matters. This matter, of course, was about the unparalleled giant sleeping inside ancient Sky City. This truly shocked everyone in the world. After the battle between the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong, where the heaven's will was torn apart, signaling the entry to the difficult Tao era, heavenly sovereigns were already rare. As for the more powerful heavenly kings and virtuous paragons, they were completely in seclusion to pause their blood lifespan in order to avoid this arduous era. As for the unparalleled giants comparable to the gods, they were only legends. Today, when someone suddenly suppressed the immortal emperor's life treasure along with the ancestor of the ancient kingdom, this meant that there was an extremely terrifying existence sleeping inside the city. All kinds of legends regarding ancient Sky City began to clamor overnight, as well as strange tales. Legends has it that ancient Sky City was not built during the Desolate Era, and absolutely not the Desolace Expansion Era. It was most likely built during the mythical legendary era. An extremely old cultivator who grew up in ancient Sky City stated. This living fossil continued on. According to the legends, the ancient Sky City and the heavenly ancient burial ground are closely related. During the legendary era, the heavenly ancient burial ground was an imperial burial ground for true gods after death, and the ancient Sky City was a divine city in the 9 firmaments. After the era of the true gods collapsed, the divine city fell to the earth and it became the ancient Sky City ever since. I have heard of such a legend before when I was a kid. In ancient Sky City, the living fossils who grew up in this vicinity all gathered together and secretly discussed this rumor. There is another old legend that believes the true gods are still alive. However, they are hiding in this world. Maybe, there is a sleeping true god in ancient Sky City. Thinking about the big hand, many people glanced at each other. To be able to suppress an immortal emperor's life treasure underground, it was probably the mythical gods, a once supreme true god. Ancient Sky City has withstood countless battles and gained countless visits from immortal emperors. It can remain standing till now as the oldest city in the Grand Middle Territory. This is not without reasons. I'm afraid that there really is a sleeping true god or an unparalleled giant from the legends. Many sect masters and royal lords were also secretly discussing this matter. Everyone in the city knew about this gigantic hand and the sleeping monster. However, what piqued their curiosity was the origin of this giant, whether he was a mythical true god or a paramount being from another era. There were some sects and royal clans that were discreetly searching for this giant's origin, but they didn't dare to be too boisterous out of fear of upsetting the supreme giant. That would absolutely be a sect-destroying disaster. Even though the difficult Tao era wasted 30,000 years of time for cultivators, but in the current era, the strongest beings aren't ancient saints and definitely not heavenly sovereigns. Even heavenly kings wouldn't dare claim to be invincible. An ancient saint from the last generation finally lamented. There was one undying old man who pondered for a moment before finally bemoaning. The difficult Tao era really did suppress all of us. Even heavenly sovereigns had to live in seclusion. However, this didn't mean that there weren't powerful enemies in this world. Today, it is still full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even if a virtuous paragon came into being, would he dare claim to be invincible? Above royal nobles were enlightened beings, ancient saints, heavenly sovereigns, heavenly kings, and finally virtuous paragons. Who in this world would know how many heavenly kings and virtuous paragons were halting their blood span? In just one night, countless people secretly discussed this matter, but in the end, it was all for naught. No one actually knew about the origin of this sleeping giant. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, the ones who knew that it was the old ghost, they were very curious about his origin, but they couldn't ask about it since Li Chia didn't say much. No matter where the sleeping giant came from, he had become a lingering shadow inside everyone's hearts. Even a few immortal emperor lineages carrying immortal emperor life treasures, and even true treasures didn't dare to take any action. The ancestor of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom was the perfect example of what happens when waking up this sleeping giant. Meanwhile, during the night, another piece of news quietly spread. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom withdrew during the night. Even though they were very secretive and kept a low profile during this retreat, people still found out. Some people saw many royal nobles, named heroes, and even enlightened beings along with ancient saints guarding an ancient coffin as they covertly left ancient Sky City. Many disciples also left the heavenly grotto in the inner city, only leaving behind a few as guards. Seeing a monster like the ancient kingdom having to secretly withdraw from the city, this truly stunned other people. This was a heritage with 2 emperors. They had terrifying hidden strength. But today, it was still forced to leave the city, leaving everyone aghast. Facing an unparalleled giant, even the ancient kingdom can't do anything but acquiesce. Unless they have a hibernating divine ancestor coming into being, they have no other choice. Any heritage would have to retreat in the face of such a monster. A few undying old men softly sighed. Yielding in this manner was far from shame because any sect in this situation would be forced to retreat, for they could not afford to become enemies with such an existence. Some people were secretly ecstatic seeing the ancient kingdom's restraint. Countless sects had suffered in the hands of the ancient kingdom. However, even though they were happy, they did not dare to show it. In the end, this was merely a setback. They were still a standing behemoth, and no one dared to create enmity against them. There were also many people who cared about whether the ancestor inside the coffin was dead or alive as they spied for this news. Nothing was impossible for a willing heart, and finally, there was a grand character who found out that the ancient kingdom's ancestor was still alive. This information amazed many great characters. An immortal emperor life treasure, in the end, was still an immortal emperor life treasure. It still managed to protect the ancestor inside the coffin. If it was someone else, even a virtuous paragon, from the power of that hand, they still would have been rendered into nothingness without the life treasure's protection. Chapter 210, Wu Clan's Descendant, 2. Although the ancient kingdom's ancestor was still alive, his situation was not optimistic. A secret piece of news stated that the ancient kingdom had secretly brought him into the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground to let him embark on an underworld boat as soon as possible. On the second day, another matter stirred the entire city. Dao Child Shengtian and a group of protectors, along with sectional leaders, of the heavenly god sect were decapitated. Their heads were hung outside of ancient Sky City's gate. Many people drew a deep breath after seeing these skulls hanging outside. To cultivators, matters of life and death were common. Which cultivator hadn't seen and grew up through countless bloody battles? However, this type of demonstration and declaration of war via head hanging was not common. This was a clear attack against the heavenly god sect. This little demon named Li is domineering enough. Seeing the hanging heads, even enlightened beings and ancient saints could only lamentingly sigh. They couldn't remain unconvinced any longer at the young demon who dared to hang the skull of the heavenly god sect's descendant at the gate. At this time, many people who were antagonistic towards Li Qiye could only be impressed. This little demon was too bold and arrogant. He even dared to go to war against the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, so declaring war against the heavenly god sect was not such a big deal. Looking at Dao Child Shengtian's skull that was hanging at the gate, many princes and descendants from the big powers felt chills emanating from their backs. Dao Child Shengtian was a renowned genius in the Grand Middle Territory, and very few from the younger generation could rival him. Yet this was his fate today. If this trend continued, then it might be them next. Even the group of young King Nantian and Jewel Pillar Saint Child were speechless for a long time. Young King Nantian, who had threatened to slay Li Qiye, had a cold and submerged expression right now. As for Li Qiye, the one who started this whole matter, he was inside the ancient street at this time. Today, he also only brought along Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao to the ancient street. Last time when he brought these two beauties along, countless young prodigies and geniuses did not like Li Qiye, and they even wanted to provoke him. But today, these young prodigies all felt cold in their hearts when they saw Li Qiye. Who still dared to provoke this little evil demon that dared to attack even the ancient kingdom? This person truly was a maniac. Anyone who messed with such a maniac would suffer a great misfortune. So today, as they strolled through the ancient street, no one dared to point their fingers at them. They went to the medicinal stall of old alchemist Su Xiao. The old alchemist was still selling his medicines on the ancient street, and Wu Binglan, as the Wu's descendant, was also in front of the store, preparing dangrass and spirit medicines for sale. Ah, 3 esteemed guests are back to see my small shop again? Please come in, please come in. Seeing a big spender like Li Qiye, the old alchemist's eyes became bright and immediately channeled all of his enthusiasm to greet Li Qiye. No, I am here to find your disciple. Li Qiye looked at old alchemist Su Xiao and shook his head. Haha, young noble Li, you can just talk to this old man about anything instead. When his disciple was mentioned, old alchemist Su Xiao immediately became wary. At this moment, Li Qiye was famous in ancient Sky City with a fierce reputation. Old alchemist Su Xiao also didn't want to mess with this little devil. At this time, his disciple Wu Binglan, also raised her head with her pressing spirit energy-filled gaze as if it encompassed all of the spirit energy in this world. Even Li Qia was moved when he saw these eyes. Li Qia ignored the old alchemist and spoke while looking at Wu Binglan. "Is your Wu clan's ancestral hall still there?" The old man shivered at Li Qia's question. Although the Su Xiu clan and the Wu clan used to be enemies, they became in-laws later on. At the moment, both clans were in decline, especially the Wu clan that had completely collapsed. However, as a senior, old alchemist Su Xiu still took care of the Wu clan. The Su Xiu clan knew more about the Wu clan than outsiders, so how could he not be alarmed when Li Qia brought up the Wu clan's ancestral hall? Wu Binglan stared at Li Qia for a while before she finally nodded her head gently. "After you go back, open your ancestral hall and remove your progenitor's position. Then, place this there instead." Li Qia handed the emperor's tiled seat over to Wu Binglan. Tun Ri's emperor seat. After seeing this item, old alchemist Su Xiu immediately quivered. He immediately covered his mouth and looked around to find that there was no one around. Only then did he feel relieved. Despite this, his eyes couldn't help but widen while looking at Tun Ri's emperor seat. He was feeling very shocked. As for Wu Binglan, she was even more amazed. She couldn't believe her eyes as she was staring at the emperor's seat before her. As a member of the Wu clan, she had heard about the emperor's seat before, but it had become a legend. For millions of years, no one from the Wu clan had seen this emperor's seat. This can't be. After regaining his soul, old alchemist Su Xiu gaspingly exclaimed. Wu Binglan didn't dare to believe this. She looked at Li Qia for a long time, then she quietly spoke. Isn't this yours?" Li Qia had already bought the heirloom tile of their Wu clan, so at this moment when Li Qia was not only returning the tile to her, but also the emperor's seat. This was an immortal emperor's possession. No matter who it was, they would not dare to believe such a thing. "I formed a good karmic relationship with your progenitor. I promised your ancestor to return a good fortune back to his descendants. Now, this emperor's tiled seat will return to your Wu clan." Li Qia gave the emperor's seat back to Wu Binglan. Wu Binglan, in this moment, was stunned right where she was standing and couldn't reply. This matter was both unimaginable and incredible. You went to the Earth Immortals' dragon den from the legends. You met the war god." Old alchemist Su Xiu jolted as his eyes, each as big as a green bean, glared. He had heard about the Wu clan's progenitor being buried in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. After hearing Li Qia's words, how could he not be shaken? To be able to return alive after entering a dragon den, this was such an astonishing matter. To meet an Earth immortal and return unscathed, this was a miracle. Li Qia didn't answer his question. Instead, he leisurely spoke. "Since I formed a good relationship with the Wu clan, you need to take good care of her. Otherwise, you better be careful of me destroying your Su Xiu clan in one go. My foster father is a good man. He was almost exiled from the Su Xiu clan for saving us." Wu Binglan spoke in a low voice on the side. As for old alchemist Su Xiu, he wryly smiled. "The girl's father and I used to be sworn brothers. Before her father died, I promised to take care of them. You don't need to remind me about this matter. I will do it." Finally, Li Qia left along with Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao without saying anything. After he left, the old alchemist told Wu Binglan, "We need to return, this matter cannot wait. Maybe we can even cure your strange disease." Wu Binglan helped pack up in silence. She had lost all hope before. In order to cure her, her foster father had spent all of his wealth and even used too many spirit medicines along with immortal grass from the clan. This was why he was almost kicked out. After Li Qia returned from the ancient street, Qi Yun immediately looked for him and whispered in a serious manner. "The War God Temple's people came with the coffin. They want to meet young noble." Did Demon King Luan Ri come? Li Qia didn't think much of the news. He had forgotten that it was almost time for the underworld river and underworld boats to appear. Demon King Luan Ri went to the War God Temple as assurance. Qi Yun bitterly smiled once and replied. After hearing this news, Li Qia dismissively said, "So many years has passed, yet the old men from the War God Temple are still adhering to old ideals. With regards to opening the sect to new ideas and high spirits, the War God Temple completely loses to the Heavenly Tao Academy. If these old men continue like this, sooner or later, the Heavenly Tao Academy will completely surpass them." Qi Yun was so startled by Li Qia's words, he quickly begged and said, My little ancestor, please say fewer words. What if they change their minds and we can't do this deal anymore? Although he was a supreme elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he still didn't dare to criticize the War God Temple. It is only a deal. Lichia didn't care and continued on. I can't even count how many people want me to pick an underworld boat for them, let alone just the War God Temple. Qi Yun had to close his mouth. He couldn't say anything else because, if he did, who knew what other things this little ancestor would do? He couldn't help but to bitterly smile. Anyone would have a headache meeting such a little ancestor. Finally, Qi Yun brought Li Qia into a secret chamber. Inside the chamber was a seated old man. With a cloak covering his entire head, he was dressed in all black so people could not see his true appearance. Young noble Li, this is Elder Jiang. After entering the chamber, Qi Yun introduced Li Qia. And this man revealed an unfathomable gaze, staring at Li Qia, while Li Qia simply gave a glimpse towards this mysterious old man. I have heard of your tales. This time, we are only here for the underworld boat, not to cause commotions or complications. I hope you understand this. The old man opened with a heavy tone. Li Qia looked at him with one eye and said, I am simply doing business with you, not selling myself to your War God Temple. I am free and will do whatever I want. Even if I bathe this world in blood and kill all of my enemies, this is still my matter and is none of your War God Temple's concern. The only thing that you should worry about is whether I am selecting the right boat or not. Anything else? These will be my own matters. Li Qia saying such words immediately caused cold sweat to run all over Qi Yun, who was standing next to him. Chapter 211. Underworld River Secret, 1. At this time, Qi Yun wanted to beg for this little ancestor to stop arguing. He wouldn't be able to handle the War God Temple if they became angry. The old man, with an unfathomable gaze, looked at Li Qia for a long time before finally exclaiming in a harsh manner, You kept on causing trouble everywhere. If you caused trouble in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, my War God Temple will not protect you. Li Qia was not interested and simply waved his sleeve as he said, Don't worry, I am not expecting your War God Temple to clean up my mess. We are only doing a simple transaction. If you are annoyed with me, then go on your own road and wait for me at the ferry. At that time, I will send your ancient coffin onto the boat. Such an arrogant attitude from Li Qia really made Qi Yun nervous while standing next to him. My little ancestor, this is a grand character from the War God Temple. Qi Yun felt very helpless. Even he had to be careful about every little thing when speaking to the War God Temple's elders, but Li Qia simply didn't think that it was something worth caring about. This little ancestor completely made other people lose patience. The old man stared at Li Qia and finally spoke. We will wait at the ferry for you. Do not be late. Demon King Luan Ri and the 9 Saint Demon Gate are your assurances. The underworld boat's burial was too important to the War God Temple this time. They naturally didn't want any complications. Good, we'll do it this way. Li Qia was also not too interested in being together with this group of mysterious old men. He looked at the old man sitting there and asked, Can I see your ancestor in the coffin for a little bit? No. The old man flatly refused Li Qia's request. Then he shook his head and said, The ancestor has halted his blood force for a long time and will not entertain guests. Then so be it. Your War God Temple is always rushing things. Anyway, when I give your ancestor 500 years of life, you just need to bring the items that I want to the cleansing incense ancient sect. In the end, Li Qia was too lazy to continue talking. He waved his hand then turned around to leave. Qi Yun wryly smiled and apologized towards the old man. Then he quickly sent Li Qia out. This kid is a little strange. After Li Qia left, an ancient voice appeared in the secret chamber. The old man quickly stood up and bowed to say, I am worried that this brat isn't trustworthy. In my opinion, his way of doing things is too arrogant. What if this brat picked a random boat? Isn't this detrimental to our ancestor? We'll leave it to the heavens. What else can we do? We have suffered great losses for several generations now. We might as well gamble this time. The ancient voice appeared again. Also, Demon King Luan Ri wouldn't use himself and the 9 Saint Demon Gate as assurances for fun. In the end, this old man didn't say anything else and simply sighed. This might be their last option. If they could bury someone on the right underworld boat themselves, then they wouldn't be finding outsiders. Over the following days, Li Qie focused on cultivation to fortify his warrior canopy realm. He was preparing another solid foundation for new fate palaces in the future. To cultivators, the more fate palaces one had meant that they will become more powerful in the future and could even walk on the road towards the heavens' will. For the most part, the amount of fate palaces opened had a lot to do with a cultivator's innate fate level. For example, under the same circumstances, a saint fate cultivator would open more fate palaces than a king fate cultivator. However, this was merely in principle. Opening fate palaces was more than just relying on one's innate fate talent, for there were other factors. One would be whether the Dao foundation was solid or not, whether the Dao heart was steadfast or otherwise, and if the person possessed great intelligence and wisdom. All of these factors contribute to the palace opening. In fact, since the start of time, countless saint fate cultivators at the moment when they were opening their fate palace caused their fate palaces to collapse because their Dao foundation was not fortified. There was even a chance to suffer qi deviation. There were also many prodigies that, because of their unstable Dao heart, could not handle the long and painful suffering during the palace opening. In the end, they couldn't not give up. This matter had happened numerous times since the beginning of time. Li Qie's ambition naturally was not just 3 or 5 fate palaces. His aspiration was much higher, and thus, after entering the warrior canopy realm, he once again reinforced his foundation. At this time, a misty haze surged from Li Qie's body, as if it was the world of the immortals, as it permeated the entire room. This endless haze was sometimes a dragon and other times a phoenix. Periodically, it was as vast as the sea, and occasionally, it became as imposing as the mountains. Every now and then, the haze rushed forward. And at this time inside Li Qie's fate palace, his true fate was crazily absorbing the world's essence. He borrowed the Xueqi 6 variants to form the Dao foundation, one that wanted to devour all of the energy in this world and turn it into his own in order to cleanse his Dao foundation along with strengthening his blood. At this time, his life wheel unceasingly rotated as the yin-yang sea of blood up above became even more powerful. It looked as if it had created an independent world on top of Li Qie's head, one with its own sun and moon along with their endless rise and fall cycles. What was even more shocking was that under the effect of the revolving crescent sun merit law, these vortexes of blood energy also appeared on the sun and the moon as they resonated along with the ocean of blood to refine a huge amount of longevity blood that eventually returned to the true fate. Li Qie did not select the revolving crescent sun merit law without valid reasons. It truly synergized with the longevity treasure, the yin-yang sea of blood, and exerted an unparalleled effect. Boom, boom, boom. At this point, clear explosions sounded all around Li Qie. He opened his mouth to suck in all of the haze and turned it into the most refined and purest world's essence. When all of the world's essence entered the true fate, it suddenly became blindingly bright as an endless amount of blood energy spewed out. In an instant, the Xueqi that haunted the true fate turned into a Dao foundation, into an endless sea of blood. All of a sudden, Li Qie's majestic and substantial Dao foundation, just like the sea of blood, gushed out an endless pillar-like blood energy that soared to the endless firmament inside the Fate Palace. It was as if it desired to illuminate the entire sky. There was a change that started with Li Qie's Fate Palace. The Master Palace had a white jade color flowing through it. At this point, countless Dao patterns in the palace spread out as if a complete grand Dao of the heaven and earth was imprinted within. This caused a change on the external appearance of the Fate Palace, rendering it to look like a divine palace. The endless paved Dao patterns were unfathomable. It was as if it was the culmination of the most profound mysteries in this world. After the change to the Master Palace, the Tree of Life, the Cauldron of Life, the Spring of Life, and the Pillar of Life inside the palace also underwent great changes. They became even more majestic and were filled with exuberant vitality. After consuming all of the haze, Li Qie slightly opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes became even more profound as if there was a divine fire burning in the depths. He was already a grand accomplishment first-level warrior canopy at this time. His foundation was fortified at the second level and he was completely prepared to enter the third level. Warrior canopy had 3 levels. They are from lowest to highest, in the following order: Devouring Haze, Blood Soaring the Firmament, and Resplendent Fate Palace. In reality, with the advantages of having the revolving crescent sun merit law and the Xueqi 6 variants along with the support of the yin-yang sea of blood, his cultivation would not just be at the warrior canopy realm. It could have broken through the 3 realms of purified rebirth, heaven's primal, and even soul creation to become a named hero. After all, The revolving crescent sun merit law was the rarest and most magical longevity law since the immemorial times. It allowed for others to cultivate at extreme speeds. Even a flawed version of the law would enable others to become a royal noble in just a miraculous 5 years. Even with such an advantage, Li Qie chose not to do so. He did not rush, but rather he, step by step, trained himself devilishly. Each refinement of his body and fate was to lay a solid foundation for himself in order to widen his potential in the future. Second, this allowed for him to open even more fate palaces. And third, it was to arduously temper himself in order for his physique to change. The truth was that there were many geniuses who did not focus on laying a powerful foundation in the small realms of heaven's mandate and warrior canopy. They became named heroes and royal nobles in just a few short years. In their eyes, only by becoming named heroes or royal nobles would they be able to quickly reach the enlightened being and ancient saint realms. Only then would they also become heavenly sovereigns, heavenly kings, and even the proclaimed invincible virtuous paragons. The reality was that after grooming countless invincible generations, Li Qie understood that these small realms greatly affected cultivators for the rest of their lives. If one could have a strong foundation during these small realms and cultivated them to the extreme without flaws, then in the future, they would be able to open fate palaces beyond the utmost of imaginations. In the future, when facing one's fate adversity and life reduction, one could have an easier time surpassing them with a strong foundation within these small realms. Boom! Just when Li Qie was about to stop cultivating, suddenly, there was a heavy sound that resonated within his body. At this time, his inner physique turned even brighter. Each strand of universal law paved themselves into a supreme immortal seal in order to suppress this god-fiend of the heaven and earth. Despite this, along with thunder, there was still a black energy surging inside his body. Under the suppression of the inner physique, there seemed to be a god-fiend breaking out from the earth. It was as if Li Qie's physique was sealing an evil devil that could break out at any time. Li Qie coldly scowled and used his supreme physique law to channel his inner physique in order to curb this thing that was trying to escape. Li Qie knew that this was not a devil or anything. It was the physique tribulation. Only by surpassing this physique tribulation would his hell-suppressing godly physique reach minor completion. Once at minor completion, it would become extremely terrifying. This was one of the 12 immortal physiques from Li Qie's most powerful and perfect physique law of this world. Its absolute power would definitely be able to defeat royal nobles and even enlightened beings. Chapter 212, Underworld River Secret, 2. Cultivators cannot escape two types of tribulations during their lives: life reduction and fate calamity. No one could avoid these two catastrophes, but a physique tribulation was not something any cultivator would want to face either. If one didn't cultivate a physique law, then they didn't have to undergo a physique tribulation in the future. Li Qie's minor physique tribulation was approaching, but Li Qie still suppressed it. If it was someone else, they would try to pass it as soon as possible because the physique tribulation grew in strength with the passage of time. However, Li Qie didn't take such a course of action because he groomed countless characters and understood certain dilemmas. Even though it was safer to undergo a physique tribulation early on, this would cause an unfinished removal of the physique fiend. With it remaining in the physique, it could directly affect one achieving a grand completion immortal physique in the future. As the tribulation moment was approaching, Li Qie kept on suppressing it, for there was still some time before the perfect moment. Boom! 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 Right when Li Qie took a deep breath and withdrew his merit laws, the world suddenly shook. All of ancient Sky City was trembling as if an earthquake was approaching. With a change in his expression, Li Qie instantly calculated it in his mind, causing him to be surprised as he immediately rushed outside. At this time, there were many people running outside. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, who were cultivating, also came out as everyone all looked towards the far direction. At this moment, there was a visual phenomenon appearing in the far horizon above the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. There was a heavenly river flowing down from the sky and onto the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. The heavenly underworld river descended and turned the burial ground into hell itself. At this moment, above the burial ground were requiems that caused listeners to lament in grieving sadness. In the sky above the burial ground all the way to the source of the river, there were fluttering pieces of paper money as well as ancestors in mourning clothes, burning ceremonial paper. They carried a banner as if an immortal king had fallen, or the death of a true god just occurred. Countless ancestors were sending them off. The underworld river finally came out. Everyone lost their colors from seeing such a scene. Juniors like Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao became emotional and stunned from such a scene, for it was their first time. The appearance of the underworld river also signaled the coming of the underworld boats. Sects from across the world were here for the underworld boats, and the day they were eagerly waiting for has finally arrived. Isn't the legendary underworld river located in hell? Why is it coming down from the sky? Seeing the descending river, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to ask Li Qia. At this time, all the young ones were looking over at Li Qia. If anyone could dispel their doubts, it would be their oldest brother. Watching the river flowing down from the sky, Li Qia gently shook his head and smilingly answered, "What you see is not necessarily true, and what you hear is not necessarily genuine as well. It is not a fact that you are seeing the river coming down from the sky, and it is not the truth just because you heard that it is down below the earth. Since immemorial dates, countless people have searched for the underworld river in order to find the source as well as to enter hell, but none of them returned alive. Hell being underground is only a legend." "Hell really exists in this world?" Nan Huiran curiously asked. In fact, not only were the juniors interested, but the group of Shi Gondang and Tu Buyu were curious as well. There were too many legends in this world. Countless cultivators debated whether there were ghosts and evils as well as immortals, but it was all for naught. If this world truly had devils and ghosts, then there would be the hell from the legends, but no one had ever seen the real hell since ancient times. Li Qia didn't answer Nan Huiran's question. He simply stared at the sky towards the end of the river where countless ancestors were attending the funeral. This phenomenon was very fuzzy, but it was extremely clear in Li Qia's eyes. Who are the ancestors mourning for? In the end, Li Shuangyan gently asked out of curiosity. Seeing the solemn and indistinct scene in the sky where countless ancestors were burning ceremonial paper while carrying battle banners with such sadness, Li Qia could only gently sigh in the end as he said, "No one knows, this has always been a mystery." At this very second, everyone in Ancient Sky City were watching this amazing scene in astonishment, especially the undying old men in the coffins. Underworld River finally appeared. Seeing the river floating down from the sky, countless undying old men excitedly murmured. In reality, at this very moment, countless eyes opened inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. It didn't matter whether it was the feng shui treasure earth or earth immortal dragon veins. Every pair of opening eyes flashed terrifying bloody rays outward. Inside the dragon dens, there were even invincible existences with eyes like oceans of blood, gazing towards the end of the underworld river as if they wanted to see the truth behind this vision. The appearance of the underworld river was enough to excite both the living and the dead inside the burial ground. By being buried at a feng shui treasure earth or dragon vein, there was a chance at rebirth, but this was simply a chance. Countless people were buried there for millions of years without an opportunity to leave the burial ground. However, with the appearance of the river, to both the dead and the dying, this was a chance. Being buried on an underworld boat would at least give them dozens of years of lifespan, and the best-case scenario would be a rebirth for another generation. Then, they could truly escape from the burial ground and re-enter the world. Even the non-sentient earth corpses also stared at the phenomenon over the horizon. Although they were without any intelligence, they still knew that this was an opportunity for rebirth. Overnight, countless earth corpses crawled out from their hiding places and started to head north towards the underworld river's ferry. Even without any wisdom, their instincts told them to head towards the ferry. As numerous earth corpses went on their journey, the sky became covered with an endless amount of corpse poisons. These thick corpse poisons reached the heavens itself and would turn anyone who got infected into an earth corpse. At the same time, countless once invincible characters opened their ancient coffins and stood up to look at the ferry in the feng shui treasure earths and dragon veins. If anyone was inside the burial ground at this moment and witnessed this scene, they would absolutely be creeped out, while the more cowardly ones would faint from the horror. In this moment inside the burial ground, no matter whether it was deep inside the valleys, high peaks or the rivers, countless beings left their ancient coffins and headed towards the ferry. Such a situation could only be described as a corpse riot. Anyone who saw such a scene would have to get away as fast as possible. On a peak that reached the clouds, there was an unparalleled beauty standing at the top under the moonlight. Her appearance was hazy and indistinct, but it still contained a peerless charm. She opened her beautiful eyes to look over to the faraway ferry, and remained silent for a long time. On a stiff precipice, a hanging wooden coffin opened at this time. A middle-aged man sat up and also looked at the ferry. Some time later, he finally gently sighed and went back inside his coffin. Some treasure lords and earth immortals decided to head towards the ferry, but even more of them chose to go back inside their coffins as they, once again, sank into the ground. Even though the rumors indicated that the underworld boats allowed for one's lifespan to be prolonged once one gets buried inside, this chance was extremely trivial. Legends indicated that there were more than 10,000 underworld boats each time the underworld river appeared. However, ever since the immemorial times, many people believed that the chance for lifespan prolongation was smaller than small. Some even guessed that only 3 boats could increase one's lifespan, the rest were boats of death. As for getting rebirthed and living for another generation, this type of boat did not always appear each time. Rumors has it that underworld boats that allows for a rebirth, since the ancient times till now, did not appear more than 3 times. To the living and the dead, when entering an underworld boat, if they made a mistake and entered a death boat, then this meant that they would become an earth corpse from then on for all of eternality. Go to the ferry. Tonight was a sleepless night for everyone in ancient Sky City. Tonight, even the dead was excited. Tonight, countless grand sects and countries had all completed their preparations and were waiting for the time to carry their coffins to enter the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Do we head over tomorrow? Since the underworld river had appeared, Qi Yun also quickly headed over to ask Li Qie. Li Qie smilingly replied, "There is no need to be so anxious, we are not competing with the ghosts." At the moment, all of the earth corpses, treasure lords, and earth immortals are swarming there like bees with a broken hive. The corpse poison is everywhere. Why the need to be exposed to this stuff? Just wait for them and we will have a much easier time after the corpse poison disperses. I heard many great powers intend to leave tomorrow, hoping to arrive early at the ferry and seize the best location for taking the underworld boats after they make their appearances. Qi Yun said. Li Qie couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Then he said, "There will be more than 10,000 underworld boats coming out along with the underworld river. At that time, everything will be chaotic. No matter how good of a location you have, you won't necessarily be able to grab a lifeboat." Here, Li Qie glanced at Qi Yun a bit and continued, "If the war god temple wants to go there first, then let them do so. Qi Yun doesn't need to worry about me. I will go to the ferry at that point." Qi Yun then gently sighed and didn't say anything. Li Qie had his own ways and it was not something he could control. Sure enough, on the second day, Li Shuangyan brought news to Li Qie and said, "The war god temple has entered the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. The elders also followed them to carry the coffin there. The elders, along with the war god temple's elders, wanted me to ask you for when you are planning to leave." "Don't worry, we will go after 2 or 3 days." Li Qie shook his head and continued, "The underworld boats will require at least several more days before they fly out. If we make haste to go to the ferry right now, we would be squeezed together with so many dead people that it would be too uncomfortable." Li Shuangyan did not question Li Qie's words. At this point, many people were heading towards the burial ground. Only Li Qie remained still as he kept on cultivating in order to break through his own level. Chapter 213, Thousand Emperor's Gate, 1. On the next day, countless ancient coffins were carried out from the city as the great powers started their journeys into the burial ground. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School, the Jiangzhou clan, the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. All of these great powers carried their ancient coffins and began to enter the burial ground. The coffins of these powers resulted in many rowdy conversations, especially the initially secretive Heavenly Southern Kingdom. It carried out a huge ancient coffin that was shockingly larger than any other ancient coffin. Many people before thought that the Heavenly Southern Kingdom's divine beast protector was dying, so they brought their beast in order to bury it on an underworld boat. Seeing this gigantic coffin only confirmed the crowd's speculations. In addition to these great powers, there were many other cultivators right behind their mighty battalions. The reason was very simple. Most of the earth corpses of the burial ground had gone to the underworld river's ferry, so the corpse poison inside had been greatly reduced. Moreover, many places were now left unguarded, so this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to dig out treasures. Some of them dug the mountains and the veins, wanting to find treasure metals and godly ores. Others were picking up dried bones and entered dangerous territories to see if they could find life treasures and manual scrolls. Of course, even if all the earth corpses left for the ferry, there were still many great dangers looming inside. If someone accidentally dug the grave of a treasure lord, then that would be suicidal. Once a treasure lord climbed out of its coffin, It would absolutely annihilate anyone who had a part in disrespecting his resting ground. The ferry had existed for millions of years, so there was already a path formed from the burial ground all the way to the ferry. So in just a few days, one could see cultivators walking down the ancient road all the way to the underworld river. Amidst this mighty force, there were pole-bearers. Some were on their feet while others were flying in the air. A few were riding their beasts while some rode their carriages. Here, many various circumstances could be found, and one could say that all the cultivators from everywhere in the world were gathered in this place. The ferry was located north of the burial ground and was very far away from the burial ground's heartland. However, the underworld river eventually flowed into the deepest parts of the burial ground. The underworld river fell from the sky to the north end of the burial ground. The moment it reached the ground, everything became a faint scene as this location turned into a vast sea shrouded by a boundless mist and fog. This was the underworld river's aura. Even a virtuous paragon could not see through this endless sea of fog. Moreover, once inside this vast underworld sea, people would never be able to get out and would disappear forever. For millions of years, whenever the underworld river showed up, there were always extraordinary characters who entered and followed up the stream in order to locate the source, but no one had ever come out alive. Only one part of this vast and imperceptible river was not covered by fog. Only this part of the river was where one could see the underworld boats coming out, so this part of the river was called the underworld river's ferry by the rest of the world. This location really seemed like the place where the dead were being reborn. Since the ancient past, countless amounts of people wanting to be buried in the underworld boats were always waiting at the ferry. The moment when the boats were discernible on the river, this was when they would pick a boat and bury the ancient coffin inside. After the ancient coffin was inside, the underworld boat would drift along the river into the deepest part of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. In the end, countless coffins would enter that area in this manner. If one chose the correct underworld boat, then that person would obtain a new and extended lifespan and would be sent out alive from the burial ground. If they didn't choose the correct ones, then they would become earth corpses for all eternity, and their descendants would no longer be able to see them. As for the depths of the burial ground, no one knew what it was. This was the biggest mystery since the ancient times. There were people who obtained a lifespan and left the place alive, but they did not speak clearly about the location drifted to by the underworld boats. Even if they had experienced it themselves, they still couldn't speak about this matter with clarity. For a few hundred miles of the river next to the ferry, the span was freed from any mist. One could observe the water of the river flowing quietly while standing on this clear piece of land. The underworld river's water was just like the legends. This water from hell had a red-yellow color like the medicinal tisane, turbid and muddy. Although this water flowed down quietly, everyone standing next to the river was filled with horror. They felt that this water was formed from countless corpses, giving off a disturbing sensation as if there were myriads of the dead buried beneath the river. At this time at the underworld ferry, the living resembled the grand mountains while the dead were the very picture of an endless sea. This scene was very majestic. There were earth corpses, treasure lords, and even earth immortals. Outside of the dead, there were cultivators from the sects in this world. Moreover, there were countless ancient coffins displayed, eking out a sinister air. However, the living had their own sanctuary while the dead possessed their own domain. Earth corpses were not willing to be squeezed with the living and vice versa. To the living, the corpse poison was too dangerous. To the earth corpses, how could the air of the living be of any comfort to them? And so, within the 100 miles of the river at the ferry, there were 3 camps that were inadvertently formed. The majority of earth corpses were crowding together, and they were simpler than anyone else. They didn't have coffins nor a site. They squeezed together by the rivers, and many of them were even lying directly on the ground before the appearance of the boats. As for the world's cultivators, they converged into one section. Within this territory, all of the great sects, countries, sacred grounds, and ancient schools had their own small sites. They had their own camping grounds. Some sects occupied a mountain while others simply sat on the ground. Some schools brought along their mansions and divine pavilions and summoned them in the air. Compared to the unclear amounts of earth corpses and numerous cultivators, there were very few treasure lords and earth immortals. There were only a bit more than 10 treasure lords and even fewer earth immortals. They numbered at 1 or 2. Treasure lords and earth immortals would not hang around with earth corpses or cultivators. Even though they were few in number, they occupied their own space. Some brought their own ancient coffins while others with their own mansions. One treasure lord came alone without anything. At this ferry, the three sides did not fight, especially the treasure lords and earth immortals. No sex or immortal emperor lineages, as well as the earth corpses, dared to provoke them. One had to remember that these treasure lords and earth immortals were invincible during their generations, the most important characters of their eras. They even reigned over the 9 worlds. Of course, there were also grand sects meeting their ancestors at the ferry. Over there, isn't that the 8th generation's ancestor Xueqi? In a medium-sized sect, an old elder of theirs noticed a treasure lord in the lotus pose on top of a jade-woven mat, so he emotionally exclaimed. This old elder rubbed his eyes together, for he could not believe this sight. In the end, he confirmed for sure that this was indeed an ancestor in his sect, thus it triggered his jubilation. Ancestor Xueqi. This old elder couldn't suppress his feelings and rushed forward while shouting. At this time, many people were watching this scene. However, this treasure lord still sat there while staring at the boundless underworld river. He didn't even glance at the old elder. The old elder naturally was very excited to see his ancestor and couldn't help but to climb up the mountain. However, this treasure lord pointed his finger, bang, and the old elder fell down from the mountain. Life and death are forever separated. Turn back. Finally, this treasure lord only said such a phrase. His eyes remained closed while staring at the vast river. These words struck the elder like lightning. He was stunned in the same spot for a long time before he became overshadowed with gloominess as he went back to his sect's camp. Countless cultivators became shocked from this event. Seeing their ancestor but unable to get closer, this was an indescribable feeling. This is Ancestor Xueqi? After the old elder of the Jewel Heart Ancient School came back, its disciples sentimentally inquired because this ancestor of theirs was very influential. During his era, he had swept through the entire mortal emperor world. Correct. The old elder was dejected while watching the treasure lord on the mountain. He touchingly explained. Rumors has it that, back then, when the ancestor met his origin, our disciples were not willing to lose him. Thus, they used all of their methods and schemes to bury him at the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. I didn't expect for his venerableness to actually regain some lifespan. Having heard this, the disciples glanced at each other in surprise. The heavenly ancient corpse burial ground's reviving effect. This was not a lie. Once buried deep in the burial ground, they will no longer associate with the living? Many great temples and ancient sects saw this and couldn't help but become stirred. A cultivator just had to ask. An old cultivator gently sighed and answered. You can put it that way. Treasure lords and earth immortals normally do not want their descendants to come close. This is also to cut off their millions of years of remembrance and lingering thoughts. Chapter 214. Thousand Emperor's Gate. 2. Is there really no other way to become close with their ancestors again? A cultivator couldn't help but ask. Regarding this question, many old elders of the great powers were unable to answer. Finally, the old turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake stated a method with soft words. There is a way to meet one's ancestor. It is to perform the honoring ceremony in the legends. How does one perform this honoring ceremony? The demons right next to the old turtle monarch quickly inquired. I don't know. The turtle monarch shook his head and continued. I have lived for many years, but I have only heard about this method and have never seen it before. I'm afraid there is no longer anyone in this world who knows of this ceremony. At the ferry, other cultivators also recognized the few treasure lords and earth immortals appearing at this place. Over there, isn't he the last gate master of the Thousand Emperors Gate? An old ancient saint of the heavenly devil race from the eastern 100 cities asked in extreme astonishment after seeing an emotionless earth immortal standing next to the river. Thousand Emperors Gate. Hearing this name, many grand characters were in awe. Even immortal emperor lineages lost their colors after hearing such a name. It was as if it was a forbidden taboo. Is the Thousand Emperors Gate that frightening? A junior noticed the shock on his master's face and curiously asked. One gate, for emperors in a row. The enlightened beings and ancient saints of the previous generation, with dignified expressions, explained to their disciples. Thousand Emperors Gate, for immortal emperors originated from this sect. Moreover, these 4 immortal emperors came one after another consecutively. No other sects were able to successfully break through and steal the heaven's will from them. For 4 generations in a row, the heaven's will was held by the Thousand Emperors Gate. Having heard such a tale, countless younger disciples all lost their colors. Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. One sect with 2 emperors. This was already enough to shake the entire Grand Middle Territory. It was an untouchable existence in contemporary time. 1 gate, for emperors, this was simply unthinkable. The even more horrifying part was that it was a sect with 4 immortal emperors consecutively. This was truly a miracle. A miracle never before seen, and a miracle that would never happen again. 1 gate, for emperors in a row. Such an invincible lineage like this, how come they still met their end? A junior, after hearing such a legend, couldn't help but ask his seniors. A senior lamented with a sigh before gently answering. There was an even more extraordinary character who appeared after the 4th immortal emperor of the 1,000 Emperors Gate. Her name was Empress Hong Tian, Vast Heaven. In the end, even the 1,000 Emperors Gate that was feared by the gods and devils was still destroyed by the hands of Empress Hong Tian. Legends told that the 1,000 Emperors Gate was really going to have a 5th immortal emperor. Unfortunately, the person lived in the same generation as Empress Hong Tian. Ultimately, the powerful 1,000 Emperors Gate eventually embarked on a journey towards destruction. Hearing the name Empress Hong Tian, this left an unerasable mark on all of the younger generation disciples. An empress destroying a 4 emperors lineage. How heaven-defying was this? How invincible was this? After so many powers had left for the underworld ferry, the calm Li Qie finally started his departure. Everyone, stay back in ancient Sky City. As they entered the burial ground, Li Qie told the juniors. Li Qie, this time, did not want to bring along the juniors, not even the group of 2 Buyu. Only Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao came along. How about we cancel the transaction with the War God Temple, and directly go back to the cleansing incense ancient sect? Even though she was 100% confident with her young noble, but once he was on the ship, even a larger amount of confidence would turn into nothingness. To everyone, going on an underworld boat was the same as dying. Only the dead or the dying would be willing to do it. If one could still live for several more decades, they would not want to get on, for the chance of picking the right boat was minuscule. Don't worry, I will come back alive. Li Qie confidently smiled as a reply to his 2 maids' goodwill counsel. Seeing his determination, Li Shuangyan no longer advised against it. She looked at him for a while before finally asking in a soft tone, "What do you want to do on the underworld boat?" Li Qie couldn't help but look at the deepest part of the burial ground. Then he gently touched his sect-protecting treasure before finally responding, "I intend on going to a place. Only by using the underworld boat would I be able to reach such a place." At this point, he became preoccupied with his thoughts. He had been to the deepest part of the burial ground more than once, but there were still some locations at that place that didn't have easy entrances. Coincidentally, he recently figured out something with an item in his possession. That night when the underworld river fell down, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao's words recalled some of his memories. There were still some mysteries inside the burial ground that he wished to dispel. Be careful, make sure to come back alive. In the end, Li Shuangyan could only let out words of caution. Compared to the heaviness in Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan's minds, Li Qie, on the contrary, was very relaxed. He smilingly spoke. "I still have 2 maids with supreme grace. With such charming and lovely ladies around, how can I be willing to die so early? Wouldn't it be a crime to myself if I didn't enjoy such good blessings first?" "In your dreams." Hearing this, Li Shuangyan's arrogant and icy expression turned red as she angrily glared at him. As for Chen Baojiao, she simply chuckled. 2 supreme beauties. One was as arrogant as the apricot flowers in the snow, while the other exuded charmingness with her misty eyes. Each had their own appeals that would make spectators lose their minds. Li Qie did not meet many cultivators along the way on his chariot. In fact, the group of Li Qie could be said to be the last group. It could be because all of the earth corpses headed to the ferry, or because of the appearance of the underworld river, but the corpse poison along the ancient road was extremely weak to the point of being negligible. Even weak cultivators could still walk on the ancient road without being affected by the poison. On an ordinary day, they would have turned into earth corpses. When Li Qie was about to arrive at the ferry and when he could see it from the distance, they were stopped by someone. A person blocked the path above the ancient road and clearly aimed for the group of Li Qie. This person didn't stop anyone else, only the Tetrawar bronze chariot. It was a young girl with peerless elegance, but she also had a sky-piercing murderous aura. Anyone who saw her would not notice her beauty, for they were horrified by the murderous intent on her body. The young girl was dressed in black while hugging her black sword. She stood above the ancient road just like an unsheathed bloody sword as killing intent filled the air, painting a sanguine scene. Anyone who saw this scene would certainly run for their lives. One or two cultivators who were lagging behind wanted to follow Li Qia's tetra-war bronze chariot, but after seeing the young girl blocking the road, they immediately ran away in shock. Bai Zhenjin, descendant of the sword god's sacred ground. The owner of a peerless and elegant beauty, but no one had ever cared for her looks before. Bai Zhenjin suddenly blocking the way of Li Qia garnered a lot of attention from other people. In just a moment, many cultivators at the ferry suddenly came to watch. Bai Zhenjin. Seeing the girl dressed in black, the geniuses from the heritages all lost their colors and didn't want to mess with this goddess of death. To many cultivators of the younger generation, Bai Zhenjin was not the most powerful genius, but she was absolutely the most terrifying genius. The moment her sword was unsheathed, it must taste blood. Her frightening murderous intent was capable of casting all away. Chapter 215, Bai Zhenjin's Three Swords, 1. Due to Bai Zhenjin blocking the path, it suddenly brought a big crowd, especially the younger cultivators. They were excited and secretly glad to see Li Qia mess with such a death goddess. Recently, Li Qia's name became too well known. Not only did he humiliate Dao child Shengtian, but he also slayed him. He provoked the azure mysterious ancient kingdom so, all of a sudden, his fame was thunderous with a presence comparable to any young genius. How could the great sects and countries not be annoyed by this? At this moment, Jewel Pillar Saint Child, young King Nantian, and Princess Xueqi, all the famous geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory were all clamoring to watch in the distance. The descendant of the sword god's sacred ground found someone to compete with in sword arts. Seeing Bai Zhenjin blocking the way, a person murmured. In just a second, many people were whispering because recently, Bai Zhenjin had been finding people to test her sword. No matter if it was an ancient saint of the last generation or a young genius, as long as they had some achievement on the sword Dao, she would go to their doors. As for the geniuses who didn't cultivate the sword Dao, she wouldn't even give them a glance. Bai Zhenjin was indeed worthy of being the descendant of the sword god. Her sword Dao was invincible and had a merciless offensive style. The majority of her opponents were always wounded or even died under her sword. Very few people could escape unscathed from her terrifying black sword. Li Qia narrowed his eyes at the Bai Zhenjin who was blocking their path. He was all smiles as he said, "There is a really good proverb, a good dog does not block the way. I don't care if you are a giant character or a descendant of whatever. Roll to the side instead of blocking my path." Li Qia's rude words silenced many of the nearby spectators. This little brat was truly a little devil. He was always arrogant no matter who he was speaking to. Bai Zhenjin was the sword god's descendant, but she herself was even more terrifying. A goddess of death whose hands were stained with blood. An emotionless sword along with a merciless offensive style that would make all spectators speak to her with respect for fear of provocation. However, this brat's first words immediately offended Bai Zhenjin. "Be more of a gentleman. Your words are too vulgar." Chen Baojiao gently scolded Li Qia with an enchanting charm. As for Bai Zhenjin, she didn't have the slightest bit of reaction. Icy as a sword and cold as steel. Like an unsheathed sword with a chilling murderous intent, she had the intention of devouring humans. She looked at Li Qia as if he was a dead man, not knowing that she resembled one herself. "Take out your sword," Bai Zhenjin coldly said. Her initially pleasant-sounding voice was now as cold as a heartless ice that entered the hearts of others, causing them to shiver. Her beautiful jade-like eyes chillingly glared at Li Qia as she mercilessly spoke. "I will let you pass if you can block 3 of my swords." Li Qia glanced over towards her and replied, "If I take out my sword when you tell me to, isn't this a loss of face? Who the hell are you? Why would I want to take out my sword? Don't you consider yourself invincible? So, today, you suddenly don't dare to fight? Is it because of your lacking abilities?" At this time, young King Nantian, who was observing on the sidelines, sneered and slowly urged. The atmosphere became strange as everyone nearby heard what he said while giving him a glance. Young King Nantian was handsome and elegant with a pressing aura. He originated from a royal family and was truly the proud son of the heavens. Even though he was not as famous as Tao Child Shengtian, he was still renowned within the Grand Middle Territory. The noteworthy part was the rumors that stated that he was a natural-born Saint Wheel and cultivated an emperor law, resulting in a terrifying battle prowess. With young King Nantian fanning the fire to the side, Li Qie glared at him and said, "Whether I do anything or not has nothing to do with you. Come out here, if you dare, and see if your father will make mincemeat out of you or not. Just like how I killed Nantian how. If other people respect him, he would respect them back 10 times over." This was the style of Li Qie. Young King Nantian dared to provoke him, so he did not give him any face and immediately fired back. Young King Nantian was already antagonistic towards Li Qie, so after hearing those words, his face immediately turned cold. He stepped forward with a vast presence and an endless blood energy while murderously glaring at Li Qie. Then he said, "If you wish to die, then I will help you. He is mine." Bai Zhenjin's emotionless demeanor, like the frost, did not even give someone like young King Nantian any respect. She essentially didn't even glance at him. "Fine, since Goddess Bai wants to kill this brat, I will not compete with you." Young King Nantian was dreary of her frosty murderous intent and stopped in his path. However, his chilling glare still grasped onto Li Qie. "Take out your sword." Bai Zhenjin's sharp gaze instilled chills into others. Such a pretty girl, yet she, time and time again, made others fearful of her daunting murderous intent. "If you want to test your sword, there's no need for our young noble to personally make a move. I will be enough." Li Shuangyan accepted the fight with a domineering attitude. Li Shuangyan accepting the challenge caused many people to be alarmed. No one dared to look down on Li Shuangyan. She was a 5-palace royal noble, a grand Dao noble. This was a heaven's proud daughter with the qualifications to command the heroes of this world. However, Bai Zhenjin didn't look at Li Shuangyan. She simply answered with a cold voice, "I am not interested in your sword formation." Without a doubt, Bai Zhenjin specifically came for Li Qie. That day inside Ancient Sky City, Li Qie's devastating sword of the emotionless Dao against Jikong Jian made Bai Zhenjin consider him as her next opponent. This was not anything strange. The sword god's sacred ground focused on the sword as the main path. Their progenitor, immortal Emperor Yi Ti, used the sword to prove his Dao and used murder to prove his invincibility. Bai Zhenjin was the descendant of the sacred ground and had trained with the supreme murderous sword heart since a young age. Once she noticed a mighty sword cultivator, she would not be able to hold back. "You want to compete against my Trinity sword art?" Li Qie leisurely stared at Bai Zhenjin and continued on. "I have never accepted your immortal Emperor Yi Ti's Dao of the murderous sword. Your sacred ground's murderous sword Dao might be invincible, but in my eyes, it isn't any immortal art of the Dao. This brat is crazy. He even dares to make presumptuous comments about the Dao of an immortal emperor." A person quickly murmured. Another young genius sneered with disdain. "He's only an ignorant brat who doesn't know the vastness of the sky and the range of the earth. An immortal emperor's Dao. This isn't something that he can comment on." Trinity sword art. Bai Zhenjin glared at Li Qie after hearing the name. Her eyes immediately exuded sword intent as glint after glint of blades appeared. She was performing a supreme sword Dao and, in just a flash, there was a sword move of a genius that existed in her eyes. A sword of the heavenly Dao. A sure kill sword. Using her eyes to perform the Dao. Seeing Bai Zhenjin's situation, everyone became astonished. She had not seen Li Qie's complete swordplay, yet she was able to envision his sword Dao after just hearing its name. This person was truly frightening. It was as if her eyes were able to deduce all the sword Dao in this heaven and earth. Seeing such a scene within her beautiful eyes, no matter whether it was Jewel Pillar Saint Child or young King Nantian, they couldn't help but become alarmed. It was absolutely courting death to compete with Bai Zhenjin on the path of the sword. Impressive. Seeing the Dao in her eyes, even the always arrogant Li Qie had to praise her as he nodded his head approvingly. "No wonder why the old monsters of the sacred ground picked you as the descendant. You were born for the Dao of the sword. Unsheath your sword." Bai Zhenjin emotionlessly spoke. 3 swords will do." Her heart could not wait any longer, for she wanted to witness Li Qie's entire Trinity swords. Regarding his own Trinity sword art, Li Qie was completely confident. This was not his first time being enlightened in the Dao, and this sword art was not something he created either. It came from the supreme Dao of the 6th Dao Lotus along with the evil Taifa tree. It was such an incomprehensible sword art that even he would place it in the top 10 sword arts of this world once he becomes an immortal emperor. Li Jie narrowed his eyes while looking at Bai Zhenjin, then he calmly said, I am not very interested in a duel. I only kill my enemies. However, you and I have no grievances with each other. Therefore, I am not very interested in killing you today. Haha, it sounds like you are certain of defeating Goddess Bai. Young King Nantian, standing at the side, sneered and said, regarding the sword, no one can compete with Goddess Bai. Even though this statement was quite debatable, many people secretly agreed in their minds, for the murderous sword of Bai Zhenjin was indeed terrifying. It's none of your business. Li Jie glared at him and asserted, when I, a grand character, am speaking, do not interrupt on the sidelines. Don't bother people by gossiping all day. Li Jie's words resulted in young King Nantian quaking with anger. His pale face glared at Li Jie and coldly spat out, Brat, your end is near yet you are still blustering. Li Jie ignored him, then he looked at Bai Zhenjin and calmly smiled. Since your sacred ground is so confident with your sword Dao. Fine, I will play with you this time. However, I have one condition. What if you lose? The sharp glare of Bai Zhenjin pierced straight through Li Jie. Her cold stare resembled cold steel, causing others to be stung with pain. Many were afraid to look straight at her eyes. She chilling proclaimed, you will lose. You have enough confidence, I like it. Li Jie burst out in laughter and met her sharp gaze, then he spoke in an unruffled manner. How about this? If my Dao is lacking and I am killed by you, I have nothing to say. If you lose, then just submit to me. Coincidentally, I am missing a maid by my side to warm my bed. Even though you are as cold as a block of ice, but out of consideration for your natural-born sword Dao, I will reluctantly take you in as a maid to warm my bed. Li Jie finished in his never-changing nonchalant manner. He made it sound as if it was a trivial matter, as if Bai Zhenjin was a daughter from a common household and that he would take her in as a bed-warming maid on his whim. Naturally, this immediately rendered everyone speechless. Bai Zhenjin was the descendant of the sword god on top of being a cultivating genius. Her cultivation alone was plenty formidable enough. However, this little demon before them opened his mouth and immediately wanted her as a maid to warm his bed. This was too insane. Chapter 216, Bai Zhenjin's Three Swords, 2. A lot of people gave Li Jie strange looks, especially the cultivators from the previous generation. Their countenances were even more bizarre. This brat was only 15 or 16 years old but already had two supreme country-toppling beauties next to him. Moreover, they were both older than him. I didn't think that this little demon actually liked mature women. A previous generation cultivator burst out in laughter. Another old cultivator movingly said, being young is such a nice thing. Arrogant and free without any restriction. What nonsense are you all talking about? Hearing some old cultivator's emotional revelations, Li Jie was speechless. At this moment, countless eyes gazed at him with perverted implications. Li Jie felt especially wronged. He couldn't wash away this misunderstanding even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Even though Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao had followed him for so long, he really hadn't done anything to them. A bunch of perverted old men. Seeing the odd eyes of these older cultivators, Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan immediately understood. Li Shuangyan maintained her cold demeanor but Chen Baojiao began to blush. As for the younger cultivators, they stared at Li Jie with both envy and jealousy, especially the young geniuses. They considered themselves dragons amongst men and were absolutely compatible to the beautiful Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. However, at this moment, both of these girls chose to follow this brat. How could they not feel apprehensive? Pfft, a toad wanting to eat the meat of a swan. Finally, a genius with an unconvinced heart declared with disdain. As for Bai Zhenjin, her gaze remained cold and piercing. It was still as menacing to spectators as before. So, are you not completely confident in yourself? Li Jie leisurely said. Seeing her steaming murderous intent, he suddenly felt an urge to tease her. He then smilingly spoke. Furthermore, I am the one suffering here. You are as cold as a block of ice. I'm afraid you can't even warm my bed. A girl lacking feminine charm will have a hard time finding a marriage. I am sacrificing myself here to take you in. Listening to these words made the others curse at Li Jie for pretending to be a good person. Even Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao couldn't help but scowl. Bai Jianjun was the descendant of the sword god Ah, a contemporary renowned genius with an emotionless murderous sword. No matter whether it was her origin or cultivation, no one from the younger generation would dare to tease her like this. This brat. Arrogance and boldness are part of his nature. Even the older cultivators smiled wryly. They thought about it for a second, and they wouldn't dare to tease Bai Jianjun like this even if they were younger. The sword god's sacred ground was a group that killed people without blinking an eye. Who would dare to provoke them? As for the victim, Bai Jianjun, she did not become angry, for she was as calm as a tranquil well. Her cold, murderous expression along with her sword-glinting glare seemed as if it wanted to penetrate Li Qia's heart. In the end, she coldly replied, "Why not?" She didn't even bat her eyelashes while answering. There was no change in her mood, as if the topic was not a major event that concerned the rest of her life. Dumbfounded, this was the reaction to Bai Jianjun's answer. In just a second, everyone glanced at each other. This didn't make any sense. No one would think that Bai Jianjun would actually agree to such a condition. As a toad, my favorite thing to do is to eat swan's meat. At this time, Li Qia lazily looked at the person who sneered at him earlier, and leisurely continued. A dragon or phoenix eating a swan, this is not skillful at all. But a toad eating a swan, this is true ability. Your uncle doesn't have any other skills, but my ability to leech off women is absolutely peerless in this world. So, not convinced, ah? Come bite me then, ah? The young genius who openly ridiculed Li Qia earlier immediately turned livid with anger and snorted. For the rest of them, they could only stay silent. To cultivators, they all looked down on such shameless leeching, but this brat actually announced his leeching with such pride. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, who knew Li Qia well, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If their young noble was a leecher, then what words could be used to describe the rest of the men in this world? Nonsense, unsheath your sword. Bai Jianjun coldly spoke as her murderous presence rose like a cheetah watching her prey. It seems like this girl is in a hurry to be my bed-warming girl. Li Qia clapped his hand and laughed. Then he said, "Sword, come." Clank. Li Shuangyan, who was hugging the 6 Dao sword, did not take any action. The 6 Dao sword left its sheath and fell into the hand of Li Qia. The moment the sword was in his hand, Li Qia immediately had the presence of a master. The flirtatious and bodacious expression from earlier towards Bai Jianjun was nowhere to be found. Grasping his sword, he stepped out of the Tetrawar bronze chariot and glared at Bai Jianjun with a serious expression and vast momentum. Clang! At this time, Bai Jianjun also unsheathed her sword. Once she accepted a battle and once her black sword came out, her presence suddenly changed. A murderous light covered her entire body, causing others to shiver without feeling cold. Each wisp of murderous light was very vivid as they rotated around her body. Each wisp was completely ruthless and capable of cutting through all things in carnage. The black sword, free in the air, exuded a biting sensation as if it was not a sword, but an infernal death. Clasped in her hands, no one was able to discern the sword of Bai Jianjun any longer. It turned into a black glow filled with murderous intent and death. It was as if this sword could harvest all living beings. At this time, it appeared as if she disappeared completely. The only thing left for all to see was a vast and merciless sword intent from hell itself, full of cessation. The sword god's sacred ground's murderous sword Dao. Seeing this type of sword intent, the previous generation shockingly exclaimed, while the younger generation, such as Jewel Pillar Saint Child, young King Nantian, and Princess Xueqi, all lost their colors. Worthy of being immortal Emperor Yi Ti's sword during his youth, it is capable of slashing all existences. Seeing the released sword, countless people felt the chills on their spines. This was the terrifying strength of the sword god's sacred ground. Their murderous sword Dao's aura was so frightening that their opponents would become fearful even before the start of the fight. It truly has a presence just like the old Yi Ti in his younger years. Seeing Bai Jianjun's battle state, Li Qia praised without any reservation. With a buzzing sound, the 6 Dao sword in Li Qia's hand immediately illuminated and encompassed Li Qia with a black and white ray. The black and white ray rotated around Li Qia's body like a winding yin-yang fish. The movement of the black and white ray initiated 2 strands of supreme Dao, majestic and imposing. This Dao was able to reach the immortals and the endless underworld prisons where the pathetic screams were bellowing. 2 supreme grand Dao. One was the Dao of the 6 Dao lotus and the other belonged to the evil Taifa tree. This sword contained their most profound powers. Most of the people here knew their stuff. After seeing Li Qia's 6 Dao sword that controlled yin and yang in black and white, they became shocked and realized that this was a great treasure. Pung, with a soft sound, Li Qia's Fate Palace appeared above his head. The runic outlines of the Fate Palace began to move as a Kuan Pung jumped out from within. Universal laws began to pour down and turn into supreme emperor seals. These seals resembled the limitless ocean, and the Kuan Pung found itself to be a fish back in the water. Emperor Law, seeing the Kuan Pung, many people were astonished. Some were also envious. An older cultivator murmured, "In the legends, the Kuan Peng's 6 variants was one of immortal Emperor Min Ren's strongest arts. The heavens is emotionless." Li Qia roared, and right when his words ended, a sword appeared amidst the sky. One of the Trinity swords, Heaven. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Dao sword created the endless heavens Dao and used the heavens as the sword with boundless righteous yang energy. Countless white lights torrentially poured down and turned into many heavenly swords. Each heavenly sword was hanging high above the 9 heavens. Any of these heavenly swords were able to slice the mountains and rivers by itself. However, the power of Li Qia's one sword move did not stop here. In a flash, there was an infinite, exalted ocean behind Li Qia as the rolling waves made their mark. This colossal ocean drowned the sky and turned the heaven and earth's essence into its own. The Kuan Peng's sea transformation turned into an immense ocean that absorbed the world's energy and power of the Grand Dao. With this, the power of Li Qia's sword doubled. The heaven was heartless and the righteous yang was impartial. The Trinity sword was a supreme Dao. One sword carried the tremendous power of the 6 Dao. It was capable of slicing the celestials and ending the sun along with the moon. This one sword jolted even enlightened beings, let alone royal nobles. Such a sure-kill sword with the utmost lack of emotions. This sword would surely taste blood and amaze all spectators. Zang! In this instant, Bai Zhenjin made her move. Within this constraint of time and space, there was no Bai Zhenjin nor the black sword, for there was only a flashing sword brilliance. Just this sword brilliance was enough to cause everyone's hearts to jump. This sword pierced through the 6 Dao to annihilate all existences. This sword actually struck the weakest part of Li Qia's heaven sword. In between the explosions, Bai Zhenjin used an unfathomable speed to grasp the incalculable gap within Li Qia's sword technique. This was truly the ultimate genius of the sword Dao. Between the flashes, Li Qia was surprised. Everything happened so fast, and he used the most unthinkable quickness to change his sword move. This sword dimmed the stars as time stood still. Pluff! Bai Zhenjin's sword pierced the entire sky as blood spilled out. Li Qia flew backwards as his chest was met with the sword. Boom! 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 Li Qia took several steps back as blood stained his chest. This sword drilled through his chest and nearly went through it completely. One had to know that Li Qia had the hell-suppressing godly physique. Ordinary attacks essentially could not destroy his fortified flesh, but under this sword, there was still a gaping hole in his chest. Chapter 217, Sky-Shaking Truncheon, 1. Such a sudden variation greatly changed the expressions of Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. They didn't think that Bai Zhenjin's sword was so terrifying. Everyone trembled from the sight of Bai Zhenjin's sword piercing through it all, penetrating Li Qia's defenses. It was not because Li Qia's sword art lacked profundity, but because Bai Zhenjin's sword was too formidable. They shivered at Bai Zhenjin being able to see through the weakness in another person's sword Dao in an instant. Such a person was born for the sword Dao. Everyone witnessed the power of Li Qia's sword. Not to mention ancient saints, even Heaven Restoration Saints and Dao Restoration Saints would not be able to find Li Qia's weakness amidst all the commotion. This heaven sword was truly peerless and profound with its righteous yang. It was easier said than done to defeat such a sword. However, Bai Zhenjin was able to do such a thing. Her understanding of the sword Dao had exceeded countless people, including cultivators of the previous generation. Humph, you don't know your own capabilities. Just try and brag now. Regaining their wits, a cultivator gleefully said with a smile. However, Li Qia didn't care for such a person. He stared at Bai Zhenjin as a smile bloomed. It seems as if I have underestimated you. You are walking on the Dao of breaking, not the Dao of the murderous sword. The blade nearly pierced through Li Qia's chest and blood stained his outfit red, but Li Qia didn't even frown. It was as if this sword had penetrated someone else's body. Bai Zhenjin, while tightly gripping her sword that was dripping blood, remained as emotionless as ever. Good, I want to see just how you will break this. Li Qie smiled and stepped forward. Boom! The earth itself trembled. The hell-suppressing godly physique came out to suppress the gods and devils as well as the heaven and earth. In an instant, Li Qie's entire body exploded with a dreadful aura. One step forward sunk the ground earth and split the mountains. Although the earth was vast, it was still unable to handle this body. Heaven is heartless. Li Qie slashed again. It was still a heavenly sword, one of the Trinity swords. Momentarily, the Kuan Peng fell down to the ground. An endless thick ground appeared above Li Qie's sky. An immense earth with immeasurable weight. It fell down from the sky with the Kuan Peng on top. The earth could not handle such a burden. The Kuan Peng's 6 variants. Earth transformation. This transformation was massive and unstoppable. Bang! Dash with an immenseness that this world could not handle. Li Qie's body unleashed thunderous explosions as it seemingly changed into heaven itself. At this time, Li Qie channeled his physique to the limit and its weight to the peak of the heaven and earth. This was still a heavenly sword, but there was no profound transformation. It was majestic due to its simplicity. It was only a straight slash with all of the strength focused within. The previous heavenly sword was a heartless heaven sword with impartialness. However, this current heavenly sword accepted the weight of heaven and the boundless love and adoration. Simple and natural. Only one slash to divide black and white, to separate yin and yang, then to transform into the heaven and earth. There was nowhere to hide from this sword. Although the world might be vast, all was beneath this sword. In a trice, Jewel Pillar Saint Child's expression greatly shifted. His gaze did not stop on Li Qie's sword, but rather, his treasure body. He had fought against Li Qie's physique's power. At this moment, his heart was in horror, for he understood that Li Qie was cultivating the hell-suppressing godly physique that he had always sought after. With this sword, everyone lost their colors, including Bai Zhenjin. She was skilled in the sword Dao throughout her life, but seeing the trajectory of this sword swinging down, she knew that this sword reached the extreme limit of simplicity. One slash without any technique or style. It was completely indiscernible and unbreakable. Zhang, ultimately, Bai Zhenjin still shot out a soaring sword. Under this murderous sword, all living beings trembled. A sword that frightened even the immortals. If there were immortals in this world, they would still bleed under the might of this one sword. Boom! Following a huge explosion, fissures tore apart the ground. Bai Zhenjin was knocked flying away by this sword. Even her sword that was capable of scaring the immortals was not able to stop the power of the substantial heavenly sword. Boom! She flew 1,000 miles away while shattering mountains. The blood she sprayed out painted her black dress, resulting in a particularly striking scene. Within the sword Dao of this world, the murderous sword is only a stroke lean towards the extreme. Li Qie wielded his sword while standing and indifferently spoke. The Yang sword combined with the heartless heavenly Dao, the extreme sword adored with the heaven's affection. This is the grand boundless Dao. Li Qie posed with his sword while slowly explaining with indescribable profundity. At this time, everyone was silent in contemplation. Although Li Qie borrowed the hell-suppressing godly physique to defeat Bai Zhenjin with his sword, his one heavenly sword, favored by heaven, contained the essentials of the sword Dao. After floating through millions of years, he had learned and created countless amounts of grand Dao. Today, his Trinity heavenly swords qualified him to say such words, let alone commenting on an immortal emperor's sword Dao. But in this very second, Li Qie suddenly felt unease and thus, he shifted his body. However, it was too late. In a flash, a soundless and invisible palm struck his back. Bang! One palm that contained 3 strikes. This penetrating and shrouded palm pounded Li Qie's back and knocked him crashing into a mountain, resulting in a deep crater. Grand Yin Destruction Palm. Momentarily after this palm pummeled Li Qie, a person shockingly exclaimed, the heavenly southern kingdom's Grand Yin Destruction Palm. Everything happened so fast. Li Qie, who had just thrusted Bai Zhenjin away, was sneak attacked by someone in an instant. Young King Nantian was the person who attacked right when Li Qie defeated Bai Zhenjin. He immediately surged his blood energy and performed the heavenly southern kingdom's devastating Grand Yin Destruction Palm and aimed to kill Li Qie with one blow. Despicable! Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were both angry and worried at the same time. Everything transpired in a split second and they didn't think that someone with a great status like young King Nantian would actually sneak attack Li Qie under so many watching eyes. The victors will become kings and the losers are mere bandits. Young King Nantian sneered. Right when his words came out, he summoned a treasure and threw it straight at Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, who were on top of the Tetra-War bronze chariot. Today, I will absolutely kill you. Li Shuangyan, in her fury, raised both of her hands up above and the heavenly sky plate suddenly appeared. In a flash, a dimensional door appeared. Before Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan could regain their wits, young King Nantian's treasure suddenly covered both of them and the chariot. The next second, Li Shuangyan, Chen Baojiao, the chariot, and young King Nantian's summoned treasure all disappeared. Everyone was stunned for a moment while witnessing such a strange scene. No one comprehended their sudden disappearance. Boom! Debris flew all over as Li Qie soared to the sky. There was still a palm print behind his back, but this palm was not fatal to Li Qie. His godly physique was tough enough to withstand this one grand destruction palm. Fragment Realm Spatial Disc. Li Qie's eyes became cold after bursting out of the crater while staring at young King Nantian. He immediately knew the treasure that made the group of Li Shuangyan vanish. Fragment Realm Spatial Disc. The Fragment Realm Spatial Disc in the Legends. A spectating enlightened being from the previous generation shockingly exclaimed in horror after hearing this name. The Fragment Realm Spatial Disc in the Legends was created by immortal Emperor Fei Yong using true mantras. This treasure had always belonged to the Legends. This was one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. It is even more precious than Emperor laws. The world had always believed that immortal Emperor Fei Yong obtained one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, and the Fragment Realm Spatial Disc was the best evidence. So you do know your stuff. Young King Nantian was secretly shocked that the one palm couldn't kill Li Qie. He sneered and dominated over Li Qie to coldly declare, "Killing my heavenly southern kingdom's disciples. Blood will be paid by blood. Today, I will decapitate you and use your head as an offering to my cousin." Young King Nantian's purpose was not only to kill Li Qie for revenge, but also to seize his Tetra-War bronze chariot, for he had heard of this ultimate treasure from the cleansing incense ancient sect. To satisfy his rapacity for the chariot, he could only wait until Li Qie was off the chariot before sneakily attacking. In order to smoothly obtain the chariot, he asked his clan for the supreme treasure, the Fragment Realm Spatial Disc. One had to know that this treasure was the defining treasure of the heavenly southern kingdom. Even though immortal Emperor Fei Yong originated from the kingdom, the truth was that he had no goodwill towards it. He left very few treasures for the kingdom, and the Fragment Realm Spatial Disc was one of them. The moment this treasure came into being, it would immediately banish its targets into a fragmented realm and would trap them inside. If Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao died inside the fragmented realm, then the Tetra-War bronze chariot would become an item without an owner. At that point, it would be as easy as flipping one's palm for young King Nantian to obtain the chariot. Humph. At this time, a cold murderous hum resounded. Bai Jianjun stepped forward with a killing air, encompassing the sky. "Goddess Bai, you and I should join hands to slay this wretch." Young King Nantian immediately continued. "This wretch is ferocious and ruthless. He is the enemy of the world. I will help Goddess Bai eradicate this guy, for the sake of the world." Zhang. However, the target of Bai Jianjun's murderous intent was not Li Qie, but young King Nantian. When Bai Jianjun suddenly changed her target to him, it stupefied young King Nantian. If Bai Jianjun joined in, then his situation would not be optimistic. Chapter 218, Sky-Shaking Truncheon, 2. Bai Jianjun glanced at Li Qie once without any emotions, then she went to the side without saying a word. "Make your move. I shall send you to hell to meet your cousin." Li Qie stared at young King Nantian and said, "Since you are courting death, I will help you." Young King Nantian was glad that Bai Jianjun left. He sneered as he took out his weapon. Boom! The moment young King Nantian's weapon fell to the ground, the entire earth trembled. This was a gigantic 1,000 zhang tall bronze truncheon. At this time, Nantian's right hand became huge and easily picked up this gigantic truncheon. At this point, the life wheel appeared behind Nantian as his blood energy towered in the sky. Suddenly, his endless blood energy gushed for miles. It was extremely plentiful. It seemed as if it was boundless, like a flood breaking a dam. It shook the earth, causing others to lose their colors. Nantian was a natural-born saint wheel. His blood energy was too great and no one in the same generation could compare to him. Even though he was a royal noble, he had the endurance of an enlightened being. His blood energy was catching up to ancient saints. This was his formidability. Sky-shaking truncheon. Seeing Nantian wielding such a huge bronze truncheon, a previous generation cultivator recognized it and murmured, "A once famous heavenly sovereign true treasure of the heavenly southern kingdom." Heavenly sovereign true treasure? Hearing this, the younger generation cultivators were all stunned for a while. They all felt that a heavenly sovereign weapon was not worthy for someone of young King Nanshan's status. One had to remember that even Dao child Shengtian used a virtuous paragon life treasure. Even though life treasures and true treasures were on the same level, a life treasure was far from being comparable to a true treasure. There are a few ancient saint true treasures that could even defeat heavenly sovereign life treasures. This particular true treasure has a great history. It followed a heavenly sovereign of the heavenly southern kingdom during his conquest. An older cultivator explained after seeing the weapon. There was a genius in the heavenly southern kingdom who was also a natural saint fate. He coincidentally obtained a true fate godly Oregon. This type of ore was the essence of heaviness, and after it was crafted into the bronze truncheon, it carried 1 million pounds of weight. Not everyone could use such a true treasure. Only those with powerful blood energy could wield it freely. This was the reason why this sky-shaking truncheon was passed down to young King Nantian. Even an enlightened being would exert all of his strength just to carry it, but it appeared to be nothing in young King Nanshan's hand. It goes to show just how exuberant his vitality was. "Eat this!" Nantian shouted with the sky-shaking truncheon in his hand. This truncheon struck down with an unparalleled speed. Although there was no technique behind it, the weight, along with the speed, created thunderous roars and crackling lightning. "Open!" Li Qie screamed and swung his hands powerfully to meet the striking truncheon. Ignorant fool, seeing Li Qie using his bare hands to stop the truncheon, Nantian sneered. The truncheon weighed 1 million pounds. His one strike was more than enough to destroy mountains and rivers. An explosive boom reverberated. The area Li Qie was standing on immediately sank as the earth shattered, resulting in a crack as Li Qie's body was smashed down into the earth. This power opened everyone's eyes wide. Such a weight would strike anyone into a pulp. Even an ancient saint would not dare to use his body to block such a strike. This little brat was too arrogant. He was only seeking his own death. A spectator sneered after seeing the exchange. Even the earth turned into small pieces, so everyone here assumed that Li Qie was dead for sure this time. Rumble. However, at the same time, debris flew everywhere. Li Qie got up from the pit. At this time, his hair was dusty while his arm was bloodied. Without a doubt, he was wounded by the sky-shaking truncheon. Impossible. Seeing that only Li Qie's arm was bloodied, young King Nanshan's expression greatly changed. He knew very clearly the strength of his earlier attack. Even an enlightened being blocking it with his flesh would be rendered into mincemeat, but Li Qie only had a bloodied arm. Even his hand remained attached. What kind of unthinkable body was this? Seeing such a scene left many people breathless. What kind of physique must this be in order to be able to block the strength of millions and millions of pounds? This physique was too abnormal. Jewel Pillar Saint Child, who had fought Li Qie before, couldn't stop staring. Even though he tried to suppress it, he could not hide his deep jealousy. At this moment, he understood that Li Qie was absolutely cultivating the hell-suppressing godly physique. This was his goal, his pursuit in life. "My turn," Li Qie resoundingly shouted. He spread out his arms that spanned to 1,000 miles and clung onto a towering mountain peak. He used all of his power to clench it and, after a snapping sound, the heaven and earth spun. The entire lofty peak was carried by Li Qie's gigantic hands. Go! In a flash, the giant mountain was thrown by Li Qie with the most dominating momentum. It was not a difficult matter to throw a mountain with his godly physique. Arg! With a shocked expression, young King Nantian shouted and powerfully swung his heavy truncheon. Boom! Mud and rocks cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall. Young King Nantian got knocked away like a fly for a very long distance. He heavily hit the ground and created a pit where the bottom was nowhere in sight. Everyone became dumbfounded. This was a little too ridiculous. Young King Nantian used a truncheon as his weapon, but Li Qie was even more tyrannical and used a mountain as his weapon. A while later, Nantian rushed out from the deep pit. He coughed up blood while his battered body was covered in blood. His physique was not as heaven-defying as Li Qie's. Even though his truncheon blocked Li Qi's attack, his body hit the ground and many bones were broken. At this point, young King Nanshan's true fate appeared and absorbed the world's energy to shower his injury. He was a royal noble, and his true fate had formed into the heavens' will primal soul. As long as his true fate existed, he would still survive even if his flesh was destroyed. A. His advantages were his unparalleled blood energy along with his heavy truncheon. He didn't think that he would be knocked flying away today by Li Qi. How could he not go crazy? He furiously roared and the life wheel, like a full moon, appeared behind him. At this time, on top of his life wheel, a longevity treasure appeared. Clear notes resonated the moment Nanshan's longevity treasure appeared. Blood energy surged down from the horizon like a descending waterfall as longevity blood flowed in the life wheel and detonated with an endless amount of energy. In an instant, this blood energy enveloped 100,000 miles of the sky. Bang bang bang. The frightening blood energy rotated continuously, giving the sensation that even the heaven and earth was spinning. At this time, the sun and moon lost their radiances, for everything became dark due to being encompassed within young King Nanshan's power. The even more dreadful part was that a vermilion bird soared out of Nanshan's longevity treasure. It swung its wings, fanning the endless blood energy. In the blink of an eye, a sea of blood drowned the sky and obscured everything. Everyone saw the sea of blood in the sky with their eyes wide open. What ridiculous blood energy was needed to be able to cover the sky like this? Heavenly Bird's life ring, and Vermilion Bird longevity law. Seeing the erupting energy from young King Nantian, even enlightened beings were shivering. Many expressions became dim, for such a brimming blood energy was quite dreadful. At this level, the finesse and flexibility of techniques in battle and the strength of life treasure seemed trivial. Only blood energy was the most powerful weapon. Immortal Emperor longevity law. 1,000,000 years life ring. Many people were astonished and envious of Nanshan's vitality from seeing his display. Young King Nantian was a natural-born Saint Wheel, so he already had surging blood energy. What was even more extraordinary was that he had a Heavenly Bird's life ring for his ancestral heirloom. This life ring was refined from a 1,000,000-year-old heavenly fiery bird. One could only imagine how grand and powerful the life ring of a 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit was. Moreover, young King Nanshan's longevity law was also an immortal emperor merit law, the Vermilion Bird longevity law left behind by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. An immortal emperor's law combined with Nanshan's innate saint talent was simply adding wings to a tiger. The more shocking part was that the Vermilion Bird law and the Heavenly Bird life ring matched perfectly and infinitely amplified young King Nanshan's vitality. Die! Being knocked away by Li Qi was extremely humiliating, so young King Nantian roared and slammed his sky-shaking truncheon forward. This powerful strike shattered the fabric of space and created an image of substantial mountains bearing down on the sky. An endless amount of blood energy turned into the most powerful force, making it possible for young King Nanshan's attack to kill ancient saints. The power of this truncheon sucked the colors out of all the spectators. Today, people finally understood the terrorizing aspect of a Saint Wheel talent combined with a supreme longevity law and life ring. Such a person was simply the son of God. Li Qi, in turn, crazily roared as well. He picked up a mountain and fiercely smashed it forward. The battle at this time did not rely on techniques. Instead, there was only absolute weight that was capable of smashing all universal laws. Bang bang bang. Both sides unleashed 3 blows at each other. The sky-shaking truncheon brutally collided with the mountain peak, causing the world to change its shade as the stars fell. Suddenly, mud and rocks fell down from the sky like a spring. Li Qi was not using a weapon, so he was at a disadvantage. Even though the mountain was huge, it was not comparable to the truncheon. Suffering strike after strike from the truncheon, the mountain finally completely collapsed and a heavy blow struck Li Qi's body. Li Qi was smashed away, plunging like a falling star through 3 mountains. Finally, his body was pummeled inside the last mountain. Seeing such a domineering scene caused everyone to become despondent. Super strength and blood energy covering the sky. It couldn't become any grander than the current scene. Regardless of status or the kind of genius, anyone would feel threatened by such a display. Chapter 219. Grand Dao Saint, 1. You don't know your own limits yet you still dare to fight me. The sky-shaking truncheon in young King Nanshan's grasp heavily fell down to the ground, causing an earthquake as the surrounding 100 miles immediately sank. One blade of grass beheading the stars, one flower petal striking the sun and moon, there can't be another scene more befitting of this phrase. A saint wheel talent is not any weaker than a saint fate and saint physique. An old enlightened being murmured. There was a common misperception amongst cultivators that stated a saint wheel was not comparable to a saint fate and saint physique. Within these three saint aptitudes, people would value saint fates and saint physiques much higher. Today, young King Nanshan's exhibition made people more aware that the potential of a saint wheel was no less than the other two. Rumble. Just when many people thought Li Chia was dead, he climbed out from the mountain and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was entirely covered in blood, he was not seriously injured. This wound was not comparable to Bai Jianzhen's sword that pierced his chest. Motherfucker, what is this physique? It is too unbelievable. A previous generation cultivator couldn't help but swear after seeing how Li Chia managed to survive after such a blow that swept him away. Didn't someone say that this kid had a mortal physique? Can a mortal physique be this dazzling? A person couldn't help but question the rumors that Li Chia had all mortal innate talents. Could a mortal physique be this astonishing? Managing to survive after such a smash, this type of mortal physique defied logic. Young King Nanshan's expression turned ugly at this time. He realized that Li Chia cultivated a terrifying physique law. With a buzzing sound, young King Nanshan's life wheel crazily rotated. The vermilion bird flew up in the sky while flapping its wings, creating rising tides of blood with one wave higher than the previous. At this moment, young King Nantian exerted his Saint Wheel's extreme strength as his frightening 1,000,000-year-old longevity treasure fueled his blood energy without stopping. At this point, the vermilion bird soared upward and turned these bloody tides into an endless ocean of blood. Boom boom boom. Momentarily, young King Nanshan's vitality could even devour the stars up in the 9 firmaments as his boundless blood energy covered half of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. At this time, each and every person at the underworld ferry was looking towards this direction, including a few treasure lords and earth immortals. Competing blood energy with me? Li Chia sneered and furiously screamed. Boom! A gigantic explosive noise resonated as the yin-yang sea of blood immediately appeared. In the blink of an eye, this endless sea of blood enveloped the heaven and earth. A bloody moon and bloody sun gradually rose up from the sea of blood. In a split second, Li Chia's life wheel constantly spun as the revolving crescent sun merit law pulled this endless vitality and exerted a frightening power. It did not matter that this sea of blood was endless. The law was still able to pull everything so that this endless blood energy would enter Li Chia's body. Clang clang clank. At this time, Li Chia's entire body issued out clanking noises as chain after chain of substantial universal laws locked up his body. The power of the yin-yang sea of blood was too tyrannical. If it was any other physique, it would absolutely burst into nothingness at this moment. However, Li Chia's hell-suppressing godly physique was capable of withstanding such pressure. Bang! Li Chia then stomped on the ground, and the earth below him shattered. The immediate vicinity turned into ruins as all of the mountains came crashing down. Bang bang bang. Li Chia's energy was endless for, at this time, the yin-yang sea of blood turned into a world of fresh blood as blood energy crazily poured out like a prehistoric fierce beast. In this moment, Li Chia's vitality covered the heaven and earth as his body immersed itself in the sea of blood that had a thick and undissolvable energy. This. What kind of longevity treasure is this? Could this be an immortal emperor longevity treasure? Facing Li Chia's terrorizing vitality, everyone became stupefied. Even ancient saints would not have such a logic-defying vitality like this. However, if this was an immortal emperor longevity treasure, not everyone could accept its boundless vitality and blood energy. Once one bears the burden, the insufficient body could explode, resulting in the life wheel's destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Everything was spinning from the two enveloping gigantic seas of blood. Finally, Li Chia's eternal blood energy sent an all-encompassing sweeping momentum towards young King Nanshan's blood sea. With a shocked expression, young King Nanshan's heavenly bird longevity treasure maniacally spun. His personal saint will set off a huge quantity of longevity blood and turn them into a tremendous energy. The vermilion bird behind him risked everything to, once again, create bloody tidal waves in order to stop Li Chia's approaching ocean. However, regardless of his life-risking endeavors, young King Nantian could not deter the crushing force from Li Chia's sea of blood. Young King Nanshan's longevity treasure was indeed remarkable. His 1,000,000-year-old life ring, that was refined with an immortal emperor longevity law, was also inexplicably powerful. However, even a more powerful longevity treasure became insignificant before Li Qi's Yin-Yang Sea of Blood. The Yin-Yang Sea of Blood had a heaven-shattering origin. It was a supreme treasure seized from the deepest location of a burial ground. It was not something that young King Nanshan's heavenly bird life ring could compare to. Saint Wheel, there's not much to it. At this time, Li Qie cried out. His entire body was surrounded by a dense blood energy, and after the cry, it moved to his fist and lingered there, resulting in a bloody hand. Under his roar, he swung his fist fiercely forward. Li Qie ferociously used his body as a weapon with its endless lingering blood energy. This approaching hand was no longer a hand, but more like a divine rod. It incited lightning and thunder as strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Young King Nantian also cried out in response. All of his blood energy turned into pure strength that swung his sky-shaking truncheon onward. Clang, clang, clang. Both sides severely hit each other 3 times. The noise resonated from the collisions rang across ancient Sky City and deafened everyone's eardrums. Clank. After one last blow, young King Nantian was no longer able to stop Li Qie's berserk attacks. Chapter 220, Grand Dao Saint, 2. It was common knowledge that immortal physique laws were much more valuable compared to emperor laws. Some people even compared them to heaven's will secret laws. Momentarily, countless eyes became cloudy with thoughts. It didn't matter whether Li Qie was actually cultivating an immortal physique or not. They must assume that he was, rather than the contrary. Considering how heaven-defying Li Qie's physique was at the moment, the chance of him cultivating an immortal physique law was very high. Even a minor completion hell-suppressing godly physique was extremely frightening. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, their immortal physiques would become even more frightening. For example, 2 virtuous paragons on the same level. If one of them had a minor completion immortal physique, they would completely crush their opponent and kill them as if it was nothing. This was the terrorizing part about an immortal physique. In just one short passing, many cultivators assumed a serious appearance with glimmers in their eyes. Immortal physique law, it is more valuable than an emperor law, and even rarer than a heaven's will secret law. Anyone would be salivating over such an item. Where are you escaping to? Young King Nantian escaped after his defeat and desperately ran towards the underworld ferry. He was scared out of his mind and didn't dare to stop at all. He mustered all of his strength and utilized his fast speed to run while Li Qie was shouting behind him as he chased. He would not stop until young King Nantian died in his hands. Both sides crossed 10,000 miles in just a flash. Young King Nantian was flying in the air while Li Qie was chasing on foot. Nonetheless, young King Nantian could not get rid of Li Qie. The Kuan Peng's 6 variants had a frightening speed. No matter how many methods and schemes Nantian tried, he remained unable to escape from Li Qie's pursuit. Countless people were shocked by witnessing such a scene. The descendant of the heavenly southern kingdom and a genius of the younger generation, young King Nantian was considered to be very promising by many people. Today, he was being chased by a little demon like a dog. This was so unbelievable. After much effort, young King Nantian finally made it to the underworld ferry and saw the base of the heavenly southern kingdom. He used the fastest speed to rush forward, and the experts from the kingdom immediately dashed out to greet him. They were prepared to drive back the enemy for their young king. Suddenly, at the underworld ferry, countless people were looking at this scene. Although their eyes remained closed, even the indifferent treasure lords stared towards this direction. After chasing to the ferry in one breath and seeing the boundless underworld river, Li Qie sneered and immediately followed Nantian, who escaped to his base. Before Li Qie could reach the heavenly southern kingdom's base, dozens of their experts met him and immediately shouted before surrounding Li Qie. Scram! With his towering blood energy and thick vitality, Li Qie roared and ruthlessly swung his hands forward when met by the heavenly southern kingdom's experts. The dozens of experts were alarmed and they all summoned their powerful life treasures. However, after a loud bang, regardless of what kind of life treasures there were, they all shattered under Li Qie's 2 hands. A group of experts crazily spewed out blood and rocketed outside as the earth was nearly crushed. Junior, don't be arrogant. Seeing so many experts unable to stop Li Qie, an enlightened being of the heavenly southern kingdom finally shouted and opened his mouth to take out a pagoda. The pagoda flew up in the air and immediately became as large as a huge mountain. Dash with his life wheel moving, the yin-yang sea of blood set off a tide of blood thousands of zhang high and submerged the heaven and earth in a second. The light in his inner physique was extremely bright as the hell-suppressing godly physique erupted wave after wave of divine aura. Scram! Facing the incoming suppression of the mountain-like pagoda, Lichia didn't even bat an eyelash as he slammed forward with both hands. Such a domineering gesture attracted many gasps from others. This was a 5 celestials enlightened being, and his pagoda was a heavenly sovereign life treasure. It acted as a prison of the world, something capable of suppressing all royal nobles. Clank! His arms landed a heavy blow on top of this pagoda, smashing it back towards the enlightened being. Frightened, the enlightened being decided to use an incantation in order to stop his pagoda. Boom! The enlightened being was not able to stop his pagoda, and he was knocked away while spraying blood. Witnessing this spectacle left many masters at the ferry to be amazed. A 5 celestials enlightened being lost from just one blow. This was too heaven-defying and powerful. How could they know that under the frenzy of the yin-yang sea of blood, Lichia's hell-suppressing godly physique exploded with power capable to stopping gods and devils? The hell-suppressing godly physique. The knocked-away enlightened being struggled to stabilize himself and screamed in horror. Suffering a great blow after this exchange with Lichia, this enlightened being immediately knew what Lichia's physique was. It really is the hell-suppressing godly physique. Earlier, many people had speculated this, but after hearing it, they all took a cold breath. The heavenly southern enlightened being had personally tested it before drawing this conclusion. This was no longer a question. One of the 12 immortal physiques. If this reaches grand completion, then even a royal noble would be able to annihilate a heavenly king. At this time, countless people lost their colors. Break! Stepping into the heavenly southern kingdom's base and seeing young King Nantian, Lichia fiercely smashed with a blow that punished the heaven and earth, with a force capable of splitting miles of mountains and rivers. Boom! The extremely dominating strike of Lichia didn't hit young King Nantian, for it was blocked by a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was very heroic. His entire body was covered by a vast aura and he had a powerful vitality and youthful pressing power. It felt as if he was blessed and protected by the love of millions of existences. Nantian Hudu, the national teacher of the heavenly southern kingdom. Seeing this middle-aged man blocking the powerful strike of Lichia, many people exclaimed in astonishment. Rumored to be an 8 palaces genius a grand Tao saint. An ancient saint nearby was shocked to see this middle-aged man. Even a grand saint would be dreadful of such a person. 8 palaces genius, grand Tao saint. Hearing these words, even people who didn't know Nantian Hudu were still alarmed. Cultivators throughout their lives had 3 chances to open fate palaces. One was the provisional palace, the next was the royal noble mysterious fate realm, and then the ancient saint realm. However, at the ancient saint realm, experts capable of opening 4 palaces and up were no longer little saint, young saint, or grand saint. Even if their cultivation was within these 3 realms, ancient saints with 5 palaces were called heaven restoration saints, 6 palaces were called Tao restoration saints, 7 palaces were called heavenly saints, and 8 palaces were called grand Tao saints. 8 fate palaces. Countless people lost their composure after hearing such a thing. It was not an exaggeration to call people with 8 fate palaces a genius within geniuses. There was a saying in the cultivation world: 9 extremes to become a sovereign, 10 completions to reach flawlessness. A 9-palace cultivator will be praised by the world, but with 10 palaces, it was reaching the pinnacle of perfection. This type of cultivator had a stainless Tao foundation for the rest of their lives. Since the start of time, cultivators had 12 fate palaces in principle. However, 9 palaces was the limit of geniuses. 9 palace cultivators could be considered a genius amongst geniuses no matter which era they were in. The kings of geniuses. Since the start of time, cultivators that were able to open 10 fate palaces were fewer than few. This type of cultivator had the opportunity to become an invincible immortal emperor. As for 11 fate palaces, this could be described as a miracle throughout the ages. The people who achieved 11 palaces, since the beginning of all time, could be counted with 5 fingers. 12 fate palaces. This was not something people even thought of. Since the beginning, the world has never heard of anyone capable of opening 12 fate palaces. Its existence had always been a legend. 8 palace cultivators were already extremely exceptional. Nantian Hudu, the national teacher of the heavenly southern kingdom, was one of the very few 8 palace geniuses in this era. Rumors has it that he had cultivated for a very short time. Only 5,000 years ago. Within 1,000 years, he managed to reach Ancient Saint and finally opened his 8th palace to become an 8-palace genius. Someone in the Grand Middle Territory had stated that if Nantian Hudu was not living during the difficult Tao era, he would have become a heavenly king a long time ago. Because he lived during the era where the heaven's will was absent, he couldn't successfully open his 9th Fate Palace. Even though this was the case, Nantian Hudu still fortified his position as the national teacher of the heavenly southern kingdom. Junior, enough is enough. With a righteous aura, Nantian Hudu looked at Li Qie and gravely said, "You should walk away, and my heavenly southern kingdom will not pursue this matter any further." Li Qie looked at Nantian Hudu and leisurely smiled as he said, "Not pursue? Even if your kingdom wants to let me go, I still don't want to let go of your kingdom. It is very simple for me to forego this. Hand over the head of the brat, Nantian." Nantian Hudu, with a fierce glare, coldly replied, "Junior, don't be arrogant. There is always a higher mountain. The heavenly southern kingdom is not something a junior like you can provoke. Be smart and leave right now. Otherwise, this will be your burial." Nantian Hudu's words were quite aggressive, but as an 8-palace genius, no one thought that he was being arrogant. He truly had the qualification to say such domineering words. Heavenly Southern Kingdom? Li Qie smirked and calmly spoke. Can it compare to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom? Don't mistake your kingdom as if it is something great. In my eyes, the heavenly southern kingdom is not worthy to even be ranked as something prestigious. Li Qie's words immediately rendered everyone speechless. So cocky, a person couldn't help but say. However, they thought about how this kid even dared to attack the ancient kingdom's heavenly grotto. This outlaw of a kid didn't care for the ancient kingdom, so how could he even consider the heavenly southern kingdom? Chapter 221, Pishio Treasure Jar, 1. Li Qie coming out with arrogant claptrap left everyone speechless. The heavenly southern kingdom was a very ancient existence, and immortal Emperor Fei Yong originated from it. One had to know that immortal Emperor Fei Yun was absolutely one of the greatest immortal emperors throughout the ages. Legend has it that the appearance of his flying banner was capable of refining the world and suppressing a myriad of worlds. This brat is truly lawless, he doesn't not care about a thing. Even an older cultivator couldn't help but murmur. Nantian Hudu, as the national teacher, was definitely not a no-name. An 8-palace ancient saint, a grand Tao saint. How heaven-defying was this? This kid does not know life from death. At this time, a cold scowl emerged. A royal aura ignited as a person chillingly spoke. Do you really think you are invincible just because of a few treasures on your body? At this moment, 6 royal experts void stepped on the air to arrive, followed by 6 cavalries as smooth as the flowing water. They were completely in sync as if the 6 cavalries were part of the 6 royal experts. The 6 experts were the heads of the dragons while the 6 cavalries were the dragon bodies swimming in the air. The 6 Zhongzhou kings, seeing the 6 cavalries smoothly following every little action of the 6 royal experts, a person emotionally exclaimed, "The 6 wise monarchs formation." Legend has it that the 6 Zhongzhou kings have the array map left behind by wise monarch Zhongzhou. Seeing these 6 royal experts, a person muttered. Many people turned pale at the sight of the 6 Zhongzhou kings. From an ancient saint's perspective, just one of them was nothing to be fearful of, but the 6 of them together was a different story. It signaled the coming of the 6 wise monarchs formation. This was the clan's defining formation that was created by an invincible wise monarch, extremely heaven-defying. Li Qie had seen Zhang Zuoho's 6 wise monarchs formation before. Of course, Zhang Zuoho's formation was not comparable to the 6 kings formation. Zhang Zuoho's was only a minor formation at best, while the formation of the 6 kings was the real 6 wise monarchs formation. Li Qie glanced at the 6 kings and calmly exclaimed, "This is none of your business." Li Qie's reaction left everyone without words. It seemed as if there was no one in this world that the kid wouldn't bluster against. "Brat, do you want to die?" The 6 kings became livid as their eyes immediately became serious. The 6 royal experts stepped out, and the grand formation also followed with a momentum that wanted to kill Li Qie. It was not strange for the 6 kings to want to kill Li Qie. More than 1,000 disciples, along with Zhang Zuoho, were buried by Li Qie, and their clan had always wanted vengeance. Today, They naturally would not let him go on this chance meeting. Junior, for insulting my kingdom, it is not too late to bow your head and apologize right now. Otherwise, don't even dream about leaving this place alive. At this time, Nantian Hudu chillingly glared at Li Qie with an oppressing aura. In his eyes, Li Qie was already a fish caught in a net. Nantian Hudu's words left annoyance in the hearts of many cultivators and small sects, along with criticisms. Young King Nantian clearly backstabbed Li Qie first, but he was not Li Qie's match. Now Li Qie had to apologize? Even though they were agitated, they couldn't do anything. The big sects and powerful nations had always protected their own. To them, right or wrong did not matter. Death was the only option for their oppositions. Li Qie then smirked and said, "It is not difficult to make me leave. Hand me little brat Nanshan's head. Then I will leave without saying a word." Young King Nantian was absolutely livid with anger as he was being treated to the side while his entire body was shaking all over. He was a genius of the Grand Middle Territory, the paragon of the younger generation. He was incomparable to anyone. Today, his life and death sounded like such an insignificant matter from the mouth of Li Qie. How could he not be vomiting blood from anger? "Teacher, why waste words with him? Just capture him." Young King Nantian gravely continued. "Let him understand that there is only death for provoking our kingdom's prestige." Nantian Hudu then towered over Li Qie and proclaimed, "It is too late for you to leave now, unless you cripple your arms and legs along with your cultivation. My kingdom will then be benevolent and spare your life. Your bullshit is full of stench." Li Qie uttered a long roar with his surging blood energy. He swung his two hands downward with an incalculable power like the suppression of many sacred mountains. "Cease!" Nantian Hudu also shouted as his palace gate opened wide and moved to cover over Li Qie. Boom! Li Qie's arms disintegrated the surrounding earth as mountains collapsed, but it did not harm Nantian Hudu the tiniest bit. Moreover, the world in front of Li Qie had changed. There was no heavenly ancient corpse burial ground nor the underworld river. Before him was a vast world, and his powerful blow earlier struck on top of this endless expanse. And at this time, 8 fate palaces appeared on top of Nantian Hudu's head. The master palace was the largest, and the other 7 fate palaces revolved around the master. The 8 palaces were able to form their own world and kingdom, and it sucked Li Qie inside in just a flash. Li Qie's attack only struck the inside of this world and could not hurt Nantian Hudu. 8 palaces forming a kingdom. Seeing such a scene, everyone became horrified. This was the frightening part of an 8-palace ancient saint. Cultivators had 3 chances throughout their lives to open fate palaces. This meant that once they reached the ancient saint realm, they would have 4 fate palaces. This was an absolute requirement for becoming an ancient saint. But to the geniuses, for fate palaces was only the bare minimum. The more fate palaces one had guaranteed more power and a higher path in the future. Perhaps, it will be a path where they could shoulder the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor. 4 palaces formed a domain, 8 palaces formed a kingdom, and 12 palaces formed the heavens. People feared 8-palace ancient saints because they could slay their enemies without doing anything. The 8-palace Grand Dao saints were heaven-defying. Their kingdom formed from the 8 palaces would obtain the kingdom's power to defeat their enemies without using treasures and merit laws. 8 palaces forming a kingdom, resulting in a power capable of repelling 10,000 enemies. Truly frightening. An ancient saint from the previous generation exclaimed after seeing Li Qie sucked inside the 8 palaces world. Against such a powerful opponent like this, even he himself couldn't do anything except run away. Trapped inside the kingdom, Li Qie looked around to see the magnificent scenes with mountains and rivers, an endless vitality. It was as if there were countless living beings inhabiting and worshipping this expanse. "Brat, today is your funeral." At this point, the sound of Nantian Hudu echoed from above inside this world. His voice was extremely commanding. Inside this world created by the 8 palaces, he was the supreme existence, a god with unchallengeable authority. After his voice descended, a huge fist encompassing the sky followed and aimed towards Li Qie. "Break for me!" Li Qie roared and his life wheel rotated with the undulating yin-yang sea of blood. The blood moon and sun appeared as the Kuan Peng traversed the sky. The 2 arms of Li Qie swung out and were accompanied by the 2 Kuan Peng's wings right behind them, just like 2 divine blades slicing this piece of world. Boom boom! However, Li Qi's fists that contained an immeasurable power were still not able to destroy the giant fist in the sky. If Li Qi's power was able to split a sacred mountain, then this giant fist had the power of an entire world, because this was the 8 palaces world of Nantian Hoodoo. Compared to an entire world, Li Qie was only an insect. How could he compete against all the accumulated energy in this place? Rumble! Under the grinding pressure of the giant fist, Li Qie switched from offense to defense. His 2 hands pushed up against the sky and the oncoming giant fist, but even his hell-suppressing godly physique was not able to stop the kingdom's power. A burst of intense noises resounded as the earth below Li Qie's feet began to fragment. Crank, crank, crack. The splintering of the earth could even be heard by the cultivators outside. With Li Qie at the center, a huge section of earth below his feet started to split open. Another loud boom. The giant fist's pressure increased, and half of Li Qie's body was underground. His 2 hands were bent from the suppression as his bones throughout his entire body were rattling as if they could break into pieces at any moment. At this time, Li Qie's face was flushed red. Even with a complete explosive exertion of his power, it was still not enough to stop this giant fist that was pressing down on him. This was the power of this world. Li Qie had no way to stop it while being inside. Grand Tao Saint. How can anyone resist the power of the 8 palaces kingdom? Seeing such a scene, not to mention enlightened beings, even ancient saints turned pale like a piece of paper. Meeting a Grand Tao Saint, even a grand accomplishment Grand Saint would have to run, for they were not a match. This brat truly cultivated a supreme immortal physique. He's still not dead while under the crushing power of the kingdom. Many cultivators were envious of Li Qie, who was still managing to struggle. A supreme immortal physique, this was a drool-inducing item to countless people. A younger cultivator sneered and commented, "So what if it is a supreme immortal physique? He's still dying under the power of an 8-palace ancient saint." This foolish thing tried to oppose a Grand Tao Saint with such a shallow cultivation, truly not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth. Young King Nantian, after seeing Li Qie's painful struggle, was quite happy. This brat was already cultivating a covetous immortal physique, but he actually trained a secret law as well. Isn't the legendary Heavens Will secret law of the cleansing incense ancient sect lost? Seeing the secret law created by immortal Emperor Min Ren appearing from Li Qie, a person couldn't help but ask quietly, "Heavens Will secret law?" Nantian Hoodoo's expression turned cold as he sneered, "With your cultivation, even the secret law cannot change your fate. Only death lies in the end." Finished his jeering, he summoned a treasure pot jar. "Divine Beast Protector, come out!" Nantian Hoodoo roared, and suddenly, all of his blood energy rushed into the treasure jar. In this second, an endless fierce beast aura soared from the jar. Bang bang bang. Bursts of thunderous noises resounded. The treasure jar sank into Nantian Hoodoo's 8 palaces kingdom. In a flash, the power of the kingdom, along with the blood energy, entered the jar. Ngo! At this time, a loud roar of a beast appeared. This beast roar not only shocked the nearby cultivators, rendering their legs weak, but it also alarmed many of the tightly packed earth corpses in the far distance. A gigantic beast jumped out of the treasure jar, creating mayhem amongst the spectators. The body of this beast was even larger than a high mountain. Its frightening aura came from an ancient age, commanding respect from others, just like a divine beast descending down to the mortal world. All of the weaker and insignificant beings felt a primal fear. Divine Beast Pishio. Everyone lost their colors when this giant beast leaped out. Pishio Treasure Jar, the Heavenly King life treasure that had always been passed down by the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Only a Heavenly King life treasure? This is the national teacher of the kingdom, though. Having heard this, a junior questioned it. The national teacher of the kingdom should be using a virtuous paragon life treasure. Why was he using a Heavenly King life treasure like this? The origin of this jar is heavenly shocking, but unfortunately, its master died at a young age. This royal lord continued his murmuring. The Heavenly Southern Kingdom seized it from someone else's hands. This jar was refined from the Tao bone of a heavenly beast Pishio. This treasure crafted from the Tao bone of a heavenly beast Pishio once belonged to a genius before falling into the hands of the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Although the heavenly beast Pishio was not the real Pishio and couldn't compare to its divine beast heritage, it contained the bloodline of a divine beast Pishio, and its strength was extremely formidable. This genius reached the Heavenly King realm, but, in the end, He died to the hands of the kingdom, and this treasure also fell into their hands. Using his fate palace's kingdom to take care of the beast, and to even call it a divine beast protector. Grand Tao Saint. Such an achievement like this already exceeds my entire lifetime's accomplishments. An ancient saint from the previous generation couldn't help but lament at such a sight. Nantian Hudu's divine beast protector was only for his own 8 palaces kingdom. He actually used his kingdom to strengthen this heavenly king life treasure and groom the Pixiu Dao bone inside his fate palaces. This was beyond anyone's imagination. There is no strongest life treasure, only the most suitable life treasure. A royal lord quietly stated. Even though people said that the higher the rank of a life treasure, the more powerful it was. However, this was only in principle. For example, one could be a royal noble but could only use 30% of a virtuous paragon life treasure, or even only 10 or 20%. They would also need a huge amount of blood energy to activate a treasure of this level. This Pixiu treasure jar was a great match for Nantian Hudu and his 8 palaces kingdom. He could unleash an unthinkable power that was potentially more powerful than an ordinary cultivator wielding a virtuous paragon true treasure. Junior, accept your death. Nantian Hutu roared with his blood energy while controlling the jar. It flashed a blinding light as the Pixiu growled, and its giant claw immediately mauled towards Li Chia. Activate, as the Pixiu's claw was approaching, not to mention other people. Even Li Chia's expression dimmed down. He let out a battle cry as the high blue sky suddenly gathered the energy from the world, channeling it incessantly into Li Chia's body. At this moment, Li Chia seemed to have turned into a giant. The moment this avatar appeared, the blue sky replaced the firmament as each of the huge stars could sink the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Li Chia, like a bottomless black hole, devoured all of the world's energy like a flood. All of the Grand Tao power also attached to his body. The worst part was that Li Chia's yin-yang sea of blood was endless like the blood energy of the gods. It poured into his body, causing his battle power to surge torrentially with a boundless vitality. At this second, Li Chia turned into the light of the sun and unleashed this power. Boom! Li Chia's avatar actually managed to block the Pixiu's claw. Even though Li Chia's body thumpingly retreated, he still withstood the blow. This is impossible. This kid is clearly not even a royal noble. How could he stop a blow of this magnitude? Many people couldn't believe their own eyes. This was absurd. Truly a miracle. Heaven's will secret law. Seeing such a display caused countless people to go crazy. A Heaven's will secret law was truly insanity-inducing for many heritages. The peerless treasure, the yin-yang sea of blood, along with the secret law, this power was unimaginable. Beast raging against the world. At this time, Nantian Hudu finally revealed his killing blow and used his Emperor Law. In an instant, an Emperor aura encompassed the sky as Emperor runes fell down. Nantian Hudu turned into an immemorial fierce beast and had a sacred presence. In the blink of an eye, the Pixiu became even larger as it exuded an emperor's breath. Beast raging against the world. A person was traumatized and emotionally exclaimed. An Emperor Law left behind by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Didn't people say that immortal Emperor Fei Yang didn't leave any Emperor Laws behind for the heavenly southern kingdom? How come it still has an Emperor Law from Fei Yang? An undying old man murmured at the sight of Nantian Hudu using his killing technique. The heavenly southern kingdom had a secret that it did not want anyone to find out. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang was one of the most powerful and exceptional immortal emperors since the beginning of time. Even though he came from the heavenly southern kingdom, he actually opposed them before. From a young age, he left the kingdom and never returned afterwards. Future generations did not know the reason why. In short, even though he came from the kingdom, he did not admit himself as its disciple. He didn't even leave behind his Tao heritage for the kingdom. Because of this, an ancient nation like the heavenly southern kingdom did not name itself an ancient kingdom, but only a kingdom. At this time, all of the great characters understood that vengeance and grievance did not matter. The only integral fact was that Li Chia carried a Heaven's Will secret law and a supreme immortal physique law. Both of these were desired by anyone in this world. Any heritage, any nation, including immortal emperors' lineages. Today, even if they captured Li Chia, the declined cleansing incense ancient sect would not have the power to save him. At that time, wouldn't it be an easy task to force out the secret law and physique law? In a trice, it was not just one or two people who were tempted. The hearts of many great sect masters and sacred lords were thumping. Even a few old undying beings had frightening glimmers in their eyes. Capturing Li Qie meant obtaining the secret law and physique law. However, this would also mean becoming enemies with the Jiangzhou clan and the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. These great characters glanced at each other while contemplating about capturing Li Qie. Jewel Pillar Saint Child couldn't help but to look at his school elders, and he plotted with them. He wished to instantly capture Li Qie in order to obtain his lifelong pursuit of the hell-suppressing godly physique. On the sideline, seeing Li Qie fighting two enemies by himself, young King Nantian was maddened from jealousy. As the descendant of the Heavenly Southern Kingdom, he still didn't have a Heaven's Will secret law. No, their entire kingdom did not have one secret law, yet this brat in front of him had one in his possession. How could he not feel begrudged? He was slightly regretful at this moment. If the Fragment Realm spatial disc was still in his hands, he would have teamed up with the national teacher to capture Li Qie alive. How could both laws escape his grasp at that point? Unfortunately, his spatial disc was trapping Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, along with the Tetrawar Bronze Chariot, right now. Before it could kill the two girls along with suppressing the chariot, he could not summon the spatial disc back. Junior, it is not too late to surrender to my Heavenly Southern Kingdom. As long as you surrender, we will show mercy and not make it difficult for you. At this time, Nantian Hudu stated with a deep voice. Nantian Hudu naturally would not let the 6 Jiangzhou kings get what they want after he learned their aim. Thus, he began to persuade Li Qie into surrendering in order to obtain the 2 laws. Do you all really think I am a fish on a chopping block? Li Qie then crazily roared. Open. The moment the word came out, a thunderous sound exploded. At this time, a terrifying thing occurred. Li Qie's life wheel opened wide as all of the blood energy started to roll from the yin-yang sea of blood into Li Qie's body. But at this time, there was a golden sun and a divine moon leaping out from the sea of blood. The revolving crescent sun merit law was initially fueling vitality and longevity blood into Li Qie's inner physique. But now, there was a divine moon and golden sun from the yin-yang sea of blood connecting with the technique's crescent moon and sun. Boom! After a loud explosion, a flood of extreme sun spirit fire poured out from Li Qie's body. At the same time, the divine moon hanging over the heavens will blue sky gushed out endless streaks of moonlight. Bang bang bang, the golden sun and divine moon harmonized at the same time, causing the energy from the yin-yang sea of blood to multiply several times while pouring into Li Qie's physique. This caused Li Qie's battle prowess to frantically soar. Boom! The mortal sword also resonated with Li Qie's soaring battle power. It was initially one sword creating one world. Now it was one sword creating 2 worlds, and its power increased several times. Meanwhile, the blue sky above Li Qie's head poured down even more stars all around Li Qie's body. His body, at this point, exuded endless strands of circulating starlight that began to force open the dragon claw. Seeing such a scene, a person murmured to say, "Truly unfortunate for 2 supreme divine laws, ah." There was also a gifted youth showing a gloating look as he sneered. Just an ignorant thing thinking that he is invincible. An ancient saint, of course, would crush him. Boom! At this time, Li Qie's chest cavity was torn asunder as a god fiend's breath instantly filled the entire world. Z's at 12. There was a terrifying change occurring on Li Qie's body. Long and thick green hair began to grow from Li Qie's body. Each hair had the appearance of divine pins. Boom! At this moment, demonic energy poured out from Li Qie's entire body and pierced the sky. In a flash, a black shadow rushed out of Li Qie's body. It opened its mouth, wanting to devour Li Qie with its god-fiend appearance. Activate. Seeing this scene, Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings, who initially had control of Li Qie, immediately roared. Their power increased as their giant claws aimed for Li Qie's sea of memories. They wanted to seize his knowledge. Bang! But before the claws could touch Li Qie, the black shadow that initially wanted to devour Li Qie suddenly turned around and knocked away the Pishio and Azure Dragon in an instant. Hold! At this exact second, in just a flash, Li Qie suddenly summoned a treasure. This was a stone box that was held in his arms. The moment this stone box was opened, a light shot out and the black shadow's body suddenly became frozen. The great treasure of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom appeared amidst the explosions and thunder. Li Qia's inner physique suddenly soared out from his chest and instantly locked onto the god-fiend shadow. In just a blink of an eye, the god-fiend shadow was dragged back into Li Qia's inner body by his inner physique. Boom! Li Qia's demonic glow drowned the sky as the green hair on his body grew even more. He took a step and even the sky was nefariously corrupted. The moment he turned around, his monstrous demonic lights turned into a pair of devil wings and blocked out the sun. At this time, Li Qia seemed to be an uprising god-fiend. Even the earth corpses from afar were dreading his frightening gaze and started to gain some distance away from him. What is this? Li Qia, all of a sudden, turning into a devil horrified everyone. This development was too strange and unbelievable. A physique tribulation. This is a physique devil. An immortal physique devil. With a grand completion saint physique, Jewel Pillar Saint Child was completely aghast from such a scene. Legends say that when an immortal physique tribulation descends, the physique devil would also be born. This was an evil existence countless times stronger than the user. In fact, before the physique devil came into being, Li Qia's inner physique had always been suppressing his own physique tribulation. However, the moment Nantian Hudu and the 6 Jiangzhou kings crushed his body, the inner physique could no longer suppress the physique tribulation. Thus, the physique devil was born and Li Qia's tribulation finally came, devouring the physique devil's body. Under this display, Jewel Pillar Saint Child, who had always aimed for the hell-suppressing godly physique, lost his colors. Once a physique devil was born, it would devour the user until there was nothing left of his flesh before disappearing. Moreover, the physique devil was many times stronger than the real user's body. This was why an immortal physique was extremely difficult to achieve for cultivators who were training immortal physiques. Very few people were able to surpass the devouring of their physique devils, and thus, there were fewer than few grand completion immortal physique users since the beginning of time. That's impossible. Such a sight jolted Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings with distress. Li Qia taking over his physique devil was such an unbelievable development. A supreme treasure. Someone noticed Li Qia putting away the stone box and had a faint guess. Right when the physique devil turned around and struck Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings away, a once-in-million chance appeared. Li Qia took this opportunity to use the supreme treasure from the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom to control the physique devil, as his inner physique possessed the physique devil in a flash. Without Nantian Hudu and the 6 Jiangzhou kings taking action to distract the physique devil, Li Qia wouldn't have been able to successfully take over. This is the feeling of being a devil, truly not a bad sensation. At this time, green hair covered Li Qia's entire body, and he had a pair of black wings that blocked out the sky. At this very second, his appearance truly matched that of a devil. Kill! Feeling unrest, Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings suddenly worked together. Both of their energies erupted and performed their strongest blows. Boom! The azure dragon struck from the sky while the Pixiu tore from beneath, causing blinding flashes as their strongest blows were unleashed. Open your eyes and witness the power of a supreme physique devil. At this time, Li Qia burst out in crazy laughter just like a devil. His 2 wings spread out and tore the firmament asunder. Bang! After a loud blast, the azure dragon was cut in half and the Pixiu was ripped apart. Nantian Hudu was blasted away from the impact while spurting out blood, and the 6 kings, along with the 1,000 experts, all fell down from their formation. Accept your death. At this time, Li Qia spewed out a demonic energy as his devil wings slashed down. After a pathetic scream, Nantian Hudu was immediately sliced into halves as his innards and blood rained down from the sky. Meanwhile, Li Qia's devil hands enveloped the sky as they came together and swallowed the 6 kings along with more than 1,000 experts. Blood flowed down like a river as he rubbed his hands together. No! The 6 kings bellowed miserably as they, along with the 1,000 experts of the Jiangzhou clan, were kneaded into mincemeat. This is way too mighty. At this point, the physique devil was unstoppable and created an impending fear in all of the spectators. Impossible! Jewel Pillar Saint Child's expression sank as he felt that something was amiss. Their school once had ancestors who cultivated immortal physiques, but the physique devils recorded in their annals were far from being this powerful. Of course, how could he have known that Li Qia's supreme physique law came from the physique scripture? This was a supreme treasure born from the primordial chaos, a time even before the start of the world. Its physique laws were terrifying, heaven-defying, and could be considered number 1 since the start of time. All physique laws in this world could be said to have originated from this scripture. Thus, its physique devil, compared to other immortal physique laws, was much more horrifying. Naturally, once completed, this type of immortal physique would also be much stronger. Your turn. The now demonic Li Qie turned towards young King Nantian and reached for him with his giant hand. Although rendered aghast, young King Nantian naturally would not sit and wait for his death. He roared and slammed forward with his sky-shaking bludgeon, but it couldn't hurt Li Qie in the least bit. No, the sky-shaking bludgeon shattered as young King Nantian was caught inside the giant fist. After a scream, he was squeezed into a rain of blood. Chapter 225. One physique surpassing the Great Tribulation. 1. This physique devil is too abnormal. A spectator couldn't help but murmur at such a scene. Legend has it that when a natural mortal physique cultivates an immortal physique, the physique tribulation will be much more powerful. An old undying shockingly exclaimed. There is a legend that states that when a mortal physique tries to cultivate into an immortal physique, it will face a much stronger physique tribulation. This is because it was a violation of the heavens' will. The heavens will not allow for a mortal physique to turn immortal. This was the reason why there are so few mortals capable of achieving immortal physiques since the ancient past. Today, I will massacre both of your section. At this time, Li Qie's demonic eyes slightly narrowed, instilling fear into all of the spectators. He truly looked like a horrifying, demonic devil at this moment. His words left the disciples in the base of the heavenly southern kingdom and the Jiangzhou clan with dismay. 6 Jiangzhou kings were dead, along with Nantian Hudu. This was a great blow to their sections. His sky-blocking hands immediately reached towards the disciples of the two camps. Junior, you dare? In the blink of an eye, a deep roar resounded. This roar blasted the sky, and even the stars in the sky shook. Boom! In an instant, after a huge explosion, 2 coffins flew out from the bases of the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. Hands reached out from the coffins and struck Li Qie away. Bang! Li Qie fell into the underworld river. Suddenly his green hair grew even faster. It was as if they were devil trees, setting their roots into the underworld river. This is too devilish. He has not been washed away even after falling into the underworld river. People took a deep breath to keep their composure after seeing such a scene. Legend has it that no matter how strong a person was, they would be uncontrollably washed away once they've fallen into the underworld river. However, Li Qie took root there without moving. So you 2 fossils are still alive in the coffins. Li Qie laughed like the devil and continued. Climb out. Otherwise you aren't my match. This thing doesn't know life from death. A hand reached out from the Jiangzhou clan's coffin and went straight towards Li Qie. At the same time, another hand came out from the heavenly southern kingdom's coffin, wanting to strangle Li Qie to death. This won't do, you're hiding in the coffins. Li Qie shouted, and the floating Kuan Pang on top of his head opened its mouth and swallowed the endless underworld river's water into his inner body. Boom boom boom. An unbelievable event happened. Once Li Qie swallowed an indiscernible amount of underworld water, his body, all of a sudden, grew from the ground up and turned into a giant. His hands also became as thick as the mountain ranges. This is too insane. Everyone became dumbfounded. One had to know that the underworld water was harmful to any cultivator, but this boy actually swallowed such a huge amount of underworld water like this. Truly insanity. Get out here. Li Qie uttered out a loud scream and met the impending hands, resulting in a heaven-shattering explosion. If the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground wasn't so magical, then the underworld river would have been broken under this impact. The demonic Li Qie managed to stop the 2 giant hands. Even though he still had to take several steps back, it was still a successful block. Get out here. Otherwise, I will destroy your coffins today, and drag you out of the Era Bloodstone. At this time, Li Qie glared intensely at the 2 ancient coffins from the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. At this time, the 2 ancient coffins opened. 2 people stepped out at the same time and exuded an endless divine aura, causing many cultivators to kneel on the spot. A giant with a pair of demon horns, whose body was countless times bigger than an ordinary person, stepped out from the heavenly southern kingdom's coffin while a small skinny old man stepped out from the Jiangzhou clan's coffin. These 2 elders were completely different aside from one similarity. They were both dying. Their blood energy had dried up and was next to nothingness. However, even though this was the case, these dying old men were still extremely frightening. It was as if the simplest of gestures were capable of tearing the 9 heavens and ripping the 6 Tao apart. Invincible Ancestor. Seeing the appearances of the 2 ancestors, the disciples from the Jiangzhou clan and the Heavenly Southern Kingdom cheered. This isn't the Heavenly Southern Kingdom's divine beast protector. Seeing the giant old man, a temple lord murmured to say, This is Venerable Mo Shen of the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. In a flash, these once invincible characters were wielding their treasures and slashed straight down with a force capable of stealing the brilliances of the sun and moon and slicing the 6 Tao. Go! The monstrous Li Jie crazily shouted as his wings swept by. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions went off continuously as blood filled the sky. The devil wings were not able to stop the attacks from the 2 invincible existences and were cut apart. Truly frightening. Worthy of being called invincible existences during their generations. Seeing the 2 old undyings managing to cut the devil wings down, everyone became shocked. Meanwhile, the disciples from the Heavenly Southern Kingdom and the Jiangzhou clan were celebrating. Boom! In a flash, a treasure appeared next to Li Jie. It was the myriad heavenly cauldron. At this time, the myriad heavenly cauldron poured down spirit energy to wash Li Jie's flesh. 13-13-12. An incredible thing happened as the energy from the myriad heavenly cauldron tempered Li Jie's body. All of the green hair on his body started to fall down. Rumbly! At this time, Li Jie's inner physique emerged. His body appeared to be a giant whale that swallowed the underworld water, and the water flowed endlessly throughout his body. At the same time, the myriad heavenly cauldron poured down an endless amount of refined flame and scorched the underworld water. Once it was completely evaporated, strands of underworld fire went into Li Jie's inner body and frantically refined his physique. With a loud boom, Li Jie's fate palace opened wide above his head as the cauldron of life, tree of life, pillar of life, and spring of life appeared. In an instant, an endless amount of essence of life descended. The unbelievable thing actually occurred as the pillar of life and tree of life suddenly took root in the underworld river and crazily swallowed the underworld water. Splash, splash. It felt as if the underworld river existed just for him as the endless energy from the underworld river poured into his body. Pee-pee-pog with explosive noises of joints crackling. Li Jie's body suddenly sprung up from the ground, becoming increasingly bigger and taller. In the end, his head was as high as the stars, causing everyone to become dizzy. Physique connection, physique cleansing, life advancement. This is the second tempering of the body. This is too insane. The realm of this boy is still only of the purified rebirth realm. An old man was amazed with his eyes wide open. Everyone took in a deep breath to calm down. The purified rebirth realm was when cultivators refined their bodies the second time. Cultivators of this realm were barely considered powerful, but Li Jie at this realm was able to kill royal nobles, defeat enlightened beings, and challenge ancient saints. This type of realm-surpassing battle prowess was completely unfathomable. Surpassing a realm in a flash. Venerable Mo Shen and the wise monarch's descendant coldly scowled. Their life treasures turned into a torrential storm and aimed for Li Jie. There were 3 levels in the purified rebirth realm, but today, Li Jie wanted to complete the 3 levels along with the physique tribulation in one breath, rendering everyone dumbfounded. Pluff, pluff, pluff. The 2 life treasures slashed Li Jie's body, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. However, the endless flames formed from the underworld water refined Li Jie's body as it crazily grew bigger and bigger. No matter how fierce the life treasures were chopping, even a chopped hand would instantly grow back out again. Li Jie simply ignored them and their attacks. Once his body grew big enough to where his head became unseeable, Li Jie opened his mouth and drank the rolling underworld river that was pouring down from the 9 heavens. Finally, Li Jie's body grew to the sufficient size. Suddenly, there was a ferocious growl emanating from Li Jie's chest. It was as if the god-fiend was not willing. His inner physique became extremely bright. It seemed as if Li Jie was about to turn into a god and ascend into an immortal. Universal laws began to descend along with majestic hymns. Not good, he wants to steal the heavens' fortune. The expressions of Venerable Mo Shen and the Jiangzhou clan's descendant greatly sank as they glanced at each other. Then they roared, "Kill!" In an instant, drop after drop of longevity blood gently fell into their life wheels that had just appeared. Before, they were saving their blood energy and did not exert their true strength. Blood energy was very valuable, and since they were near death, they had very little longevity blood left. There was only a few drops like this. In a flash, his chest cavity flashed as a huge wound cracked and an immense shadow rushed out, exuding a tremendous amount of demonic energy. The physique devil has escaped. Seeing the demonic shadow covering the sky, countless people were horrified. Crack, the physique devil had escaped, and it initially wanted to devour Liqia's flesh, but, in an instant, Liqia clapped his hands together as the endless violet lightning streamed downward, all of them stabbed towards the physique devil. The physique devil screamed and immediately tried to escape. Without a doubt, it was fearful of this type of violet lightning. In just a second, the physique devil was being chased by the endless violet lightning into the electrical trap. After entering the electrical trap, the physique devil crazily roared and immediately pierced through the true fates of Venerable Mo Shan and the Jiangsu descendant. Their true fates were instantly taken over by the physique devil, and their blood energy, along with universal laws, were devoured in an instant. After a loud boom, the physique devil's body carried a bloody shade and immediately became more powerful. "You are mine." Liqia's thunderous voice rang down as his hands descended along with endless streaks of violet lightning that instantaneously surrounded the physique devil. Drowned in the violet lightning, the physique devil angrily screamed in complete hysteria and struggled to escape no matter what. However, it failed from breaking through the boundless violet lightning. All of the spectators stood still for the scene unraveling before their eyes was beyond their imagination. It even destroyed their sense of rationality. This was an impossible matter, but it was really happening. What is that thing?" Everyone's mouths were wide open as one guy murmured. The turtle monarch from the Flying Dragon Lake had been present for some unknown time. It took him a moment to regain his clarity. He then shivered with a shocked expression before murmuring, This might have been written down before. Physique devil stealing the heavens, underworld river attracting the gods, lightning descending from the underworld palace." Many people simply did not understand what the old turtle monarch was talking about, but they were still horrified by the spectacle. "Junior, I can't allow you to live any longer." In a flash, an ancient hoarse voice rang as an ancient coffin appeared. The azure mysterious ancient kingdom appeared out of nowhere on top of a mountain while carrying an ancient coffin. At this time, the ancient coffin opened and an old man stood up straight, exuding a presence as if he was the only ruler in this universe. "Eighth ancestor Qing Xian, not the ninth ancestor," someone shouted after seeing this old man. Boom! At this time, a life wheel emerged from behind the old man's back that carried a surging and endless blood energy as it immediately attacked with an emperor weapon. Boom! The emperor weapon, with its unlimited emperor power, attacked and disintegrated the sky as the myriad of Tao turned into nothingness. It seemed as if everything between the heaven and earth was beaten back to its primordial origin. Even the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground exerted numerous divine laws, yet more than half of them were annihilated. Imperial Violet Hammer, the life treasure of immortal Emperor San Dao. This immortal emperor life treasure was unleashed by an existence that could be considered unbeatable. Even ancient saints were directly lying on the ground as everyone else was in complete and utter horror. At this moment, the entire Grand Middle Territory suffered a major turmoil as countless people felt the immense majestic emperor power sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In just a second, all of their gazes looked towards the direction of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Go! At the same time, Liqia spread out his arms, and the physique devil, overwhelmed by the violet lightning, was suddenly released. Bang! In a flash, the imperial violet hammer struck the physique devil. With a miserable scream, the physique devil was slain by the imperial violet hammer, and the violet lightning surrounding it also turned into a violet, clear liquid, floating in the sky. The imperial violet hammer instantly killed the physique devil and then, with the same unparalleled momentum, it cleaved towards Liqia. Everything go now. At this moment, Liqia channeled all of the boundless violet lightning on his body into his 2 hands. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying amalgamation of lightning formed between his hands. He then reached out to stop the imperial violet hammer like a mad dragon. Insanity! Using his bare hands to stop an emperor weapon. All became aghast at such a sight. Using one's bare hands to meet an emperor weapon, even a virtuous paragon wouldn't dare to do this, let alone a junior. This was absolutely suicidal. Bang! The power of the imperial violet hammer was capable of drying the sea from its penetration. Under this invincible blow, the violet lightning, as vast as the sea, was still shattered and dried up. Another huge explosion occurred as Liqia's entire body was knocked away by the imperial violet hammer. The body as tall as the horizon had a crack, but there was not blood flowing out, for there was underworld water spraying about instead. At this time, Li Qie was a giant whose body was filled with underworld water. The water then flashed out green lights with the same size as his green hairs from before. In just a moment, they sewed up his wound the size of a valley. Kill! Even the old man couldn't believe that one emperor weapon attack was not enough to kill a junior. He recalled the Imperial Violet Hammer and once again unleashed another murderous attack with a boom. The second attack of the emperor weapon frightened all beings as they prostrated on the earth. I refuse to exist together with your azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Li Qie's expression sank as the Imperial Violet Hammer struck down yet again. He, very slightly, opened the stone box again. A mysterious light soared to the sky and hit the Imperial Violet Hammer. Thump! The Imperial Violet Hammer was knocked away by this mysterious light and flew away all of a sudden. This scene shocked everyone because the hammer was an actual immortal emperor life treasure. Bang! Even though it was knocked away by this mysterious light, in an instant, it kept its invincible momentum to, once again, slash towards Li Qie with no intention of stopping until he was dead. Li Qie's countenance darkened. He no longer hesitated and directly threw the stone box outside to strike. Inside was the defining treasure of the Middle Continent. You fool! At the same time, a cold cry suddenly rang out as an unblemished white hand appeared. The stone box fell into this hand. With a slight shake, it exuded an infinite amount of mysterious light, illuminating the entire world. At this second, it was as if the world of immortals was opening as never-ending immortal light spewed out. Bang! At this moment, the Imperial Violet Hammer was knocked away to the horizon and out of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. No, amidst the flames and lightning of battle, the white hand slightly angled the mysterious light from the box and immediately annihilated 8th ancestor Qing Xian, turning him into ashes. Chapter 227, Middle Continent Princess, 1. Unbeknownst to everyone, a woman had been standing in the air. She had a peerless elegance that would be considered rare in all the ages. She stood there like a moon goddess. With an extremely ancient style of attire, it immediately let people know that she was not born in the contemporary times. This woman, with her eyes shut while holding the ancient box, did not look at anyone. However, this did not diminish her beauty in the least. Earth Immortal. Seeing this woman, shock was inevitable for all spectators. Even a few other Earth Immortals at this place changed their expressions. The last gate master of the 1000 Emperors Gate also lost his colors as he murmured to say, "It is her. Middle Continent Princess." A treasure lord that had dealt with Li Qie before. An extremely mysterious woman. While looking at her, no one ever thought that an Earth Immortal would lend Li Qie a hand. Despite their setback in ancient Sky City, the ancient kingdom did not give up their plans to bury their ancestor on an underworld boat. They simply became more low-key. However, when their ancestor noticed Li Qie's immortal physique reaching some success, with their hatred rekindled, they immediately tried to kill Li Qie. They absolutely couldn't allow for this kid to leave this place alive, but they didn't know that it would end with their own demise. We are the disciples of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. If you dare to touch us, the Ancient Kingdom will absolutely not let you get away with it. At this moment, the experts from the Ancient Kingdom were deathly pale regardless of whether they were named heroes, royal nobles, enlightened beings, or ancient saints. This was a great disaster to them. You all think too highly of your Ancient Kingdom. Li Qie leisurely smiled and added, "To her, your Ancient Kingdom is nothing. When she was alive, she would still dare to destroy your Ancient Kingdom." At this point, Middle Continent Princess opened her fair hand and turned it towards the direction of the Ancient Kingdom's disciples. The Ancient Kingdom's experts became distressed in horror and turned around to flee. However, under this fair hand, no one was able to escape. No! The unwilling disciples of the Ancient Kingdom screamed and were finally crushed into a rain of blood. Awesome, awesome! Li Qie clapped his hands while smiling, but Middle Continent Princess didn't care for him. As for the rest of the people present, they naturally felt horrified because this woman was way too powerful and daunting. Unfortunately, no one knew her true background. What they all did not understand was why such an Earth Immortal would be related to this boy, Li Qie. No matter if they were treasure lords or Earth Immortals, they would not be happy to mingle with their descendants. However, This earth immortal before them actually helped Li Qie. This was utterly unbelievable. Compared to the experts of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, the disciples of the Jiangzhou clan and Heavenly Southern Kingdom were much more lucky, for they had escaped earlier and avoided this calamitous fate. You should give me back my treasure. At this moment, Li Qie smiled at Middle Continent Princess in a nonchalant and carefree manner as he slowly spoke. Middle Continent Princess was still coldly glaring at Li Qie. Even though her eyes were closed, it was easy to tell that it was not a friendly gaze. In the end, she threw the stone box back to him. Many people wanted to know what the treasure inside the stone box was. This was an item that knocked the Imperial Violet Hammer away. Of course, the more regrettable matter was that they lacked the power to stop the defeated Imperial Violet Hammer from flying away. If they were capable, then they would prevent it from flying back to the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, and an immortal Emperor life treasure would have been theirs. Li Qie held the stone box and gently touched it before finally glancing at Middle Continent Princess as he quietly said, I owe you a debt. Now you are speaking like a human. Middle Continent Princess exclaimed coldly. Li Qie didn't say anything else. He simply gave a gentle sigh. There were many things that he did not want to think about because not everything could be perfect in this world. There will always be some things that are lamentable. No matter if the events that year were intentional or not, regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding that year, even if he actually did not owe her, he still felt a dimming sadness in his heart. He did not want to tread on this path of memories, but there were many things that he would have to eventually face one day. Outsiders were puzzled by their speech. In fact, besides Li Qie and Middle Continent Princess, the secret in this matter was totally unknown to all. Bang! At this time, the void was penetrated with the neighing of horses. 4 bronze horses rushed out of the fragmented realm as they broke through the void. A thunderous explosion rang as the Tetrawar bronze chariot crushed space itself and suddenly appeared in front of Li Qie with Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao standing on top. Even though they were sucked into the fragmented realm, they were unscathed due to the protection from the chariot. There was a bronze horse with a treasure disc in its mouth in front of Li Qie. This was the fragmented realm spatial disc of young King Nantian, a supreme treasure of the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Old buddies, truly amazing. I knew that you guys would not let me down. Li Qie took the fragmented realm spatial disc with great joy as he continued. I actually needed this thing. This will save me a trip from the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. The bronze horses neighed to Li Qie, showing their intimacy. Such a scene was greeted by eye-reddening jealousy from countless people. The fragmented realm spatial disc, according to the legends, it was crafted from the true mantras taken from the space scripture, one of the 9 grand scriptures, by immortal Emperor Fei Yong. This item was no less valuable than an immortal emperor life treasure. Young noble. Seeing Li Qie exulted Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. The ladies jumped down from the chariot, then Li Shuangyan immediately expressed her concern. Are you all right, young noble? Chapter 228, Middle Continent Princess, 2. How can anything wrong happen to me? Li Qie shrugged with a smile, then he continued. Dealing with them was as easy as a breakfast meal. Seeing Li Qie safe and sound relieved both the ladies. They assumed the worst as they were trapped by the fragmented realm spatial disc without any means to escape. They didn't expect the Tetrawar bronze chariot to be so powerful. It actually broke out from the fragmented realm while subduing the disc. Tetrawar bronze chariot. At this time, Middle Continent Princess coldly stared at Li Qie's group with her chilling focus on Li Qie. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, after calming down, couldn't help but become shocked once again when they saw Middle Continent Princess standing in the air. They met the princess back on the transaction day, but they didn't expect to have a reunion today. He didn't tell you guys? Middle Continent Princess closed her eyes, then she turned towards Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao to say, he is the most deceptive liar in the world. Be careful, or else one day, you will be sold off by him while still not knowing who he even is. Having heard the princess' words, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao couldn't help but stare at Li Qie, then back at the princess. Li Qie looked a bit embarrassed and mirthlessly smiled without saying a word. Li Qie's attitude truly confused Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. Why did the princess call Li Qie a liar? That day when they did the transaction for the Middle Continent's great treasure, both sides were completely willing. Even though they felt that something was strange about this matter, they wouldn't ask Li Qie if he didn't want to talk about it. The battle had ended. Under Li Qia's scheming, young King Nantian was not the only casualty. Even the old Undying of the Zhongzhou clan, whom could be described as invincible, along with the old man from the heavenly southern kingdom died. In the end, the ancient kingdom's eighth ancestor that had swept through the world was also annihilated just the same. Such a result truly horrified everyone, and it created a creepy silence throughout the entire underworld fairy. At this time, regardless of the sect or heritage, sect master or royal lord, or even the old Undying buried for many generations, there was only fear in their minds. From their perspectives, even though this little demon had a shallow cultivation, he was even more frightening than ancient saints. He alone carried two supreme invincible laws. However, his Heaven's Will secret law and invincible immortal physique law were not the most frightening things. It was his schemes. With regards to cultivation, even though he cultivated both of the laws, he essentially could not compare to the ancient kingdom's eighth ancestor. Such an invincible existence like the eighth ancestor could crush him with one hand like an insect. It could even be said that the group of the 6 Zhongzhou kings and Nantian Hoodoo could kill him easily. However, today, he slew all of them, even the undying existences like Venerable Mo Shan and the wise monarch's descendant. He borrowed the physique devil of the tribulation as well as the hell lightning in order to massacre all of them. Even the eighth ancestor was still within his calculations. In the end, all of these invincible existences that had swept through an era were only poor victims that contributed to his tribulation. They were nothing but tools for him to surpass this ordeal. Having thought to this point caused many people to shiver with fear in their hearts. This little demon was too scary. He was clearly only 15 or 16 years old, but he was as wily as an old fox. He was always suppressing his physique tribulation. Just to wait for that moment. Jewel Pillar Saint Child's eyes became as cold as ice as he murmured. His heart couldn't help but feel a chilling sensation. He had surpassed his own physique tribulation and knew that the sooner it was, the easier would be to surpass such a trial. However, Li Qie clearly suppressed his tribulation. Maybe he was waiting for the underworld river and wanted to take advantage of the underworld water. With this thought, Jewel Pillar Saint Child felt terror in his heart. This little demon will absolutely be his worst enemy for the rest of his life. After everything settled down, Qi Yun from the 9 Saint Demon Gate came out from a corner of the ferry and went towards Li Qie to speak in a low voice. "Young noble Li, the elders of the War God Temple want to meet you." With that said, he couldn't help but look at Li Qie one more time. However, there was nervousness in his heart for he was very dreadful of Li Qie. He had witnessed the earlier battle with his own eyes. He understood Li Qie's monstrousness as he schemed against the old Undyings of the Zhongzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. When Li Qie glanced at him, he shivered uncontrollably. Li Qie gently nodded his head and followed Qi Yun. There was a sand beach at the underworld river. At the end of it was a cluster of rocks, and the elders from the War God Temple were hiding at this place. Their base and formations were far away from other sects and cultivators. Compared to the other great powers, a giant like the War God Temple was very secretive at this underworld boat's burial event. They did not show the slightest ostentatious gesture. Without a doubt, this person being buried was very crucial to them. Perhaps they even had a heaven-frightening status, and the War God Temple did not want others to know who they were burying. In fact, the person being buried this time affected their future rise and fall. Thus, the War God Temple couldn't afford not to be cautious. In their camp, all the elders of the War God Temple were sitting on the ground. All of them wore black robes and hats that had long curtains to completely hide their faces. They formed a circle on the ground with an ancient coffin in the middle. The style of this coffin was not particularly special. It was as if it was just a burial of an ordinary disciple. This was most likely the War God Temple deliberately lowering its specialness in order to dispel any possible guesses from outsiders. Qi Yun left after Li Qie entered. Even as a supreme elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he was not qualified to be present at this place. Li Qie arrived and quickly glanced at all the elders sitting on the ground. All of them were very mysterious, and they tried their best to suppress their own energy so that others could not detect their surging and howling strength. Truly low profile. Li Qie looked at all the elders before his glance fell onto the ordinary coffin, and he said, "Give me a little bit of time to guess who the person in this coffin is. He's claimed to be an ancestor of the War God Temple, but would an ancestor force all of you to be here at this place right now? The whole thing about burying the ancestor was just nonsense. With your War God Temple's way of doing things, if I am not mistaken, the person in this coffin must either be the divine protector of your temple, or the old man from the hidden immortal hall? The moment his words came out, all eyes suddenly fell on him. If people described glares to be as sharp as swords, then the glares of these old men would be even more terrifying than divine swords. It seems that I was right. There is more than just one ancestor of your temple here. Your temple truly has many good items for life prolongment. Many old men that should be rolling in their graves are still able to hold on to their time. Li Qie leisurely smiled as he stated. If Qi Yun was here, he would be broken from fear due to Li Qie's words. The War God Temple's ancestors were all invincible existences, and there was more than one. They had lived through countless moons, and there were some ancestors that had lived in an extremely ancient era who were still alive under the ground to this very day. Who wouldn't be respectful to characters of this caliber? However, Li Qie did not put them in his sight. The younger generation will surpass us in time. At this moment, a voice finally rang out from the coffin. It was an ancient and archaic voice. It sounded as if it came from the past all the way to the present. This ancient voice continued on. With such ability, there is nowhere in this world where you cannot go. Luan Ri truly knows how to judge people. His trust in you was not without reason. So it is the old man from the hidden immortal hall. Hearing this voice, Li Qie immediately knew who it was. Besides the people present, there were no contemporary outsiders who knew more about the War God Temple than him. Li Qie leisurely added, "You are truly alive. Even old man Mu could not pass the heartlessness of time, yet you are able to. I have to admit that your will is as hard as steel." At this point, the gazes of the elders on the ground became frightening. The ones sitting here to guard this coffin were the reclusive ancestors from the War God Temple. Some of them didn't even mind leaving their era bloodstones just to come here in order to send away this coffin. Since Li Qie immediately revealed their secret, if it was necessary, they would not hesitate to kill him. In the end, the hidden immortal hall was extremely important to the War God Temple. This was also one of the reasons why they could stand strong for millions of years. Don't even think about killing me to hide the secret. Li Qie was still calm as he spoke. I know that in order to bring the coffin here, there are some near-dead people climbing out from their graves. However, be smart and do not provoke me. Otherwise, I will think about turning your War God Temple over, even if the old man from the hidden immortal hall is still alive. At this time, a black-robed old man stood up. To him, Li Qie already knew too much. Don't be impulsive. The ancient voice from the coffin appeared again. After having heard the command, the standing old man, at this time, silently sat back down without saying a word from start to finish. This is more like it. Li Qie let out a smile and continued on. Regarding this old man that is capable of holding on since the era of Old Man Mu till now, he has eaten much more salt than you all have eaten meals. The old men from the War God Temple became speechless. This little demon was so unbridled. He was so rampantly arrogant to the point of driving them into insanity. One has to know that War God Mu was one of their most powerful ancestors. Yet this little demon is actually calling him an old man. Legend has it that the Tetra-War Bronze Chariot was a supreme throne. I once heard a legend that stated that during the Desolace expansion era, when the Tetra-War Bronze Chariot arrived, even the gods retreated while the immortal emperors came to offer their greetings. The ancient voice from the wooden coffin resounded. Li Qie coldly interrupted him and dryly said, "Don't try to test me. Even if the War God Temple's power is great, there are some taboos better left unexplored in this world." The voice in the coffin also stopped after hearing Li Qie words. He was wondering and perhaps even checking his memories. Chapter 229. Empress Hong Tian, 1. Are there any underworld boats that can increase my lifespan even more in this coming event? In the end, the voice inside the wooden coffin rang again, and no longer discussed the matter of the Tetra-War Bronze Chariot. According to our agreement, I can only increase your lifespan by 500 years at best. Once you come out of the underworld boat, you will be able to rest in the hidden immortal hall for countless more moons. Li Qie slowly said. The voice in the coffin appeared again and said, 500 years still has its limitation in the end. There will be a day where the Era Bloodstone will no longer be able to cover me. The person inside the coffin had lived for countless years. With the War God Temple's strength, they had plenty of Era Bloodstones. However, even with a sufficient quantity, there will be a day when the Era Bloodstones lose their effect. An existence of this level only wanted to remain alive in order to continue his mission of protecting the War God Temple. During the infinite stretch of the River of Time, there will absolutely be a time where the War God Temple would need him to come into being. The price of coming out from the Era Bloodstone was extremely expensive but nevertheless necessary. There is no immortality. Li Qie shook his head and continued. Even for immortal emperors shouldering the heaven's will and ruling the universe, although they are christened as heavenly beings, they still have not seen immortality. War God Mu living for another generation was already unbelievable and could even be called a miracle since the beginning of time. However, all will come to an end while flowing down the River of Time. 500 years is enough for you to be covered in dust for many, many more years. There might not be an underworld boat that can give another lifetime in this generation. However, there has to be one that gives more years. The person in the coffin clearly did not give up and added, "If I can be buried in a longer lifespan underworld boat, our War God Temple is willing to pay a huge price." In each generation, there will not be more than 3 underworld boats that are able to strengthen one's fate and longevity. In this coming event, I'm afraid there is not one that will give another generation of life. However, there is absolutely one that exceeds 500 years. Li Qie looked at the coffin and eventually stated, "However, Middle Continent Princess has already chosen this boat. If you have heard of her tales, I trust that you would not want to compete with her." Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom during the Tian II Annihilation Age. After a long pause, the voice in the coffin appeared again with a much more serious tone. Little did they know that the day when Tian II unified the heaven and earth would be the date of demise for their Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom. The old man knew that the origin of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom was in dismay because legend has it that the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom's background was no weaker than that of their War God Temple. The Ancient Kingdom was an unparalleled giant during that era in the mortal emperor world. The scene suddenly became quiet with everyone staying silent for a long time. After leaving the War God Temple's camp, Li Qie went to the 9 Saint Demon Gates base. Qi Yun had already settled Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao in. Both of them took a sigh of relief after seeing Li Qie's return, especially Li Shuangyan. She knew her young noble too well and was worried that his haughty attitude would provoke the War God Temple. It seemed like her worries were unnecessary. Li Qie sat in the camp, bored, while waiting for the underworld boats. Meanwhile, it was the first time Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao went to the underworld ferry, and it was also their first time witnessing such a sight. They were curiously looking at the great powers from all over the world, for there were truly too many of them at this place carrying coffins. At the same time, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were also moved to see the treasure lords and earth immortals at the side. Even though the two didn't know their backgrounds, they were listening to Qi Yun a little bit earlier. All of them had heaven-frightening origins. Who would have thought that they would appear again at this place millions of years after their deaths? Is the Thousand Emperor Gate truly that amazing? Chen Baojiao especially took note of the last gate master from the Thousand Emperor Gate, and she couldn't help but ask Li Qie. It was indeed amazing. Li Qie looked at the last gate master from afar, and it reminded him of some old memories. He then added, "For generations of immortal emperors through 4 continuous generations. It could be said to be one of the great marvels since the beginning of time." Elder Qi said that the Thousand Emperor Gate had the space scripture, one of the 9 grand scripture. Is this the truth? Li Shuangyan couldn't suppress her curiosity. She was only told by Qi Yun from earlier, and Qi Yun only heard it from some of the discussions from the great powers. Li Shuangyan paid special attention to this when Qi Yun brought this up because she clearly knew that her physique law came from the physique scripture, one of the 9 scriptures as well. Such a secret could only be known by them and forever buried in their minds. The space scripture and physique scripture were part of the 9 grand scriptures. This was an object born before the heaven and earth, peerless for all of eternity. Even the heavens' will secret laws, the highest achievement of immortal emperors, could not compare to them. Having cultivated the supreme void imperfection immortal physique, Li Shuangyan naturally took interest in the legendary space scripture. Li Qie came back from his recollection and gently nodded. To be exact, they only obtained a small part of the space scripture. It would have been wondrous if they actually obtained the full space scripture. With their unbeatable power of that year, maybe they could have even created an entire world. In that case, this world would not be the 9 worlds, but rather the 10 worlds. But Elder Qi also said that the invincible Thousand Emperor Gate was ended by Empress Hong Tian. Just how powerful was Empress Hong Tian? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask. Li Shuangyan then replied, I have heard of legends relating to Empress Hong Tian. Later on, people placed her on the same level as immortal Emperor Jiao Hang. Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang was the first immortal emperor of the human race, and he was undefeated in his entire life. Even though he was not the very first immortal emperor, his brilliance dazzled all the ages. Since the beginning of time, there were many immortal emperors, but only he was undefeated. This was especially impressive due to his young age before shouldering the heaven's will. Perhaps mere words did not do his achievement justice. Placed on the same level as immortal Emperor Jiao Hang, Chen Baojiao was quite astonished. In the hearts of many humans, immortal Emperor Jiao Hang was the #1 emperor. What kind of frightening existence was Empress Hong Tian to be placed on the same level as him? Since the immemorial times, there were far more than just one female immortal emperor, but there was no other who could enjoy such a great reputation. Empress Hong Tian. Hearing this name, Li Jie couldn't control himself from being stunned. There was once such a girl on the long and winding path of time. There was once an era when a dark crow carried this girl to far and far away places. There was once a dark crow under the brilliance of a supreme empress that secretly guided her to higher and higher aims. Unfortunately, because of a certain matter, the two of them went on separate paths in the end. Ultimately, they were as far from each other like the edges of the heavens. Chapter 230, Empress Hong Tian, 2. Li Jie couldn't help but become lost in a daze while thinking of Empress Hong Tian. As the dark crow traversing through infinite moons, he personally trained many immortal emperors, and immortal Emperor Min Ran was not considered the most brilliant. Empress Hong Tian was definitely not the most naturally gifted, but she was one of the greatest immortal emperors. When they swept through the heaven and earth to reach the apex, she cried with tears of joy. During the torturous moments of suffering, she wept in sorrow. No matter if it was during their conquest or time spent for the Grand Tao, there was always a secretive shadow accompanying her in both happy and sad times. There was a time when all of this laughter of happiness, along with cries of anguish, was embedded in their memories. Unfortunately, they eventually went their separate ways and even nearly turned into enemies. Everything turned into nothingness in a flash, becoming scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. The most painful thing in this world was not watching your loved ones die, but to break into a life or death feud with each other. Thinking about the past, the bygones, and the moments forgotten by time, Li Jie was lost in a daze for a long time without being able to regain his composure. Empress Hong Tian. Millions of years had passed. No matter whether it was that year or the present, he did not blame her. There were some things that were against his wishes, but he had to make a decision. No matter if it was the most difficult era or the most miserable year, he, from beginning to end, always had a bottom line. He always persevered no matter what happened. Empress Hong Tian. A distant memory of their fight was still clear in his mind. Even when it was millions of years later, Li Jie still couldn't help but become sullen in the end. Young noble, what is wrong? Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan wondered about the strangeness in their young noble's demeanor. Li Jie then regained his mind. He let out a smile and shook his head to say, "It is nothing." Afterwards, he became silent. The two girls looked at each other. They felt that their young noble's mind was preoccupied with heavy thoughts, and it didn't look like he was worrying about the matter of the underworld boat. The underworld boat still did not appear after 2 or 3 days. There were very few sects that arrived during this time. The sects that were going to make it were already present, while those absent would most likely not make it in time. However, in the last 2 or 3 days, more than 10 treasure lords along with 3 earth immortals arrived. They were all extremely frightening existences that were invincible during their own eras. In the end, these treasure lords and earth immortals could not resist the temptation of the underworld boat even though they hesitated for a long time before coming. Leaving their feng shui treasure earths and dragon veins meant that they were using their lifespan that had been accumulated from countless years. They had no backup plan. The two options were to either successfully increase their longevity and leave the burial ground, or to become earth corpses forever in the future. Treasure lords and earth immortals were different from earth corpses, for they had their own intelligence and awareness. Even though a few of them were buried after their deaths, at this moment, they could still be considered living beings. All of the earth corpses were squeezed into their own group, far away from the living. They were true corpses without awareness and intelligence. Their only instinct was to board the underworld boat. The treasure lords and earth immortal occupied their own area without any interactions with the others. They all carried solemn expressions, for this was their last battle. If successful, they could gain a few hundred years or even a few thousand years of lifespan to leave the burial ground and escape from its chains. However, if they were to be unsuccessful, becoming an earth corpse for all eternity was a worse fate than death. Legend has it that the dead can still enter the reincarnation cycle, but earth corpses will never have that chance. At the ferry, the atmosphere was very tense as everyone quietly waited while gazing at the underworld river's silently flowing stream. Finally, on the 5th day, the underworld boats finally came out. Inside the vast underworld river, the first underworld boat flew out from the layers of fog. An underworld boat. When the first boat came out, the entire ferry became rowdy because no one could sit still at this time. They all stood up, both the dead and the living. At the same time, the eyes in the coffins opened. Outside of actual dead people, all of the undying beings covered in era bloodstones opened their eyes one after another to look at the approaching underworld boats. The boat that flew from the layers of fog was completely silent and entirely black, including its sails and hull. It gave off the feeling of a ghost ship as it quietly floated out from the fog. 1 boat, 2 boats, 3 boats, 4 boats. After the first one flew out, there were more and more underworld boats flying out from the layers of fog. Here we go. The moment the first boat flew out, Xueqi stood up right away with his gaze fixed on the underworld boats. At this moment, his eyes were like flames, lighting up each underworld boat without missing a single detail. In a flash, the war god temple's camp made their move and all of the elders immediately lifted the ancient coffin and appeared right behind Xueqi. Their speed was lightning fast and didn't make the slightest of sounds. When the first ship flew out, everyone at the ferry all stood up, including the earth corpses. At this time, even the spectators who only came for the entertainment were also tense, let alone the great powers who wanted to bury their coffins on the boats. Inside the fog, boat after boat flew out in complete silence, creating a ghastly scenery. Rumble. The earth corpses were the first group to take action. Countless earth corpses, like dumplings jumping into a steaming pot, all rushed towards the underworld river. Keep in mind that the underworld water was very harmful to most cultivators, especially those with ordinary physiques. It would destroy the life essence of mortal bodies, but it had very minimal effects on the earth corpses. Boom boom. At this moment, all the earth corpses rushed into the underworld water, wanting to get on the underworld boats. The scramble began immediately with earth corpses activating their life treasures in order to kill those who aimed for their boats regardless of whether it was the dead or the living. Earth corpses did not have plans nor schemes. Everything came down to their instinct. Its sole purpose was getting on the underworld boats. They would kill everything as long as it pertained to the competition for the boats. In a trice, many life weapons deafeningly soared to the sky as the first wave of massacre was led by the earth corpses. They were the first to successfully reach the boats that were floating into the vast underworld river that was covered in fog. Board the ship now. The great powers from all over the world did not sit still as their experts personally paved the way while their disciples carried the coffins towards the boats and competed against the earth corpses. There were also ancient coffins that flew up by themselves towards the boats. Boom boom. Mixed with screams and pitiful bellows, different explosions resounded along with the cracking noises of broken bones. In a flash, blinding lights filled the sky with powerful auras sweeping the underworld water surface. The treasure lords also took action right after as they rushed towards the boats. Each of them aimed for a particular one, and right when they believed that it was possible to board, they recklessly rushed forward. In just a moment, even the Earth Immortals became impatient. Within a few moments, both treasure lords and Earth Immortals all opened their eyes, releasing extremely frightening bloody glints. One shouldn't underestimate Earth corpses. Even though they belonged to the lowest level of dead corpses, the truth was far from so. There were a few powerful earth corpses beyond imagination. At this time, along with its encompassing corpse energy, there was an earth corpse wielding a divine saber with extreme might. This divine saber did not only slay other earth corpses, even a treasure lord was killed. 3 coffins from the great powers were split open as the 3 living ancestors inside were slashed to death on the spot. Kill! In a flash, countless ancient coffins that were rushing towards the underworld river all opened up. Dead existences from the legends initiated their advance to seize the underworld boats and to kill all of their oppositions. Over there. Isn't that the wise Heaven Sect's 8th generation sacred Buddha? An ancient Buddha rushed out from a coffin, with a momentum capable of suppressing all evil beings, to slay all of his enemies and to board an underworld boat. That is the Sky Blood Reservoir's Fushimo, Wa. Rumor has it that he died 80,000 years ago. A bloody shadow rushed out of a coffin, instilling terrifying fear into all spectators. However, this once extremely powerful existence couldn't board onto an underworld boat. Another treasure lord descended from the sky and slashed him into two halves. Then he used this unbeatable momentum to board as the boat gently wafted along the underworld river. Fush! At this time above the underworld river, an old woman fought in the sky with another treasure lord, shattering everything in their path. Both sides wanted to seize another boat. The life treasures of these two caused all creatures to tremble the moment they swept through the world. Damn! This old woman is the protector of the sacred river mountain. She actually managed to stay alive till now. Her opponent is the legendary treasure emperor Jun Shang from immortal Emperor Tun Ri's era. They are both invincible existences from their eras. Witnessing the earth-shattering battle between the two caused a spectator who recognized their backgrounds to exclaim in horror. Finally, the old woman, with a tyrannical and unbeatable aura, slayed the treasure lord and boarded an underworld boat. Chapter 231. Contention for the Underworld Boats, 1. At this moment, both the dead and the living were competing for the underworld boats. As the battle became more heated, more and more people died pitifully in the underworld river. Even Earth Immortals and Treasure Lords were no exceptions. Many experts, including Treasure Lords, fell into the underworld river. This river was very ghastly. Not everyone could do what Li Chia did with his green hair taking root in the underworld river. Some experts no longer came out once they fell into the river. They simply floated downstream until they disappeared in the layers of fog. The Earth corpses had a great advantage in this regard. It was as if they were especially blessed by the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. They could climb up from the underworld river much more easily than other cultivators and treasure lords. At the end of the day, they were the dead and thus, they had a much higher affinity with the river. One peerless treasure lord channeled the entire universe in his palm. He wanted to use this invincible momentum to pull an underworld boat towards his direction. However, the moment the boat became separated from the underworld river, it became the size of a palm. In addition, it was only a rotten wooded plank. There was no resemblance of a boat at all. Moreover, when this piece of rotten wood left the water, it immediately turned into dust and floated along the breeze down into the underworld river. Such a scene surprised everyone, including the undying old men, treasure lords, and even the unbeatable Earth Immortals. They all had one question on their minds. Just what on earth are the underworld boats? There were more than 10,000 underworld boats floating on the vast underworld river. In the end, Earth corpses were the most successful in boarding these boats. At this place they had the numbers advantage along with powerful strength. And not to mention, they did not fear the underworld water. As the dead, they had an advantage that cultivators and treasure lords could not compare to. The great powers within their coffins suffered the heaviest losses. However, not all undyings inside the coffins were actually dead. In fact, many of these undyings buried in dust still had one remaining breath, and they were extremely heaven-defying. Once they were near a boat, they would exert one last blow. To put it simply, they would kill gods if gods blocked their way and slay devils if devils deterred their path. There were also a few great powers who were invincible during an era, who actually brought their dead ancestors here. They wanted to bury them on the underworld boats, hoping that their ancestors would have a chance to come back to life and regain their supreme prestige. This type of the dead found it even harder to board an underworld boat. It required numerous experts from the sect to make a path in order to bury the coffin on a boat. Unless this great power was extremely formidable, it would be even harder to bring the dead onto a boat compared to reaching the heavens. This was why, within this grand battle, countless experts from these powers fell and ultimately died in the underworld river. After waves and waves of killing cries amongst endless merit laws in the sky and ringing universal laws, one treasure after another rode the wind. A bunch of legendary characters crawled out of their coffins, causing many spectators by the ferry to be lost in this spectacle. 7 Celestial Heavenly Monarch, War God of the Stone Golem Race, Demon Emperor of Long River, Evil Saint Flood Dragon, Sacred Lord Myriad Poison. Seeing a bunch of undyings coming out of their coffins made many people lose their minds. The old turtle monarch from the Flying Dragon Lake possessed extensive knowledge and, after seeing so many legendary undyings who had been dead for a long time coming out, he lost his colors as if he was bleached white. These characters were all unbeatable during their own eras. Today, all of these undying old men climbed out of their coffins contrary to the rumors of their deaths. Since the immemorial times in the Nine Worlds and Eight Desolaces, no one actually knew how many undyings were holding on to their life using the blood-halting property of the Era Bloodstones. For these invincible old men, the main reason why they chose to prolong their life was to protect their descendants and sections. Of course, there were some who buried themselves in the bloodstones for the hope of staying alive as well. Li Qia's gaze was fixed on the underworld boats the moment they flew out from the fog. At this time, his eyes became as bright as divine torches. He didn't let go of a single intricacy from the boats. In this world, outside of hell itself, no one understood the underworld boats better than him. One could even say that because he had lived from the desolate era until now, as the dark crow floating through time, he had lost count of how many times he had observed the underworld boats. It would not be an exaggeration to state that he had come to see the underworld boats every generation when they made their appearance. He even went as far as to use a heaven-shattering treasure to seize quite a few underworld boats and sealed them for his own investigations. His mind concealed a great secret of knowing how to detect lifeboats and death boats. This was his biggest accomplishment after collecting many underworld boats throughout the years. Which underworld boat is right? In contrast to Li Qia's calmness, an elder of the war god temple couldn't maintain his composure. After seeing different people climbing on the boats as they floated downstream through the layers of fog, he couldn't help but frantically urge Li Qia for an answer. "Don't bother me. Do you want to go on a death boat?" Li Qia angrily replied as he gazed towards the underworld boats. His reply annoyed the war god temple's elders, but they could only acquiesce with silence. This burial trip was too crucial for them and only success was acceptable. "You, pick that one over there." Suddenly, Li Qia shouted at Middle Continent Princess and pointed towards an underworld boat that had just arrived at the ferry. At this time, there were more than 1,000 underworld boats and all of them were basically identical. The one Li Qia pointed at had no discernible characteristic compared to other boats from the spectators' perspectives. Middle Continent Princess stayed silent and simply stared at Li Qia. Meanwhile, Li Qia immediately raised his voice again. "Hurry up, it will be too late if someone else takes it." At this time, even the ancestors of the war god temple were moved with their own thoughts. There were so many floating boats yet Li Qia picked this particular one. There must be a reason why. However, their forefather had warned them against underhanded actions. Even though they were tempted, robbing this boat was outside of their audacity. However, Middle Continent Princess still emotionlessly stood there while staring at Li Qia with a cold demeanor. "Time is running out. Hurry and go." Li Qia roared at Middle Continent Princess. At this moment, it seemed as if he had turned into a different person with a divine dignified expression not to be questioned by anyone. However, Middle Continent Princess still wouldn't budge. Li Qia couldn't help but become flustered as he angrily shouted, "Would I lie to you in this life? Hurry up and get the hell up there." At this time, there were so many people who wanted to board this ship. How could Li Qia not become insane from the rush? In the blink of an eye, Middle Continent Princess shifted her body and stepped towards the underworld boat. With a loud detonation, everyone who tried to seize this ship all exploded. No matter whether they were the Undyings invincible in their own eras, the treasure lords who were reigning over their own generations, or the fearless earth corpses, in the blink of an eye, everything that approached this ship all burst into nothingness without a trace remaining. Her heaven-defying power caused everyone to take a deep breath, including the ancestors from the war god temple. They all shuddered at the strength of this woman. "Just who on earth is she?" A demon monarch murmured as he gazed at Middle Continent Princess's compelling might. At this time, another person took action. He was the last gate master of the Thousand Emperor Gate. With a quick maneuver and just a flash, he aimed for the same underworld boat as Middle Continent Princess. Compared to the other Earth Immortals and Treasure Lords, the last Gate Master was very lucid. He had always been staring at this underworld boat. After seeing Middle Continent Princess attempt to board this ship, he became determined to also seize it. Zang! In a split second, Middle Continent Princess opened her eyes as two bloody rays shot out. With an unbelievable speed, the two bloody rays turned into two supreme divine spears that God-killingly pierced the sky and the six Tao. The sharp gleams of the two divine spears chilled everyone's hearts. These are truly monstrous divine spears. The approaching divine spears shocked even the last gate master of the Thousand Emperor Gate. He immediately dodged and returned to his initial place. Puff! The divine spears struck the air and created a black hole. The fabric of time and space was shattered by the divine spears and became a void. If struck by these spears, even the old invincible Undyings would turn into nothingness without a chance to even become ashes. Such a mighty display rendered everyone speechless. This person was too monstrous and could even annihilate time and space. She was simply in existence at an abnormal level. After returning to his spot in a flash, the last gate master no longer took action for that underworld boat. Without a doubt, he was very dreadful of Middle Continent Princess. At this point, even the War God Temple's elders were amazed. Even though the Thousand Emperor Gate fell at the hands of Empress Hong Tian, its power was beyond the imagination of mankind. The last gate master of the Thousand Emperor Gate was absolutely an unparalleled paragon. However, he was still so cautious against the princess like this. After the princess boarded the ship, she did not immediately enter and simply stood at the bow. Standing there, she opened her beautiful eyes, with flashing glimmers, to look at Li Qia at the far distance. Looking at the princess from afar, Li Qia gently sighed and finally mustered his voice. The heaven and earth is eternal. One day we'll meet again. After watching Li Qia for a while, Middle Continent Princess eventually went inside the boat as it floated downstream. Meanwhile, Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao were puzzled and thought that their young noble and this Middle Continent Princess seemed to be former acquaintances. Chapter 232. Contention for the Underworld Boats, 2. Li Qia remained silent while focusing his gaze on each boat as they came out. Just a moment later, the last gate master of the Thousand Emperor's Gate finally made his move. He quickly stepped on top of an underworld boat. The moment he took action, everyone could clearly hear the crisp and clear sounds of bones breaking. Everyone who competed with him for the boat was grinded into mincemeat. Such a domineering scene caused everyone's hearts to shiver. Truly worthy of coming from the Thousand Emperor's Gate. Even the ancestor of the War God Temple murmured in astonishment. As the boats floated out, there were more and more people who aimed for them. However, there were too many Earth corpses. Even when more than 10,000 boats came out, each one was still highly contested. The truth was that it was a huge gamble to climb up on an underworld boat. More than 10,000 boats flew out in every generation, but they were essentially death boats. The legendary lifeboats numbered at no more than 3. Moreover, each of them prolonged one's life for a different amount of time. A few gave dozens of years while others gave several hundred or even several thousand years. There was even a legendary one that flew out from hell and granted an entire lifetime. That one. Finally, Li Qia selected a boat for the War God Temple's forefather and immediately shouted towards the person inside the ancient coffin. After Li Qia's words came out, with a whoosh, the wooden coffin rushed out and soared towards that underworld boat. This underworld boat was also contested by hundreds of people, with the majority being Earth corpses. Zhang, the person inside the wooden coffin, did not climb out. Instead, he only slashed a sword light outward. This sword light illuminated the 9 spheres with a whoosh sound. The brilliance of the single sweep of the sword annihilated all Undyings, treasure lords, and Earth corpses as the wooden coffin flew towards the boat. Stars in the sky sword. A grand character recognized the origin of this one sword after seeing the sword light. This sacred lord, with a shocked expression, exclaimed, "It's the War God Temple." Upon hearing the words War God Temple, everyone felt a shiver inside. The War God Temple. This could be said to be one of the oldest existences in the mortal emperor world, for its inception was during the Desolate Era. It still stood strong and had secret ties with many immortal emperors. It was both mysterious and powerful and had an unshakable foundation in this world. Around this time, numerous people looked at the group of men dressed in black who were standing behind Li Qia. They finally understood that Li Qia was working for the War God Temple and helping their matter of burial. At the same time, many intelligent men were interested in the low-profile attitude of the War God Temple. Just who was the person being buried from the War God Temple? As the boats gently floated downstream, Li Qia finally told Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao, "This is my time to board. Both of you, along with the 9 Saint Demon Gate, should go back with these old men. No one will dare to cause trouble with them around. If I don't come back in half a month, go back to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect with Niu Fan's group. You don't need to worry about me." What? There were 10,000 words and questions in the minds of Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao, waiting to be spoken. They naturally didn't want their young noble to board the underworld boat, but there was no way to persuade him. You want to go on the underworld boat? At this time, even the ancestors of the war god temple had their mouths wide open. Was this brat going insane? Only people near their death, with no other choice, would board the underworld boats. Everyone was aware that going on the underworld boat was akin to dying. The chance for life prolongment was truly minuscule. It was 1 out of 10,000. However, this brat at such a young age actually wanted to board a ship. This was truly insanity. I should go now. After seeing the last underworld boat fly out, Li Qie spoke. Meanwhile, Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan did not want to leave. They completely wanted to change Li Qie's mind, but the words would not come out. They were aware that no piece of advice would deter their young noble. If I die, then you guys are free. The sky will be high and the earth will be vast again. Feel free to remarry. Seeing the two girls' reluctance to leave, Li Qie made a joke. He's alive and well like this, yet he's running to his death. Many people became dumbfounded seeing the last boat drifting into the foggy layers down the river. A few people found this to be unfathomable as they murmured, "This kid must be haunted by a suicidal longevity spirit." Only people who are tired of living would board the underworld boat. At this moment, no one understood the reason. It was understandable for the dead to board the ship, but a young person? Truly suicidal. Jewel Pillar Saint Child, with bright flashes in his eyes, was very excited. Li Qie simply sought his own death by boarding the ship. If Li Qie didn't come back, then that would be one less powerful enemy for him. What was regrettable was that this brat carried the supreme immortal physique to die. Bai Zhenjin, the descendant of the sword god's sacred ground, was still cold and emotionless as always. She stared at the last ship floating down the river and couldn't help but contemplate. This matter was really strange. Meanwhile, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao dejectedly sighed. They silently prayed for their young noble and hoped that he could return safely. They believed that he would be able to work a miracle and come back alive. In fact, they were just as lost as the others. No one knew where the end of the underworld river was. Once one boarded an underworld boat, only the people on the lifeboats would come back alive. The rest will never return. People began to evacuate after the end of the underworld boats because the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground will soon recover its energy. If they did not leave now, then maybe they would die inside the burial ground. Of course, many experts at their time of withdrawal started treasure hunting one last time before the burial ground recovered its strength. Naturally, many of them still died at this time, for the burial ground was still a dangerous location even when all the earth corpses had not returned. A great power was unlucky, for they looted treasures on a treasure lord's territory. One could only imagine the outcome. A treasure lord climbed up from the ground and annihilated everyone, causing heavy losses to this great power. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, they went along with the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the War God Temple's elders to leave the burial ground, to return to ancient Sky City to wait for Li Qie. The underworld boats floated silently, and they were completely soundless inside as well. One did not know where they were floating. Even if they opened the door, they couldn't see the scenery outside. It was a vast nothingness with no visuals. Even the other boats were nowhere in sight. It was as if there was only one boat gliding above this endless river, and all the other ones had disappeared. Inside the underworld boat, there was nothing else besides a bed. Li Qie sat on it with a calm demeanor as if it was his own home. Li Qie then took out an item from his fate palace. This was a stone tablet that was not too large. However, it was extremely heavy. The tablet had many holes and complicated runic lines were carved on top. These were completely undecipherable by others. This stone tablet was taken by Li Qie from the treasure armory of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. Its elders did not know the usage nor effects of this stone tablet. The truth was that no one knew what it did, where it came from, or who took it. Everything was unknown ever since the historical annals of the sect were created. The moment he obtained it, Li Qie immediately knew that this stone tablet's origin was frightening. Afterwards, he had always been researching this stone tablet. One had to know that he had lived for an endless amount of time and had even trained immortal emperors. He had trod on the 12 burial grounds and 6 great immortal former Earths, the places that humans didn't dare to intrude. What had he not seen in this world? However, he had never seen this stone tablet before. Recently, he had a little breakthrough while researching this stone tablet, so he came up with an idea. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.